What's up, guys? It's your host, Spartanic Arts DXD, back with another high school DXD related video. And today we have What If Issei Went Rogue, the movie. Let's try to hit 100 or 200 likes for this video, if at all possible. And if you guys want to know exactly when I upload, such my upload schedule, click the little blue button right next to the subscribe button. I would be greatly appreciated. Or the first link in the description, the first link in the comments, or the first link in the premiere right now. With that being said, this is What If Issei Went Rogue, the movie. After Issei went missing, Rias and the others started to realize what they have done and regretted their actions. But when they reunited once more, Issei was different. This movie is about to be a banger. With that being said, thank you to my Balance Breakers and Juggernaut Drive members, Ant Lewis, Anthony Lewis, Nooga Booga Ooga, and Aaron Oliver 5485. Thank you for being a Balance Breaker / Juggernaut Drive member. Also, of course, shout out to my Patreon members. They usually get about 30 minutes of an episode on pre-release. I usually post earlier stuff to my Patreon and then end up posting on YouTube. You get the point. Shout out to my Patreon members, Smells Noise, Mark Bacon, and Lachlan Yates. Thank you so much for being a Patreon member. I cannot thank you guys enough. With all that being said, let's go ahead and get into What If Issei Went Rogue, the movie. The prologue. There's a boy on the floor of the cave. He wears a white t-shirt and black pants, although most of his shirt already is scrap. The boy looks skinny with a brown hair that reaches his neck, his body bloodied because he just took out 8 of his evil pieces from his body because of the corruption they caused to his body. And he's supposed to die because there's never a history of a reincarnated devil to stay alive after they lose their pieces from their body. The boy is named Issei Hyodo, the current host of the Red Dragon Emperor, or called the Oppai Dragon. Issei is your average boy, but a bit more perverted than most. His dreams to become harem king, typical from a boy around his age, but he's loyal and brave, and he will put his life on the line for his friends and loved ones. That's proven from what he did so far for his teammates. Well, former teammates. After sealing the Tri-Exa, Issei would have been living carefree life with his beloved, but after they graduate to college, things changed. They started ignoring him, or just give him uninterested looks that say, just a pervert like always. So different from him, but unknown to them, although Issei is a pervert, he only be a pervert to those he has feelings for. For example, he used to peep with his duo friends Motohama and Matsuda, but he only ever peeped at Moriyama because he loved her since like middle school. He has never once looked at the girls when he peeped with no friends, but no one, because that's one of his biggest secrets even till now. But because of that, he branded the perverted trio along with his 2 so-called friends. Not that he cares, because he won't change who he is just to look better in the eyes of others. That's a rare trait from all of the men out there, or even the girls out there. But Issei never mind how they treated him. And he always hangs out with Kiba nowadays, but Gasper is with Valerie in the hospital because he knows that his Koi of his loved her. And unknown to them, Issei has been working harder than ever. Although he never told them that because he wanted to surprise them with his plan, he's working till late at night by a construction worker, a cashier at a supermarket, or newspaper delivery man, and many more. At cost, he's doing less devil work than Kiba that makes the girls think he's a lazy pervert compared to their new boyfriends. He doesn't know they have a boyfriend yet, by the way. And what's this plan, you might ask? He's saving money to buy a diamond, a big diamond, because he needs to make his beloved girls a ring for the proposal, you might ask why. He's supposed to be rich from all the shows he's done, you know. Now, after a few months, he finally did. He made the ring he wished for to propose his beloved girls. Each rings have different color, like Rias, it's red. For Akano, it's raven. Ravel, golden yellow. Azia, Wistia, yellow, and etc. And already starting to think how they might react to the surprise of this giddy skip he's doing now. His first destination is for his beloved master and queen, Rias and Akano, so he went to their college and waited till they appear, because he don't want to bother them during class. And after a while he saw them, he wanted to just went to them, but he saw them with another building direction, and soon he follows. But that's when all hell broke loose. He saw them kissing another guy, and his heart broke to pieces. He clutched the ring case in his hand, almost broke it, only for Drake to snap on him out of it as he ran there. The same thing happened to all of his beloved. He saw each of them acting intimate with some guy he never saw. Heck, Ravel and Konako clinging to some pretty boy. that almost look like Gasper, although not as cute as Gasper, but still girlish, and the only a little bit taller than Gasper. As for Kiba, he's overworking himself for covering Issei's part of the devil work, so he also don't know their little secrets. So that's when his pawn pieces started corrupting from the inside out, and he started to look like the miasma generator with all the black aura he emit from his body. Although with his broken heart, that doesn't help at all when Drake snapped at him, saying that he needs to remove his pieces. Partner, snap out of it. You need to remove the devil pieces or you're going to die. But Issei doesn't listen, asking what for. I don't have anything more to live for. Just let it be over. It hurts so much, Drake. It hurts so much. After all I did, one stepped on me like that. I sacrificed my left arm for Rias, just for her, and I put my life on the line for each one of them at a time. Even when I know how Rias let me die during Rainer's plans, even when I almost died, I clung to the hope of going back to them. After all the sacrifices I made, this is how they repay me. I'm so pathetic. Thinking, just to get their love all of its worth. No more. No more, he mumbled, as the miasma started devouring him faster. Issei, I know. It all hurts, but that's the truth. But you still have me as your partner, even if you think it's not worth trying doing it for us, or just yourself now. You still haven't lived long enough. You still haven't seen what the world has to offer. It's time to break free from your current cage. New things, or even new loves. I know your heart is broken by now, but not all women are like that. One of my past possessors, no like. He found true love. Now it's time for you to find it. Your true love, or try to have a new dream. Being Harem King is all good, all bigger, but there's bigger dreams to achieve out there. So please try. Try to find the will to live. You are free now, Drake consoled the broken boy. Free, yes, I'm free now. Free from all the ropes that bind me, the rope that named false love, from being a pawn of Rias Gremory. Free from the devil's clutch, free from it all, free from you whores! The boy suddenly screamed with vigor, and new will to live, and his partner, happy to see him this way. Yes, you are a free man, a free dragon! And the dragon roars. Drake roared for his partner, newfound will to live, happy for the new him. Now, partner, even though you must remove that evil pieces out of you, you need a second thing to do to survive, because if you're going to die, even if you remove the pieces, and your best chances are to change the body of that to a dragon. Now, I will offer you this choice, my friend, my partner. Will you do it? We dragons cherish freedom, and now I'm giving you that. The freedom to choose which Rias Gremory never gave you when he turned you into a devil. So what's your choice, partner? No. Issei Hyodo. Will you become the true dragon of domination? Drake asked the boy, as he expected the choice is obvious. Yes, I will be the true dragon of domination. Not just any dragon, but the strongest dragon of domination, the boy says with conviction. Well said, partner. Now I remind you this process gonna hurt like never before, and your chances of surviving are below 5%, because the process is changing you, whole from the inside out, from the marrow of your bone to your whole body. Will you still take the chance? The dragon asked once more. Yes, I'm sure. What's a little pain after what I've been through so far? How can I be the strongest dragon? That little thing blocked me of my true destiny and proved to them all that I'm not just some pervert and lazy they thought that I was. And only by true pain there will be true gain. I will never submit, even in death, the boy went once more with even determined conviction. Indeed, we dragons will never bow to no one, even Lady Death herself. Now, go somewhere scheduled, partner, because the process will be long. And when he went to the forest outside Code Town and found a cave. Let's do this thing, Drake. Let's do it, partner. Then, it began the process so painful that Issei couldn't even scream, but inside his mind his whole life flashing before him, and how stupid he was for believing them, for believing their so-called love. How they toss him aside after everything. No more use for him. To trade him for some unknown guy they barely know. I don't care who these boys are. After 24 hours, back to the start. Are you awake, partner? Drake asked. Yeah, is it a success? Issei asked. Of course it's a success. If you're not already dead by now. You're right. So what's changed? I feel stronger, and all of my senses are enhanced, and boy, do I need a shower. Well, I can say goodbye to my clothes. Damn, thankfully there's a lake nearby, he grumbled. Of course, you're a full-blown dragon. Now even though not pure dragon since you're a transformed one, but meh, good enough for me. Because only the people know, the old you, can tell you're not a dragon from the start, and you just awakened your aura. Congrats, partner. And before you ask, aura are unique because only dragons can awaken them, and it's very rare. If you ask me how rare it is, well, can you see from the millions of dragon from the past, only 6 have awakened them, and they are the Great Red, Orphis, me, Albion, Tiamat, and Tannin. Even then it hits different from each dragon. Great Red for having the strongest aura, and Tannin being the weakest. Now you are the 7th. And the Devil Dragon aura doesn't count because to awaken aura, the dragon must awaken them naturally by experiencing extreme emotion. In every aura bearer they have to trait. Your trait is dominance. And what's the effect you need to find out on your own? That? As if your own other change you consider yourself later on. But now, I need to rest. And I use my most powerful transform. I use my most powerful state to transform you. See you later, partner, Drake explained after he went silent, most likely asleep. Yeah, thank you, Drake, and good night, Issei said after he got up, and he felt like he's grown a little taller. Then he walked to the nearby lake to wash himself. Chapter 1. Issei got out of the cave and looked into the sky. Realizing it's still night, he was wondering how long it's been since his transformation. But, meh, he doesn't really care, since he doubted anyone will be looking for him. He went to a nearby lake and dove in straight away. Splash! After a while, he pops out his head from the lake and then floated on top of the lake, thinking what's next for his course of action should be. I wonder what I should do from now on. Azazel-sensei must still be pretty busy. The same goes with the other faction leaders. Guess I will think about it later. Sadly, his body still looks skinny, but you can still see the outline of each muscle from his body, especially his 6-toned abs. That firm look and soft at the same time because of his baby soft skin that glisten under the moonlight. And if he fill his body a bit more, he will have the most perfect body that will make every single woman blush and lost in a trance by looking at it. And his, you know what, got it quite big. Damn, is that really me? The booty couldn't help but scream out loud, and would start touching all over his body just to make sure he pinched his face to make sure this isn't a dream. Ouch, it hurts, this isn't a dream. With that realization, he also knows what happened so far is also not a dream. All of the betrayal, and all of the heartbreak he felt, although he wished all that to be a dream. But he knows it's real, and reality won't change itself. Even now, he is still a bit of his love, his old beloved, especially his master, ex-master, Rias Gremory. But that what comes with also come with the feeling of rage and betrayal. And then he erased whatever feelings he had for his old beloved. I swear, I will make you regret it, Issei says. I'm a bit hungry now that I think about it. Luckily, there's tons of fish in this lake. So, with that said, he jumped back into the lake and would catch a bunch of fish and start cooking them with his newfound fire breath. Cool, I guess. I can breathe fire now since I'm mostly dragon. Sadly, at first, he tried to burn the few fish to ash because he can't control his fire breath, but after a few tries, he got the hang of it and successfully cooked some fish, although not that delicious because there's no seasoning and a bit burnt here and there, but he doesn't really care, ate with gusto. After a while, he's full and started thinking what's more what he will do from now on. I guess I should leave a message to Azazel-sensei, at least as far as for Kiba and Gasper. Nah, they're better off without knowing that what happened to me so far. He can't let them be worried more about me after what they've been through. He knows his friend Kiba covered for his work on his devil contract, but there's nothing he can do about it when Rias never give him one thinking he will fuck it up just because the one slip up when he ran away from the guy whose witches transform into a magical girl, and Kiba attitude doesn't let him taking some of his work. Also, doesn't help because he kind of feels the situation isn't good anymore with all the cold attitude they give to Issei, so he rather doesn't let his master be more angrier than she is now. Well, I guess I just do that before I go see what the world has to offer, and I especially needed some new clothes. I guess I could buy them online through Devil Service because I can't really waltz through a clothing store and expect not to be thought of an expeditionist. Now that, can I have some shame? Sure as hell don't want to be seen as a naked pervert on top of his title perverted trio of HighSchool. Unknown to him, if any of the girls or boys saw him, no, they might just want to hit him like a pack of hungry wolves and devour him right then and there, because he only thought of himself as handsome, and not the most handsome guy that ever put an Archangel Michael to the dust. So after he went to his home, he sees no one. Not that he care if there's one anyway. He went to his room and ordered some clothes online delivered. He went and tried to read some of the books, only to find that he could memorize each book from reading it once. Wow, guess I have electric memory now from that transformation. So he started absorbing every book he could find. He literally now has photographic memory. Well, he stopped because he'd think he could have knowledge that he needs. After a while, there's a flash of light and his package he ordered is here. Huh? Neat. All the teleportation. He put out his old pod pieces on a box and put his drawers, went to deliver his package. He opened his package and got his new outfit from the box. His new outfit consisted of a jacket with white furs on the neckline and a red dragon motif on its back, a black sleeveless shirt and black tight jeans, a fingerless black glove, brown combat boots. Overall, he looks badass. After a few moments of adjust, he started finding what's new power he possesses of his body, but during his investigation, there's suddenly black rift under his feet. What? Though he fell through the rift, and the room went quiet. Huh? What was that rift, and where am I? After he opened his eyes, he started looking around. Is it a dimensional rift? Are Orpheus and Great Red did this? So many questions ongoing in his head, and then there's a voice in his pitch darkness. The voice sounds sultry, melodious, and it's obviously a woman voice. Ah, now aren't you still alive, boy? I wonder what you're supposed to be doing here. Who? Who's there? Show yourself! Now aren't you rude? Don't you know the etiquette of introducing yourself first before you ask somebody else? Well, I'll let it slide for now since you interest me. You can call me Lady Death. And that's when Issei saw her. One of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, with a well-endowed body that looks like an hourglass, and the mature aura around her. The old Issei might start drooling over his boobs and beauty, but not the new him. All he have in his eyes now are appreciation, and not lustful like his old looks. He only, out of the 3 second, that's first someone snap out of it quickly. When they looked at me, and his eyes doesn't have any lust in it. Only appreciation, I have to say. He's quite interesting. Yeah. Most handsome boy I ever saw, too. She found the boy quite intriguing, and she licks her lip when she saw his face and toned body. Wonder what's his size down there. Is it as great as his body? But now, who knows? I'm LD. He might just fear me like the others, but even she never saw any fear from his face, only shock and wonder. Lady Death? You mean the one who's governed life and death that even Hades feared? Please, Hades is only a punny god before me. He thinks he's all-powerful just because he comprehended tiny concept of death and life. So, tell me, boy, why are you here when you are clearly still alive? From your aura, I can't tell you're still a hatchling, a dragon. Hatchling, if I must elaborate, quite young, too far from your aura. Oh, that's quite interesting. You awakened your aura only recently from what I've seen. You're not even 1 year old yet. Now, care to tell me your secret, boy? What? How does she know that? Wait, considering she's the true Lady Death, then it won't be surprising that she knows that, but I'm not sure if she's the real deal. I need more information to prove she's the real deal. Issei thought in his mind. I can see you're doubting my real identity, boy. Now will this prove it? Then, Lady Death started collecting souls on her finger grip and makes them do her bidding, and make them eat each other or explode themselves and do stuff that even Hades can't do, or spread her aura to show him. She's real! Then she stopped her action and asked the boy once more. So, does this prove it to you, boy? Now will you tell me your secret for little old me, please? She started teasing the boy in front of her with her voice and come closer to touch his cheeks with her soft hands, rub softly against her hands. Even then, he still doesn't fear me, even after I showed him a bit of my power. Quite interesting boy indeed. Either it's ignorance from his young age, or he's just a plain fool. But from his eyes, I can see it's neither both of them, and something else. Pride, will, determination, and his desires to be loved. Maybe all of them, but I can tell that he will achieve great things in the future considering his young age. Oh, what's this? He got the Red Dragon Emperor inside his body, even though he's a dragon himself, and I can sense a bit of death and life aura from him, which is weird because it's supposed to not exist within a living being, and only being that have been dead once or live once more can possess it. Even then, it's quite rare to see this pure. Even Hades became partly skeleton to get where he is now, but this boy, on the other hand, is still whole, and I can't see any defect on his body. How many mysteries are you hiding, boy? Must you interest me this much? It makes me want to claim you for myself and keep you in interesting. Now that wouldn't be nice, wouldn't it? And maybe at last I can find my own beloved to accompany me after all this times. She holds a strong distrust of others, and even if one might call themselves her ally, whether they be necessary to her or not, they will be dealt with. This is simultaneously due to the fact that she boasts an absolute confidence in her own power, though this is restricted in her own domain, but that's because she can feel form. Her so-called allies fear and distrust to herself and greed they have for her beauty, which she experienced herself from the man who swore his love, for her only to be betrayed. That said man only wants her power and keep her as a trophy. A trophy is how he can claim herself as his, not as his loved ones, but only as a trophy. She doesn't really care about powers. All she wants is to be loved for who she is and not what she is. Sadly, there's never any man ever grant her wish. But from what she feels from this boy, there's no such things. There's no distrust, but what you expect from people who just met each other. But there's no greed or even fear from his eyes, only pride for which he is and appreciation for her beauty. She can tell he's not pretending, because as a goddess of death, she can tell when a person is lying, or not just looking at their souls, and she sees none of inside of his soul. His soul is so pure that it attracts her, so even so that she has seen a lot of souls herself. She never saw one quite this pure, so beautiful, so enchanting. But he trains the thought and stopped when a boy took a step back, and it makes her heart ache when she lost her touch against his face. That makes her lost and revere, but it doesn't show on her face, and she still has her smile the whole time. Issei. First of all, my name's Issei Hyodo. And as for why I'm here, I just don't know myself, since I suddenly got myself. And as for your other questions about my secret, that isn't any of your business, isn't it? Then I will call you Issei. Is that fine with you? I don't mind. Then, Issei, why don't you fear me, even after knowing who I am? Usually every person I met so far feared me when they know who I am. As for your secret, fair enough. It's not my business. But don't you afraid if I force you to tell me? You do realize you are in my domain, right? Guess his arrival here has something to do from his aura of death and life. Why should I fear you? If you think you can make me beg for my life just because you're stronger than me, you are sorely mistaken. Sure, you are stronger than me, especially in your own domain, but so what? If I die, then I die. I will never beg for my life. I prefer death over humiliation, so you can stop threatening to kill me and be done with you as you see fit. But know that I will never go down without a fight. Even knowing I won't win, at least I die with a fight, and not die like a coward who begs for his life. Issei stated with conviction and pride, and you can tell from his voice and his eyes there's not a single lie nor hesitation. When he said all of that, especially to Lady Death, who can see souls, she can tell from his soul it's all true. He meant every word he said, and that makes her shiver and widen her eyes. Shiver from excitement and long-lost feeling from her heart, the feeling she thought will never surface again after her betrayal, the feeling she buried deep within her heart, and just by looking at the boy, no, Issei's face, who clearly younger than herself, she can feel it, threatening to burst out from her chest. The feelings called love. And that is the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Issei is confused when she doesn't respond after his outburst. Her face seems out of focus. Weird. Why doesn't she say anything after all that? Is she angry? No, by the looks of it, she's not angry. If only Drake is awake. I can't use the boosted gear if he's not awake. If by chance she decided to attack him now, he wouldn't even last 10 seconds, considering he still hasn't gained perfect control over his new body, and he knows nothing of his new power so far besides breathing fire like Dragon does. If he can access the boosted gear, he could last longer, but he knows that it doesn't matter if she decided to end him, that even though the boosted gear won't help him get out of that ending. If it comes to that, so be it. At least I know true freedom, albeit it's short-lived. When he's thinking all of that, he heard her talk once more. I see. Say, Issei, don't you find me beautiful? I'm not bragging, but there's millions of men out there who wanted me to make theirs. Don't you feel the same? Don't you want me to make you yours either? Even though she doesn't like it when another man looks lustfully at her, she still feels irritated that the boy who still took a liking for doesn't react much when seeing her beauty. And once again, her trains of thoughts stopped when he said the word she never expected. If it's the old him, he might be confused why she asked that question, but after his transformation, he fully went now what she meant. You are beautiful indeed. You're one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen, but that doesn't make me want to claim you as mine. And you make it sound like every man is the same. I would never for a woman, against their will, and make her mine when there's no love involved, because I know forced love would never last. And I want the woman I would love me back for who I am, not what I am. Perhaps Rias and the others only indulge me because I'm Drake's host. Perhaps they never loved me in the first place. Not that it matters anymore, and it's Drake's fault. Even if that is true, he's still afraid towards the word love. He's afraid what he would experience when that happened again, but he knows better now. That not everything is what it seems. When he thought Rias' love would last forever, just like his love for her, but apparently that's just his one-sided wishful thinking. Now he knows what's behind their facade, and after they have no more use for him, unbeknownst to him, Rias and the others do love him, but because they are afraid of what could happen between them, because of the lack of experience in the relationship, they have done something selfish and stupid that will never be forgiven. They should ask him, or ask someone who is more experienced, like their parents or brother and sister. Alas, they went the wrong way because of their pride. They still loved Issei, but they also loved their current boyfriends as well. That's why they treated him like that before. They felt conflicted. Every time they saw him, they felt even more. That's why they evaded him and ignored him. They had to put their feelings at ease and clearly think, something that had been capable of not yet. They really wanted to be with them, but they also didn't want to end their relationships with their new boyfriends just like that. Man, fuck their new boyfriends. The clash of feelings made them feel guilty. That's why they evaded them, scorned him, and ignored him. All of the girls felt the same, but they knew something needed to be done. Since they were going to live for 10,000 years, they wanted to gain experience in a relationship. Rias and Akano wanted to try approaching and other types of wars and gain experience. Since they would spend their eternity with Issei, they had time and compensate all the damage done. If it was done at another time, but they didn't expect that their interest would turn into something more. After spending time talking with him and knowing more about him, they slowly forgot about Issei. After some time passed, he asked if they believed in the supernatural. Seeing where the question was going, they said yes, and after a long talk, they told them they were devils. Since he knew about the supernaturals, he wasn't surprised, and instead he continued treating them like normal girls. They weren't related to the supernaturals at all, something that they were really thankful for. They wanted to be treated like normal girls, not related to the supernatural. And since Ichi was the closest man that wasn't as much related to the supernatural as the rest of the men they knew, they spent their time talking about ideal topics, going out with friends, among others. The fact that he didn't stare at them in any perverted way made them feel at ease. Unknown to the girls, he just hid it better than Issei. Being as always stared and looked like that is really tiring. They liked the expression and reaction they provoked on Issei, but after some time, it got exhausting. Time went by, and they started to forget about Issei, replacing him with him, which was their role model of an ideal man when they were kids, tall, good-looking, and confident, the dreams of any young girl. Time went by, and they started to forget about Issei. The reason they tried to get closer to their senpai was because they didn't understand the male mind. After all, they didn't have any male acquaintances their age, so they started to get involved with more males in their college, and soon they met with the excuse that maybe in the future they'll be able to understand Issei better, since understanding him would be a key piece for them to get any closer to Issei. The other girls asked why they did this. When they heard their answers, they were surprised. In their minds, this was a good idea, but they started to fall in love with the guys they chose to understand. They even dismissed Issei, forgetting everything he did for them, even being cruel to him, and he didn't stop their plans. They wanted it to be a surprise. Once their relationships were over, they will get even closer to Issei and cross the line. Yet, because of their selfishness and egoism, they didn't truly know how much Issei was suffering, because of their lack of trust to themselves and getting closer to him, and their inexperience in relationships. They made certain choices that unknowingly affected Issei in a bad way, because they were lost in their heads. They started to compare Issei with them, seeing his faults like a living being, and soon after they started to badmouth him behind his back, scorning him, insulting him, ignoring him. Those words were spoken without thinking, yet believed it was the truth. Although recently they have been having some trouble with their new BFs after some time passed since they last saw Issei. Ichi was focusing on his work completely, not wasting a single minute with both Rias and Akano, and when he had free time he spent it with his friends. Since they were really insisting women, sometimes he snapped on them, stopped bothering him, creating friction between them. The same happened to the other girl's new BF. Yonji completely focused on the sports. He played tennis and practiced his swordsmanship. He rathered close to Kiyomi Abi. The alongside him focusing on his tennis and sword practice made him tight on time. So he set aside Zenobia and temporarily only focused on his sports. For Zenobia, it seemed that she was replaced by a new advisor of the tennis club, Kiyomi Abi. Sometimes arguments started. Niji and Irina were good enough. She was really energetic, which is something he liked, but sometimes he just felt tired and ignored her, causing her to be mad. But because of her energetic self, she was sometimes even more jumpy than before, just making him a lot tired than more often. The woman just had too much energy sometimes. Sanji was always in the middle of fights between Konako and Ravel, making him feel awkward. Sometimes he felt as he was treated as a toy, but he hoped it was just his imagination. Since he trained with them, he wasn't as bad as the others, but sometimes arguments started and their trainings escalated into fights, making him feel more tired, out, and annoyed. Goji and Azio were the second better ones, but Goji was a man of few words and Azia was timid. Sometimes they wouldn't speak for hours, making Azia tear-eyed, thinking she was boring, and he didn't like that she was with him. Something he didn't like about her was that she always cried for something, either it's big or small stuff. She was kind, but she didn't have the courage for anything, at least in his eyes, like a small animal waiting to be protected, and this just made him more annoyed at her inside because his head was thinking to dump her. But all of the guys changed their attitude and treat them much better when they knew they are devils and stuff like that, because they are afraid of what will happen to them. When they knew their prospective thoughts and secrets they kept from the girl squad, now the ORC started training them for the upcoming world-class rating game, and they realized that lies behind their facade, it will all been far too late to the man who truly loved them from the bottom of his heart. Then back, far too late, and there's no medicine for regrets in this world. Back to Issei and LD. Lady Death's mind went blank when he said those words, which exactly the same from what she wished for. When she snapped out of it, she saw the look of maliciousness and the look of betrayal from his face, and then something tells her that the boy in front of her might have experienced the same thing as she has. The betrayal of love. Then she does something that makes Issei mind blank himself. She approached him, then kissed him. Kiss filled with passion and love, with no tongue, just lips meet lips. And Issei's eyes went from wide, close contact, and he doesn't even move a single muscle from the kiss. And after he seems an eternity, snaps out of it and pushed her back and asked her loudly, "What are you doing?" But Lady Death doesn't respond and just feels lost and sad that the kiss they share has been broken. Then she closed their distance and captured his lips once more, but this time she held his head in place by entangling her arms to his neck and hold him like a vice grip, and then started kissing him with gusto now that tongue's involved in loud smooch. Sound that would make anyone saw them now blush with shame. Lady Death face blushed like never before in her entire life, and her eyes clouded with love, passion, and lust because she finally found the man she's been looking for her entire life. Well, Issei's face is red himself, but he's trying to push her off his body, but to no avail, because the difference between their power. So when he thought they would pass out from the lack of air, she stopped the kiss with a loud pop, with a string of saliva between their tongue, and the both of them pant heavily after kissing session. Then LD licks her lips sensually, tasting the lingering aftertaste, and asked Issei while her face still clouded with passion, Issei, would you be mine? I could give you all the power. I could offer and grant you anything you wished for. Issei's reaction at first was shame. Shame because of this woman in front of him just dominated him even though he's a man here, and he's supposed to be the dragon of domination. But after she asked him that, she reminded him of his old master, the master who once loved but now feel nothing but disgust and hatred for. But when he's gonna snap at her because of his anger, there's something that bring him back, snapping at the woman in front of him. Partner, she's not Rias Gremory, and be careful if you anger her. She might kill you instantly without you even realizing it. You yourself told her not to treat all men as the same, so don't treat her as the same woman who hurt you. Drake's voice snapped at him back from all the anger he feels. Sorry about that, Drake. Guess I'm still out of it. And, so you're awake already, huh? He took a deep breath and speak with his partner inside of his mind. It's fine, partner. I know you needed time to fully get over your past, but never forget I'm always here for you, partner. And yeah, I have been awake ever since we got teleported to her domain, but I'm waiting for what she has to say. And I must say, you still are the ladies' man like you've always been, huh, partner? I swear, you keep attracting strong beings to yourself. First Orphis, now Lady Death herself. Geez, I don't know what you're still alive after all this time with that unique trait of yours, Drake told him. Same here, partner. Same here. Issei couldn't help but grumbled inside of his mind, and he looked at the woman in front of her and told her, Sorry, but I won't be anyone's possession after I just earned my freedom, Issei said. But why? I can give you anything you wished for. All I ask is that you stay by my side, and I won't restrict your freedom in any way, Lady Death says. She couldn't help but become puzzled and afraid why he wouldn't accept her offer, afraid he would leave her. After all, she finally found the man she's been looking for her entire life, so she could not help but become desperate and asked him to be hers, and doesn't realize what she does is making him more resemble the woman Issei come to hate and distinguish for. Sorry about my partner here. Milady, he has been through a lot just recently, Drake says. Drake's voice rings from Issei's left hand with a flash of green light. Oh, is that the Red Dragon Emperor? Can you tell me the details of what you said just now? Sorry, but that's not my place, milady. Only my partner can tell you on his own, and all I could say he experienced what you experienced yourself a long time ago. Then, LD remembered her past experience, now the snap out of her sudden outburst, and realized that Issei must have been betrayed by his loved ones as well as just as she, so she apologizes to him. I apologize for my sudden outburst, but can you tell me what happened to you, Issei? Now, I know it's not any of my business to know what I experienced betrayal from my supposed beloved and myself. I'm telling you this hoping you can share me with your experience, and if you don't want to share it now, then it's fine. I won't force you, but know that I will wait for you when you are ready to tell me yourself, and I can tell from your eyes, the eyes of a heartbreak and betrayed deep inside your eyes. Issei didn't know what to say after all that, and all of his fears and insecurities flashed once more inside his heart, but feelings stopped when the woman in front of him cupped his face with her hand softly, and the look she gave him from her eyes, it's nothing but gentleness, love, passion, and the trust for him and him alone, and he feels his eyes tearing up upon his throat, dry just above the look she gave her. Then his tears started falling from his eyes, but the woman in front of her never changed. The way she looks at him, it would never change for eternity. Then he started bawling his eyes out, because he knows deep inside he's still heartbroken from the betrayal he felt, as he needed someone to vent his feelings, but never admit it because his newfound pride after he became a dragon. Something Drake himself knows, but not knowing what to do since he only exists inside of his body, and can't give the warmth he needed after all this time. Sometimes he regrets that he can't support his partner fully, in body and mind. But now, at least he found someone who can do what he can't do. Lady Death hugged Issei and put his head under her bosom. Cold, even though it's cold, but it's warm for Issei. There, let it all out. He cooed the boy in her bosom, with gentleness like a mother and warmness of a long-lost lover. After a while, Issei has fallen asleep of her bosom. She made a bed underneath, lay him atop her breast, keep stroking his hair softly, with a touch-filled gentleness and love. What a poor child, so young, yet already experienced any people shouldn't have experienced. Indeed, there's no one should have experienced what both of you experienced, milady, Drake replied. Now I want to ask you something, Red Dragon Emperor. Don't worry, I won't ask about what happened to this child, since I trust he will tell me sooner or later, and I respect his wish for that. What I want to ask you are, why you pretend to be a man? From your voice alone, it's obvious. But if I recall correctly, when we met, when you're still a hatchling, you are supposed to be a girl. Now care to tell me, Drake was silent, and that is the end of Chapter 2. Picking up at Chapter 3. Do I have to, milady? You don't have to tell me, but I might tell Issei about your little secret, Lady Death said. No, please do not, Drake said. Shush, don't be so loud, you'll wake Issei up. It's your fault. Fine, I will tell you, milady. When I first reached my juvenile stage, I kept challenging every dragon I met, until I met Albion. He took interest in me and wanted to make me his mate, but I don't like him, so we fought, but we ended up in a draw. But he won't stop bothering me over and over again, even after I kept telling him to stop bothering me and keep following me around like some loyal dog. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. Then I set up an act by changing my gender with the help of the Ouroboros dragon. Then I confronted Albion by telling him that her, female Drake's, true mate, when I thought he's gonna stop bothering me, he started challenging me in my male form because he thought that I stole her from, hence the rivalry between us. At first, I'm pissed off, but then I started enjoying fighting him, because I got too strong for the most of the dragons, and only him can keep up with my strength, and Albion himself eventually forgot about my female form and kept fighting me just for the same reason as me. So I forgot to change my gender back after all this time, and the fact the Ouroboros dragon doesn't really care about anything but her silence also isn't helping you. Can you laugh at me, milady? If Issei isn't sleeping right now, I would have actually laughed out loud. If everyone knows the reason for the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor's rivalry is because of some love drama, they might die laughing. Lady Death says. Drake is so embarrassed, and if anyone can see it by his face, by now it would be redder than his own red scales. But I can tell you took a liking for Issei yourself, don't you, Drake? Or should I use your real name, Irini? Just call me by Drake in front of him for now, please, milady. Fine. But you must tell me how you fell for Issei yourself. Don't try to lie to me, because I could tell by the color of your soul that it attached itself to Issei's soul. If you die, you will truly die along with him. At first, I only thought of him as a pervert. More perverted than most, actually. Heck, his biggest dream is to become Harem King, for God's sake. But I spent more time with him and I got to know him better and better. He didn't treat me like some tools and treated me like a friend and a partner. Then I saw his act of selflessness for his friends and his beloved. He doesn't hesitate to throw his life on the line if it meant to protect the people he loves. He's the only host of mine who doesn't get lost in the search for power. And before I even know it, I started to become attracted to his very being and beliefs. Okay, guys, please try to remember that Drake is apparently a woman. In time, I found his supposed-to-be loved ones betrayed him and left his own self's luck. I've never felt so much rage and feels deep hatred at someone. Even more rage than the God of the Bible sealed my soul. And that's also made me realize how deep value I felt for the man Issei Hyodo. Sadly, I can only give him mental support, but not the warmth he needed, because all that's left of me is my soul. I see. So, you've done the soul link with him to change him into a dragon himself at the cost of your own soul. No wonder he was already awakened by his aura to being a hatchling. But now I look into this essence, he's not a pure dragon, and I can see he used to be a devil and a human even before that. No wonder he could possess the boosted gear, even though he's mostly dragon now. Indeed, milady. If I told him the price for this transformation, knowing him, he will reject it without hesitation and rather die alone rather than die with him. Foolish. But that's what made me fell for him, and I don't regret a single thing I have done, knowing that I can accompany him till the last day of his life. Is that so? We could be sisters in the future, Drake. What do you mean, milady? Oh, you know exactly what I mean, dear Irini. You said it yourself. His biggest dream is to become Harem King, no? I find it interesting. If his dream is world peace, that he won't be a man I fell for. Now won't he? Ever since the olden days, every great man of his harem has his own, and I shall make it a true for him. For my newfound beloved, if he so wishes to kill everyone that betrayed him, I shall kill them and trap their soul in limbo, never to be reincarnated, only know darkness for eternity. No fury like a woman scorned, and besides, form. What you told me, he's not the type who will forget the old favor, the new one, is he? Indeed, he's the man who doesn't differentiate his love between his lovers. Whether they are old or new ones, even Orpheus feels attracted to him, the one who's only interested in the silent of nothingness. Heck, she even changed her gender to be a true woman just for the meaning she can't change his gender anymore for all eternity. The Ouroboros dragon did. Indeed, Issei is one of a kind. How foolish of those that they abandon him. And I dear meant what I said. I could make you a new body if you wishes for it, and I could have him ask for a payment, but considering you already bound soul with Issei, that shall be a payment for it. Do you want to be alive again? Do you mean it, my lady? I said don't be so loud, and yes, I do mean every word I said if it wishes so. Then I shall give you my thanks in advance, milady. Partner, at last we can be truly together in body and soul, and we shall show those sluts how wrong their choices are. Dreg couldn't help but feel excited now that she knows her true dreams will come true. The world of the Red Dragon Empress, Irina Belzerki. No, Irina Hyodo Belzerki, I shall accompany you in sickness and health, if you so decided, when to the gates of hell itself. Pardon. No, I shall call you my mate from later on. Oh, I can't wait to see his reaction when he finds out about it. It will take some time. Later we will inform Issei about it, but leave the part where you actually are a female, because I believe you want to tell him about it yourself. No, later I will separate you from Issei, but don't worry, he won't die because I will set up a seal, so only your soul is separated temporarily from the boosted gear, so I can reform your new body. The only downside is that he won't be able to use the boosted gear power for some time during the separation, and I will train him so that he won't be weak without it. I know exactly what needed to be done before his training, so rest assured. Then I will leave this arrangement in your hands, milady, and thank you once more for everything, Drake says. Oh, don't call me milady anymore. We're sisters. Drake blushed deeply. More, she could still manage to mutter her response, even though it's barely heard by LD. Thank you, sister. It's really hard doing the Drake voice right now. It feels really awkward. You're welcome, but I really have to say, he really is cute when he's asleep, don't you think? She poked his cheeks and became dazed because of how soft his cheeks are. I couldn't agree more, Drake chuckled. But sister, don't you have a name other than your current one? My old name, huh? Well, I've forgotten my true name after all this time, and I hate the name anyway because it reminds me of the betrayal. So I might ask Issei to give me one later. Yeah, that's a good idea. A given name by my dearest beloved. Then she goes back to playing with her newfound beloved's face, and softly because she didn't want to wake him up. If you say so. After a while, Issei's eyes started twitching, then he opened his eyes slowly because he couldn't help but wonder what's this soft feeling he felt on his face. Whew, where am I? And what's this soft things I felt on my face? He started to move around and brought his hand to touch it. Wait, isn't this texture? He remembered the texture of somewhat familiar because he often felt them during his old days, and reminded how he fell asleep in the first place just to confirm his guess when he had a sultry, sweet, melodious voice near his ear. Oh, so you're awake, brave Issei. Not that I mind if you want to. Anyway, so you want to go all the way? Lady Death whispered, and she blew some hot air on one of Issei's ears. Issei got up with a start of a blush, then jumped back right away, and saw a scenery that makes his eyes went wide and almost a nosebleed. Lady Death, in her birthday suit, and her private parts are barely covered by some of her hairs that leave a little for imagination, and Issei can see a beautiful red cherry ready to be plucked on top of her heavenly mountains. The comely eyes she gave him, the red lips that she looked shiny and luscious after she gave it a lick, and her small tinge of blush on her face that makes her beautiful face even more memorizing. And you can see the outline of her butt under the curvy waist that doesn't have a single bit of excess fat. If anything, it looks firm and enchanting. Now that's the face I wanted to see. Oh, and he is very well endowed himself down there. Lady Death couldn't help but lick her lips after she saw he got packing under his pants. If it's the old him, he might already have a nosebleed and start drooling, but now he shakes his head out of his thoughts and tries to cover his little brow, who started to awake out of his slumber by turning his body. I'm sorry for the blunder of mine by falling asleep on the top of you, and I hope you can forget about things that happened so far, Issei said. Oh, how cruel of you for not taking responsibility after what you've done to my body. Lady Death continued to tease him and fake her tears, but Issei isn't buying it, and only a blush a little bit. We both know nothing happened, and you know what I meant, Issei said. Pfft, fine, we shall leave it for that for now. She smirked at the last part, but Issei didn't see it because he turned away his sight so he won't make a fool out of himself even more than he is now. Lady Death summoned her dress, wore them once more to call Issei to talk about their plans. Issei, we have to talk about something. And that is the end of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. What is it? Issei says. Issei finally turned around after she called him, and glad she really already wore her clothes once more because she still can't help letting his libido run amok after what he saw just now, and the fact that a dragon attracted to those or even stronger than them doesn't help at all considering he just recently changed and he still can't control his dragonite desires for the better. Well, you see, Lady Death says, after a while, Lady Death finished telling him that she can release and revive Drake from the boosted gear, and asked him if he's willing to do so. Even though she knows what his answer will be, she has to confirm it, so there would be no misunderstanding what happened between them. And his answer, just as she expected, but she became even more surprised when she saw what he heard, and when she can release and revive Drake from the boosted gear. Really? Please, I will do anything if you can release Drake. No matter what you ask me to do, I will do it as long as it doesn't go against my principles, he says. He bowed down at a 90-degree, even with the dragon pride forcing him not to do so. He still goes against his pride to beg for his trusted partner's freedom without a single hesitation because he owes Drake's that too much already after all this time. He added the words at the end just in case, added him to kill the innocents or something evil like that. Because even if he changed most of his attitudes after the transformation, in the end, he's still what he used to be, kind and selfless, even if it's toned down by now. He won't hesitate to kill his enemies like he used to, but he won't ever kill the innocent bystanders. He despises even the thought of killing them. Oh, you won't regret it if you lose the boosted gear, and you might die, you know. Lady Death couldn't help but ask him that, because he doesn't hesitate in the slightest when she asked her question, and she even more mind blown where even her mind was blown hearing his second answer to her second question. Why should I? He's the best friend and partner I could have asked for. He already helped me so much while I do all this is bring shame to the name of the Red Dragon Emperor by earning the title of the Oppai Dragon, and even bring me back when I almost succumbed to my despair of being betrayed by people I loved. Considering, after what he's done for me so far, my life is pretty cheap price to pay. Even if you ask me to die right now, just save him. I won't even blink and end myself right now. Issei said all of that with even a shred of hesitation, and the look of his eyes and conviction of his voice coupled with how it was now, the world had to face its fatality for both women. It made both women who heard and saw this become absent-minded and blush deeply and couldn't help but fall in love with him all over again. Drake tearing him to say become speechless but ecstatic because the man she chose as her mate doesn't hesitate to do all that just for her. She even shed tears in the boosted gear and become choked with emotion, but she had to pretend like she didn't hear all that and faking she's asleep right now. But Lady Death have it much worse because she can feel his kingly aura going full throttle. The aura of the Dragon King of Domination to be. She felt her heart thumping and madly feel like it's about to burst out of her chest, and her body is faintly shivering because she's holding herself back from just pouncing the man in front of her, and have her way with him in a reckless abandon, so she's also drooling a bit. And if Issei paid attention to her more, he would realize there's something wet going down there in between her legs, and the edge of her lips, there's a bit of drool flowing out. But because he's looking straight at her into her eyes, expressed that he's deadly serious, so he won't realize it, which is good. She might just do she's holding back from out of shame, and we'll add another black history of him being dominated once more from the same woman twice. But this time, it'll be even more shameful because he will lose his virginity from being reversed raped. After a while, she tried to get herself together by taking deep breaths, wipe her jewels by faking a cough, but even when she's shivering a little bit because she's still wet down there, don't worry, I won't ask you to go against your principle. All I ask is that you give me a chance to let me get to know you better, hoping you will tell me what happened to you and share me with considering we are both been betrayed by people we once loved. But don't worry, I will still set Drake free regardless if you want to tell me or not. She almost let it slip, making Dre almost scream out loud just because of the tension she's getting. Issei couldn't help but ask, but why? Even though he couldn't even though he could tell that his woman somehow have feelings for him, he has to make sure so there won't be any more tragedy befell him, lest it's going to be another drama involved, which honestly, he can't take another one, considering he's already been through this shit 2 times, first Reunited, second Rias, etc. Lady Death just put on a smile from the bottom of her heart and look into his eyes like he did just told him. Because I've come to know that I have fell in love with you. Lady Death said. This time, Issei turned to become absent-minded, and somehow he can tell that this woman in front of him really does feel that way, unless she's even better actor than all of his exes combined. But he's still not ready to try a new relationship of his own, considering the stuff that just happened recently at him. That's also why Drake doesn't want to tell him about his real gender, or her real gender, considering all that. He still wasn't sure if he could fully trust the woman before him. They just met each other, so he needed more time. So all he can say is, sorry, but I need some time to think about it, but please, I beg you to set my friend free. He bowed once more. Lady Death's eyes flashed a brief sadness, but she also was a bit glad. If he accepted right away, that would be more weird, considering how he just get over his past fast just like that. That also means he considered her wish seriously and not just randomly agreed with some empty words filled with lies. So she cupped his face and agreed and still put the same smile and says, as you wish, dear, which is a new thing for Issei because his old lovers would force him to say it right away and don't care about his feelings. Then, Lady Death let her hands go from his face and started to tell him the procedure. After telling him that Drake told him that he will be fine, don't worry, see a bit questioning, Issei agreed to start the procedure. See you soon, partner. Ah, see you soon, Issei replied. So with that said, Lady Death pulled Drake's soul out of the boosted gear to tell Issei her plans about training, which he gladly accepts because he needs to get the hang of his new body to become stronger to finish his purpose. She gives him a bunch of options that are available once she will train himself by going to different worlds other than his current world, which he finds surprising because he never thought that there would be different worlds or even a universe other than his current one. But Lady Death isn't really surprised considering the strongest from his world is Great Red, which is the guardian of the dimensional gap, and Lady Death proceeded to tell him that all the wonders of different worlds. He becomes more excited knowing there's even bigger adventure awaits him. He can't wait to experience it himself. There's a universe consisting of pirates, ninjas, gods of destructions, and many more, but Lady Death reminded him not to get ahead of himself because there's a lot of bunch beings that even stronger than Great Red, or even herself out there. So with that revelation, it cooled Issei's excitement a little bit and realized the truth that there's always someone stronger than you, and get to pass that you have to become the strongest himself so he can travel between worlds freely and protect his new loved ones when he get himself, and don't make the same mistake of fake love and true love. Then Lady Death told him about his life and death aura because it's pretty rare to get it. It doesn't ask him how he got it because she knows he will tell him about his past eventually. But Issei get the general reason why he might achieve the aura considering he's already died at least 3 times in his lifetime as first from Reunited, second from the Samil blood, and the third, forgot the exact name, after he pulled out his evil pieces from his body and got reborn as a dragon. So he's pretty much an anomaly who's able to cheat death 3 times. That might be why he came to Lady Death's domain in the first place, because the system might have thought of him as an either already dead or he became the species of death god like Lady Death herself. Albeit not pure death god like Lady Death, if it's the level Lady Death understanding on the Deo Death is like level 100, while he still is like level 1. Hades never really fully understand it, hence why he became part skeleton, and you could say he's a false death god. And that is the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. After some thinking, Issei decided to learn about his life and death aura. For now, with Lady Death, because that's what's bugging him the most for now. Since he doesn't want any mishap in case he gone berserk and kill someone he doesn't want to kill accidentally, Lady Death also agreed with this because she doesn't want to see Issei kill anyone near him, just like a certain dark mage she once knew. It's Zeref, in case anybody was wondering. Even though Issei understanding the mastery is low enough to not kill anything at the moment, but it's better to be safe than sorry. So she spends some time teaching Issei about it, and she's surprised because it only took him a week to learn the basic, which is surprising because it's quite difficult to learn, even when Hades spent his whole life trying to understand the basic. That just tells her that her new beloved perception is just that good. From what Drake told her about, he is indeed a genius. Even the word genius doesn't do justice on his talents. He can make new skills just in a short amount of time, even though it's quite a perverted skills mostly, but making new skills has never been easy for anyone. Even God find it hard to kill. and make a new skill from scratch. Just a week after he learnt the basic of the aura, he can control it, like an expert, even though not as good as her, but it's still quite good for a beginner. He could gain mana just by absorbing life force around him. It's still a bit low, and she finds out about it and have more life force than the living being she has seen so far considering his young age. That's quite amazing. And now that he's totally focused, unlike his old self who was always being perverted most of the time, it's just his boost in perception even more, and she can tell that sooner or later he will get to where she is now. And during the times where she teach him, their relationship also get a bit closer. Not that close, but still close enough. He used to avoid her every time and only talks with her when it's during training session. He spent most of his times training his newfound aura, so he mostly inside of his room. But eventually, they talk about small stuff like what's their favorite foods and some general stuff like that. And the way he looks at her now isn't cold and detached like he used to be before. It contains warmth and a bit of trust even, though he doesn't show it much from his expression, but she can tell from his eyes, and she's happy that she can finally start to open out to her. Sadly, she isn't really proficient at the use of weapons, so she's thinking how to solve the problem. And when she's searching for the answer, she remembered about the Queen of the Land of Shadow. She knows if she's searching for the best master of usage of the arts of weapon, then she is the one. So she went to the Land of Shadows and looked for her, and she found her right away. Well, she's the one who found her instead, you could say. "What are you doing here, Lady Death? Don't you know that I like to be left alone?" A woman with a stoic face asked her. "Long time no see, Queen of the Land of the Shadow. I believe you have been well since the last time we met each other. Spare me the pleasantries, and tell me your purpose for here, or be gone, or I shall end you." "Oh, why do you have to be so cold? We both know you can't kill me, even though I can't kill you either, for that matter." "I could try once more if you wish so, and even though I can't kill you, I could still hurt you, and at what cost? The loss of your trusted spirit Gibbelong. Besides, I have no ill will by coming here, so your animosity aside. And as for the reason I came here, I believe that I found a perfect candidate to be your student. Isn't that what you want this entire time, to train a worthy student that can beat you?" "Ooh, really now? And if I deem your so-called perfect candidate doesn't fit my requirements? Oh, I believe he will fit your criteria, I can vouch for that. And if by chance he doesn't fit your requirements, then I shall fulfill anything you wish me for. So what do you say? Interesting. For you to go so far for this person, that means he's one you have been searching for all this time. Indeed, he's the one I've been searching for, my true love." "Ha! Well, very well, you've got my interest, but I shall judge by myself if he's worthy or not." "You can do as you see fit," Lady Death replies. "Let's go then." So, back to Lady Death's domain. Back with Issei. When he got out from his room, he's wondering where Lady Death is because usually always waits to greet him right away, which is kind of cute, to be honest. So he looked around the house to see if she's here or not. Just when he's wondering where she could be, there's a sound coming from the entrance. So he walked there to see if it's her. When he arrived at the entrance, he didn't expect to see another woman whose beauty is on par with Lady Death's. Looks incompatibly perfect from any angel. The good-fitting package under the purple leotard. He can see a fair skin that could put the moon to shame indistinctively. The elegant purple long hair, smooth and gentle as if made from a skillet. Silk, an outworld of gracefulness. The crimson pupils, like they can understand all sufficiency, even soul. The plentiful and sexy stature, but also the noble, cold, proud makings, as if the queen, the making of the pinnacle of woman. Lady Death is a bit jealous when she saw him become a bit absent-minded, but she doesn't mind that much. Even she has to admit the queen beside her is on par with her own beauty. While on the other hand, the newcomer is a bit dazed herself, seeing the boy in front of her. He's indeed the most handsome boy he had ever seen, but what makes her surprised the most is the way he looks at her. There's not a tiny bit of lust in his eyes, only appreciation. That's a surprise, because there's never a man that can resist her beauty like the boy in front of her. The enchanting wine-red eyes also surprise her a bit, because she thought he's a vampire at first, but apparently not. She can feel the aura of a dragon from the boy in front of her, and she can feel just from his aura alone. This boy in front of her has a great amount of will, the will to become the strongest, which is to her liking, and he also sees the aura of the king of the faintly. The boy might not realize it yet, but he's already walking on the road to be the king of the kings himself. She doesn't think that she can feel love, because she has never found love worthy of her love, hence why she wants to shape a man to her own liking to the pretense of having a student that can fit her requirements. So that said, student can be worthy of her love, and no one ever knows her true reasons for looking for a perfect student. At least, was what she thought, but unknown to Lady Death knows her secret because she can see the same looks from her eyes, the desires to be loved. A warrior queen from the Celtic, alter mythology, the queen gatekeeper of the foreign territory, haunted realm called Land of the Shadows. A prodigy of usage of all kinds of weapons, but known best for her spearmanship, possesses a power immense enough to rule the close gate of the Land of Shadows, which is overflowing with countless ghosts. She also acquired the internal arms mastery trait from her combat mastery in combat, which allows her to understand, use, and any of all weapons at the proficiency of her master. Proud and not severing to anyone, a natural-born ruler from birth. Possessing the traits of a monarch, she holds reign as the queen, overflowing with talent. She herself understands more than anyone else that she is different from the mediocre. In the same way, how she can understanding about herself, she is also endowed with the reliable mystic eyes to see through a character, and most traits in particular, whether they are mediocre or not. Having turned halfway into divine spirit at the end of a long time, she can no longer die as a human, neither a beautiful death, nor even a hideous death. She must simply continue to exist, until the time when the world and its outside finally disappear. She has been looking for a perfect candidate her entire life, but she never found one, and that's why she finally enclosed herself and never venture out of her domain any longer, and eventually she's forgotten by most people. Lady Death is one of the few existences that still knows her. Usually for any trespasser that came to her domain, she will kill them straight away, without question asked, because of her boredom and disappointment of never found the candidate she's been looking for. But finally, she realizes the boy in front of her might be the person of her desire. She thought he might be the one who can perfectly fit all the requirements. Therefore, even if Lady Death didn't ask her to teach this boy in front of her, she would have done so regardless, and even taken by force if she needed to. She can shape this boy to fulfill her long-time desires. Then she snapped out of her thoughts and told the boy, nay, the youth in front of her, "Youth, comes with me." Her voice is cold but violent, and at the same time with the arrogance of a queen that makes people who heard her submit before her. That's basically what happened to most people she met so far. They submit to her command, but she expects this youth will be different. "What? And why should I follow you?" Issei asked back in the same cold tone. The youth in front of her doesn't betray her expectations, because if by chance he submits just like that, then he's not worthy of her love. Lady Death also felt the same. And when she talked about once more, LD interfered and told Issei, she's the one who will teach you on weapon and close combat proficiency, and her name is... Before LD could finish, her words of the newcomer cut her off and told her name itself. The name is Sayach. And what is your name, youth? Issei surprised because he remembered he had read about her before and recognized the name of the woman in front of him a long time ago, along with her legends. But because he's already been with Lady Death for a while, he's not too surprised anymore meeting strong beings such as herself, and just replies calmly, "Issei Hyodo, and it's nice to meet you, Queen of the Land of Shadows. Ooh, you know who I am? I have read some books about you." "Is that so? Very well. That you know my purpose, we can skip to the point. I shall shape you into the best warrior there is. Now follow me, and call me Shioshu from now on. Don't you dare slack off during training, or I will show you the consequences." Sayach turned around, the gesture Issei to follow her once more, but this time Issei goes along with her, not before saying, "Thank you," to LD. That makes Lady Death really happy to recognize her effort for him. She responds back with, "You're welcome, dear," with a seductive voice that makes Issei blush a little, but with a smile that not went unnoticed from her, because that's the first smile that she's, after all this time, if not the only small one. But just a small smile is enough to make her heart beat faster. Her face blushed even till her long ear twitched up from the down from a little bit because of her sheer happiness he felt. Sayach, who saw this from the edge of her view, felt a bit of a tinge of jealousy because that smile isn't for her, and she's thinking how to make him smile like that for herself. But she will bid her time to make that happen because she's already waited long enough just to find the man she's been searching for. So she can wait a little bit longer. And that is the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Oh boy, this was a good one. Sometime ahead, the three faction leaders find out about the disappearance of Issei and have read the report of Issei and the ORC girls' situation. Inside the room of Sir Zack's Lucifer, you can find the master of the room sitting down at the bed with hands on his face looking depressed, along with his wife Gracia Lucifage, who is standing beside him. The room was in a depressing atmosphere. I still can't believe my own sister did that all along with the rest of the girls. They cheated on their own future husband and actually forgot what he did for all of them. From the sacrifice of his left arm to his own very life on the line just to protect them. But here they are cheating on him. Not only that, but they also have the gall to brought their new boyfriends to Issei's house. Like they don't even care if they found out. This has to be the biggest joke I've ever heard, and just the thoughts of it makes me so disappointed. Disappointed for the first time against my own beloved sister for what she did, but I also feel disappointed against myself because I don't realize it sooner to prevent this from happening. I thought they were going to be fine on their own. Oh, how I was wrong. It's not your fault, dear. We could have never expected them to do this even in our wildest dreams. So don't blame yourself. If anything, it was our mistake as well for not realizing it, Grafia says. She couldn't help but shed tears herself when she thought about it once more. She feels exactly the same way as Sir Zex, disappointed at both of the girls and herself for not finding it out sooner. I won't even be surprised if he someday come back and wanted the annual to annul their engagement. He could cancel the engagement whenever he want to, but because he has the entire right to do so. If mother and father knew about this, they will be furious, Sir Zex said. He feels sick, just thinking about it once more. Grafia kept silent about his outburst because she knew it all to be true. Grafia, if by chance Issei wanted to kill Rias for what she did, I will still protect her as the duty as her big brother. But if anything happened to me, you can serve Issei instead. Grafia couldn't help become wide-eyed from the word that just when she said something. Sir Zex continued by saying, "Don't worry, I already know you have some feelings for Issei. The fact that I am a cripple down there, and the fact that I can't fulfill my duty as a husband because of it, always is my biggest regret. And I also know you still blame me for the death of your brother since a long time ago. I know you're holding back because of your sense of responsibilities to serve the Lucifer family. And the fact that my father might took you in his concubine, if not for my interference, saying I love you, even though I don't really feel the same way, which we both knew that love of my life is already dead. But it's enough. You have already fulfilled your responsibilities. After all, this is time. Now it's time for you to find your own happiness. Go to Issei when the time comes. You don't have to worry about Rias either, because Issei might not forgive her anymore after this incident. And if my life is the price to protect her one last time, then so be it. Father will still have Milikis as the next successor, and it's time to let him know that Milikis, in fact, is his own child, my little brother, and not our son. Grafia becomes speechless when she heard his speech, but she knows it's true. She still can't blame Sir Zex for the death of his brother, even if it's only a little bit. Because of that, she can't fail him to come to fully love Sir Zex. They both knew at their marriage, at the pretense to avoid Lord Zedekias, making her as his concubine, and there was never any love involved between them. Sir Zex became a cripple during the Great War a long time ago, and the one he truly loved is already dead during the war. And to avoid the suspicion of any elders, they both made a plan of making Zedekias drunk and made him impregnate one of his concubines and hide the fact that Milikis, in fact, are his own son, not theirs. And the plan works flawlessly, and the only one who knows about it are them both and the concubine itself. But the concubine died when she gave birth to Milikis, and they already erased the midwife memories about this, and they made them think it's their own son. Grafia really does have feelings for the boy who was called Issei Hyodo. Ever since the first time they met, his bright and honest personality is what attracts her so. Because every man she's always acted like a gentleman, but the only one to get inside of her pants. But not him. She's sick of with the so-called gentleman and find his personality charming like his outspoken attitude. And after seeing his sacrifices he made for his friends again and again, she became interested with the boy. But because she can tell the boy loves Rias, she stepped back because she not felt worthy of his love, and only someone young like Rias and the rest of them are worthy. So she buried her feelings and focused on her works, but she was happy when Rias and Issei become engaged because that means in the future she will serve him, and that's okay with her as long as she can stay by his side. But tragedy befell him. She really felt sorry and angry for the man she had feelings for, and if she knew this would happen, she would have just confessed her feelings to avoid any form of this happening. Alas, it's too late. The boy she fell for is nowhere to be found. It's like he just disappeared into thin air, though she spent all the time she has just to look for him, but she could never find him, not even a tiny bit of clue. She kept staying awake late at night just thinking about him, wondering if he's okay, wondering how he's doing right now, and many more. Now that Sir Zex knows her secret, then there will be no need to pretending after all this time, so she responds with a calm word saying, "I see, and I'm sorry for your loss once again, Lord Sir Zex. And don't worry about Rias. Even though she does something stupid, I will also help protecting her because I think of her as my little sister, as well as after all this time. I will beg Issei if I have to just make him let her go from his incoming wrath that might befell her, but I believe in him. He will recover from all of this and won't blame you for it, and he might just let them go. We both know just how much he's loved them. And I doubt he will kill the woman he once loved in cold blood just like that. They will get their retribution, but that is not for us to decide. And you know that you has been a great husband after all this time. Thank you for your kind words. It puts me at ease, knowing you feel the same way. Rias, what have you done? Sir Zex finishes. Then the room went quiet once more. Back to Issei. Issei and Sayach arrive at the training ground Lady Death prepared. When they arrived, Issei couldn't help but ask her, "If I might ask, what's the price for the training will you give me?" Issei says, "Oh, that's simple. I want for you to become the best warrior and beat me in battle. Simple, isn't it?" She said all that and just answered it in the most normal thing, like when someone answered what the weather is like. Issei couldn't help but become speechless from her answer, but then he took a deep breath and answered with conviction. "Very well. I shall defeat you. Thank you for training me." He bowed slightly. "Don't thank me yet. You better keep up against my training, or you will be sorry." Even though she says that, she couldn't help but be happy inside that he doesn't hesitate in the slightest, even after knowing the price of her training. And she feels he might have been able to do it soon. Just call it her intuition. And that's great because her intuition never fails her. So, they started training. And that is the end of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. Sayach doesn't use any weapons. She just accelerates towards Issei and only uses her bare hand to punch, a pure physical attack without any secrets behind it. Red color, pupil that seems you can see through soul, which shines aggressively, but then she suddenly arrived in front of Issei instantly. Realizing the danger that suddenly arrived in front of him, Issei's fighting instincts kicks in and he tried to dodge the incoming attack, but to no avail. His body hits the wall. He coughs about a bit of blood from his mouth, and he couldn't help but become confused at what just happened. Even though he already avoided it, his body was still hit. Just exactly what happened? Thinks very strange. That was my oigi, this her secret technique. If you understand some Celtic myths, you should remember the special skills of magic spear Geblong can master this ability so far as only me. This is a rare spear ability trait. Its true identity is that a reversal of causality, in which the spear is released after the outcome of the spear hitting the heart. And since it is attacked based on the outcome, it is considered impossible to evade. What I must teach you are this technique. How far you can comprehend the skills is totally up to you. You must try to use it even without the spear itself and apply it to all of your attacks. Don't think I can do it because I only have a spear. The spear special trait can only be activated once you totally comprehend the trait itself. The spear can only show its full potential if the holder itself is capable. Sayach comes closer to Issei, then proceeded to pinch his chin lightly and make him look up to her as she says, "However, what I wanted to say is, I have never lose a close quarter combat, and as far as a long distance fight, I have range techniques. Once the fight is very difficult, so your best is to not disappoint me, because I'm waiting for my payment, Issei Hyodo." Then she gives his lips a quick peck. Issei once more becomes stupefied because once again he got kissed without his consent. Well, at least it's not a guy who's kissing him, or we have totally snapped, but it still pisses him off that he once more got harassed by the opposite gender, even though he's supposed to be the man here. But he knows he can't do anything about it since she's way stronger than him at this moment, so he could only hold it in for now. Sayach then let go of his chin gently and walked away facing the opposite of the direction. But her cheeks are mildly blushing and she got a bit of a goofy smile on her face while thinking, "Finally, I have my first kiss." Her heart kept fluttering, knowing she finally lost her first kiss to the man she approves of. Issei got up and scratched the blood under the corner of his mouth. If he could grasp such strength, so long as his attack hits, then he could become considered winning already. Interesting. "Please teach me this technique, Shiosho. I promise I won't disappoint you," Issei says. She gets herself together, then faces back and says, "This is very good. Since you set firm resolve to study this, then be mentally prepared. I will not treat you gently. I will be teaching you strictly. Either you defeat me or I will kill you. I don't need a weakling as my student, or as my lover," she added in her mind. "So be prepared." I wouldn't have it any other way regardless, Issei says. Then her body rapidly vanishes, then she appears behind him, a leg whip, struck to fly Issei once more, then she coherently kept attacking him, like a sadistic queen. But Issei never once argued nor protest about it, he just kept following her like a harsh training and absorbed every bit of her teaching like a sponge. Whenever Issei promotes his strength and skill, Sayach also adjusted her technique and strength, and it's always exactly just right. The condition and angle of beating down have not changed from the beginning. He always was the one to get tossed around until he managed to comprehend the basic of the skill. Now, he can execute it though. His normal punches, but not as strong enough to beat her, but don't think it's his weak attack. If anyone else got hit by it, then she/won't get away unscathed. And each day he spent training his dragon Shay also started awakening. He gets far more stronger, faster, smarter at an alarming rate that she even thought at this rate he might just surpass her soon enough. His comprehension skills are also keep growing, and she really has to admit it, he's by far the best genius she has ever saw in her entire life, maybe even more than herself, because from that, what Lady Death told her, he should be quite young, around the age of 17 by human years, and he's also a former human, which she finds quite nice, because she's also a former human before transforming into a divine spirit. When she finds out a bit of his past from Lady Death, she was furious. She might have just went to this world and annihilate everything that got in her way to find the ones who betrayed him and make him his newfound beloved hurt like that. But thankfully, Lady Death stopped her from doing so by telling her that's for him to judge himself, not for anyone else, for the matter of that. She relented for now, but she would make sure that if by chance she got her hands on them, she will make them know what it means by might, as well as be dead rather than alive, which Lady Death totally agreed, but she told her that she wanted to get their souls because she wanted to put them into limbo. After that, both of them are acting like sisters, which baffles Issei because before they were kind of always having a disagreement between each other. Not that it concerns Issei, that because what's on his mind right now is only to get stronger. One day, Lady Death asked Issei for a favor, which he agreed to as long as it doesn't go against his principle or whatever might be the original request from her. He wants him to be hers. What she asked are for him to give her a chance because she tells him she doesn't like her old name and have forgotten about it because of the betrayal. So Issei think about it and agree. If you're okay with me giving you a name, then, he asked once more and then stopped with a happy and seductive tone at the end. Of course I agree, especially if it's given by you, dearest, which made Issei blush a little because he still doesn't get used to that nickname given by her. How about Sir Rias? He offered, which she finds quite interesting considering the legend behind that name, and she gladly accepted it because it does resemble their past because of herself often poisoned her enemy to death just to see them suffer. And just like what she did to her so-called lover who betrayed her before, slow death by poisoning. So Lady Death, which goes by the name Samaya, are happy that she finally succeeded in her plan of making her new beloved, giving her a new name. She kept humming in a happy tone the entire day. That makes Sayach wonders what makes her so happy in the first place. And then she heard the reasons of her happiness. She totally became jealous for good of not being able to have her dear apprentice give her a new name because she already had one. But she's also happy that Samaya got her wish because they both have already discussed among themselves about their new found beloved. At first, she totally freaks out that Sir Rias knows the real reason why she's looking for a perfect candidate as an apprentice, but she calms down when she hears that Sir Rias passed and felt sorry for her too. Then when Sir Rias proposed the harem plan to her, she was surprised, but not too much because she finds it totally normal for her man of his caliber to have multiple wives. Heck, even when she's still a human queen, she kept being told to build a harem for herself by her ministers and generals, but she was never interested with that stuff because even though she likes handsome men, just like any other normal girl, she doesn't need an empty vase. What's the use of being handsome when they are weaker than her? Even she wanted to be protected by the one she loves sometimes. Unbeknownst by Issei, he will get a harem whether he likes it or not. Of course, by the time he found out about it, it will be all too late, because already have a big moment with the woman following around him everywhere he went. Not that he'd mind on it much later on. Fast forward a month later. Issei and Skyach can be found sparring like usual in the training ground, but there's something different. They are fighting on equal ground, not like usual where Issei got tossed around by her. Even though they only did hand-to-hand combat at the moment, but you can see they are enjoying themselves, especially Skyach, because the man she loves will be able to fulfill her long-time desire sooner than she thought. even gain the mastery of her internal arms mastery and can use any weapon at level on an expert, not a grandmaster level, but still quite amazing considering she only teaches him little about it. But his hand-on-hand combat are on pars with her. Issei also enjoying their little sparring session because he can tell he is stronger than ever before and now control of his life. In Death Aura reaches to the expert level and he can gain mana even faster than before, just by absorbing a bit of life force around him, and he can also touch and see souls, now just like Rias, and he could consume the soul itself if he wishes so, but not recommended by Rias because it's a bad thing to eat his soul because it can corrupt his soul purity, and the fact that most of his souls around her domain are evil souls cemented her suggestion even more. Not that Issei wanted to eat souls in the first place, anyway, because in the end he's former human, and not some mindless beast, so the idea of devouring souls is disturbing. Even by devouring souls, he can get their skills and experience. In the end, it's not his own power, so he detests doing so, which made both ladies fell even more at him because the most people would do that just for a shortcut. During this month, Issei opened up more both to ladies. Drake is still in the process of making his new body, so that's quite sad for him because he did not want to miss his trusted partner. Unknown to him, when Drake finished reviving himself, they won't just be partners. Issei told them about his past, about his first date with Reunited, to reveal to his revival by the woman he thought the love of his life, Rias Gremory, till with his confession to her during the raiding game he fought for her. Both Sumerians and Skyash listened attentively without muttering a single sound, because they want to know the past of the man they come to love. And when they heard his first betrayal by the woman, so-called Reunited, they almost blew up but hold it in. But the Sumerians made a mental note to get her soul when she pay a visit to Hades' domain. For research purposes, of course. They both also noted the name Rias Gremory in their mind, but they never heard of Gremory household before, or maybe they just forgot about it because it's been so long. Well, they never really cared for some weakling in the first place. Issei stopped telling his past till then, but both women are not saddened at all. If anything, they are happy they are closer finding the truth out about their beloved past, and when they do find it, ho ho ho! There will be time where they wish they were never born. Not like they're gonna kill them straight away. It's still to their beloved what happens to them, but they sure will make them suffer when the time comes. He also smiles a bit more nowadays at them, but always has a distant, melodic look when he's alone. They both promised to make him the happiest man when they saw his looks. The Sumerians started to search for potential worlds that could make him more relaxed so he could forget about his past, because she knew just staying here won't help much with this case. He needs to experience new environment at that. Sayach, on the other hand, started sneaking into his bedroom and keeps stealing kisses when he's asleep using her perfect stealth enchantment she had. But Sumerians finds out about it and scolds her for not sharing, so they both take turns kissing him without his knowledge. Sumerians cast a silent sleeping spell so he won't wake up, and Sayach hides their presence to make sure there's nothing wrong. They even went as far as a deep tongue kiss to keep strangers alive. At one point, they came, said a full-blown woman, yeah, whatever, you get the point. Issei keeps waking up feeling weird because his mouth always feels sore when he wakes up, and he feels ashamed that almost every time he wakes up he got a white stain on his pants, thinking he had a wet dream or something and blame it on his dragon libido. He cast cleaning magic to remove the stains every time this happens, and he finds it suspicious every time this happens. The girl's face, for some reason, they're sparkling and beaming with satisfaction, and shrug it off thinking it's nothing that concern him. When Issei, doing a handstand with one finger with a bunch of weights on top of his legs, Sumerians called him to talk about traveling to different worlds. And that is the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. When Issei arrived in the living room, he sees both Sumerians and Skyath sitting in the sofa. Holy shit, sorry. They set their line of sights on Issei and feel lustful just by looking at his new form. After some time passed by, his eyes become more prominent, like it's made of sheer will and determination. Both that combined with his wine-red eyes are so enchanting that makes him just want to stare at it every day. His hair is becoming a bit longer compared to the one time he arrived. If his old hair only went past his neck before, then now it will reach below his shoulder blade, which will make it more smooth and shiny, but he still give a bad boy vibe, which both of them find more appealing. His face is still pretty much the same, but now become even more manly, which really fits his eyes even more. His figure, which used to be skinny, are now what you call a perfect body without blemish, and even with his clothes on, you can clearly see the outlines of his defined abs and muscles, and he is but not overwhelming like a bodybuilder, which is perfect in any way form of both the girl's eyes. They have to reel in their desires for him because they need to talk about something serious with him, but they will sure get what they want when the right time comes. Issei doesn't really mind about the looks they are giving him. It's not like he lost anything anyway, and if he had to admit, it's actually quite nice knowing two beautiful women have desires for you, but he doesn't show it in his face, and he keeps the stoic look he has, but in his eyes you could tell he trusts both of them greatly, although not fully. It's getting there. So he asks them what's wrong. The one who answers first is Samaris. She clearly clears her throat and says, "We have both come into a conclusion that you need some change of pace. Now, before you reject it, know that it's not good to always train yourself without resting. And no, just sleeping doesn't count. So we decided it's time for you to go to another world. But don't worry, we will send you to a relaxing place so that you could relax over there." That also puts in some words. She's totally right. Even though we are happy that you never slack off, but you need to relax once in a while to get things off your mind. And, as your Shih Tzu, I command you to take a vacation. No argument allowed. So that's said being prepared for your trip. Issei at first wanted to reject, saying he doesn't need one, but hearing their concern for him makes his heart so warm that he stopped rejecting their suggestion. So he agrees to their idea and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner for them all. Oddly enough, both women don't know how to cook, even though they lived here for so long. And the reason was, we don't need to eat in the first place, so we never bother to learn how to cook. He became speechless with this answer. He can't say anything because it's truly considering they are both immortal who doesn't need to eat, so there's no reason for them to learn it in the first place. But he still needs to eat, though, because he's not some immortal, so if he asked if there's any food around here, the Sumerian, she said no. Thankfully, after telling her that she needs something to eat, she remembered that he's not immortal like her, at least not yet. So she went to some place to come back with a bunch of animals he doesn't recognize, which is fine with him because he got a dragon stomach now. But seeing some of the ingredients that look like some shittaloo is pretty nerve-wracking, and some look like human, but suddenly it splits the head like a bunch of teeth and eyes along with tentacles with blades at the tip of a tentacle, a parasite. Ew. So he automatically burnt the thing that looks inedible to ashes with his fire breath. At least some of it are ingredients he recognized, such as pigs and such, so knowing both girls can't cook at all, he needs to learn how to cook. Not that he can't cook in the first place. If anything, he's pretty good at it because his mom used to teach him. But because his old exes always want to cook for him, he never cooked anymore. So after a bit of reminiscence, he remembered the recipe to make some stir-fried pork, and smells attract both girls. Even though they don't need to eat to survive, they can still eat if they wanted to. So when they saw the man they love cook, they were pretty happy, surprised, but ecstatic. Because for a man to be able to cook is pretty romantic in their opinion. And when they taste his cooking, they become stupefied because of how delicious it is. They even shed a bit of tears just from the taste alone. So they asked more, which is good for Issei, because at least he can repay them for what they did, even if it's only small things such as cooking for them. When both women try cooking themselves, it amazes me that they're cooking, able to admit a misma just from cooking alone. And when they asked him to try it, he told them to taste it on their own first, because if he got a stomach of a dragon, he might not be able to survive their cooking. If it can be called that in the first place, because it looks like a dark slob with eyes floating on top and a face of a human that's suffering, and he could have swore he heard it scream from despair. After they tasted on their own, they went to a coma for 3 days straight, and they even hallucinate they could see their parents on the other side of a river, though they are not supposed to be an immortal. After that incident, left up cooking up to him and even kind of begged him to do it. Seems like they got a bit of trauma from their own cooking. So after he finishes preparing dinner for the three of them, they have a nice dinner and talk about lots of things, because they know it's gonna be a while before they can have dinner together once more. They even have a drink party that night. That night was pretty intense for all three of them. Well, except Issei, because he's fast asleep like always. When he opened his eyes after his slumber, he saw the two girls sleeping on both of his left and right side respectively, which surprises him even more is that they're both naked. They are both clinging to him like a cola, and it's even weirder that he's somehow naked himself. He becomes confused for what happened last night, as he thought he's done it with both of them, and become a bit panicked if they have done it last night. When he becomes a bit restless, both of them flutter their eyes and then open them slowly. When they started looking around, they noticed they are clinging to their beloved naked, and when they saw his panically look, they just wanted to tease him by saying, "You were great last night, dear." Samantha definitely said, "Indeed. As usual, I'm so proud of your performance last night," Slyas said with a teasing tone. There's circled fingers on top of his chest, and it makes him ticklish a bit, so when he's gonna say something, they both burst out laughing. And he was confused why they were laughing, but then he realized they may be playing tricks on him. He was glad they haven't done it, but also feeling a bit lost as Not that he will admit it anyway. Now, you could both get off, please. My arms are a bit sore, he said while sighing. Both girls looked at each other once more and said, nope. At the same time, they hug him even tighter. And because both of them are naked, Issei can feel their boobs touching him, his bare chest, and he can feel something wet on each side of his legs. He knows what that is, so he blushed a bit. When he was going to snap, they both finally released him, but they both still hanging over top of him. And he can see their heavenly mountains in the flesh. Almost got a nosebleed, but held it in whilst looking away. Wear some clothes, you two. They both chuckled seeing him like this. Then they proceeded to get off him and wear some clothes to Issei's relief, because he doesn't know if he can hold back any longer if they both continue to tease him, because his libido might be more explosive ever since he transformed into a dragon. If they both can hear his inner thoughts, they might just become ecstatic and continue their teasing, but sadly they don't. So after a bit of preparation, Samira's told him about the world he might go to. The world where you would go, it's said as a relatively peaceful world. Even though there's a bit of monster and the likes, they are all pretty weak, that even the old you can easily handle them. Now all you need to do is relax and enjoy your stay. After some time passes, I will send you a note for your next transfer. Don't worry and spend as long as you want over there, no matter how long you spend over there, even if it's 1 or 2 years. Over here, it's only 1 month will come to pass, so enjoy your stay and see you later, dear. Take care, my dear apprentice, and remember to take it easy. Don't spend your time training even more, or I will beat you up, and bring some girls if you want. Sayas says. Issei only thought Sayas was joking and shrugged it off, but she was serious unbeknownst to him. As for the first time difference, he thought of it as one of Samarian's power and doesn't think much about it. I'll be going, Samaritas. Shisu, see you later too, he said with a smile. Then both of them returned with a smile. After Samaritan's taken a new dimension rift and told him to jump inside, and then he's gone. Now then, shall we do our share of work too, dear sister? Indeed we shall, sister. And that is the end of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. When Issei went inside the dimensional rift, there's an anomaly happening. Issei feels someone summoning him. It tries to compel him to answer its call, but then Issei just snorted off and ignores it. But the compulsion started getting stronger when he started getting annoyed. A gap opened and he went through. When Issei opened his eyes, he saw that he's on a sky free-falling, and from the corner of his eyes he can see fire burning everywhere, and a bunch of worms flying around. But then they noticed the newcomer. They tried to attack him, but when they got near him, their instinct screaming not to mess with the man in front of them. They feels like they were before their king, the king of a dragonkin, so they turn tails and fly away as fast as they can, because they know if they do attack him, they won't last a single second. Even though their master ordered them to kill any human they see, they could tell this man before them is far from a normal human. When Issei saw the warrior tried to attack him, he felt amused that a mere Wintervin tries to attack him, but before he can launch an attack his own, he saw them turn tail and flew away. So Issei put his sight to below him. Below him he can see a city with a giant castle in the middle, so he decided to see what its compulsion kept bothering him are. He spread dragon wings and flew right to the center of the castle because he could feel where his summoners are. When he arrived at the garden of the castle, he saw a giant black dragon stand before him, and he was surprised to see a dragon here of all places, but he didn't feel a tiny bit intimidated by it at all. He just felt curious. Why is there a dragon here? While Issei's inspecting the black dragon, it also does the same to him. It was asleep before because it got bored of killing humans because they are so weak. So it left the drop to the ruins. Then it felt an aura of a dragon above in the sky, so it became alarmed, went right away to expect it. It didn't expect the owner of the aura or like a human being, but it knows better that the being before him is not a mere human. It can clearly feel an aura that's stronger than his own, far more stronger. If that being wished to kill it, then it won't even last 5 seconds, so it feels fear. Fear is seemingly small, but possesses immense power far greater than it. Whilst Issei is still inspecting the dragon in front of him, he saw it bow down and lay flat on the ground. First he was surprised, but he realized it must have felt his aura. Then he said, "Don't be afraid. I'm only to see who's summoning me. As long as you don't attack me, then I will not attack you." The black dragon meekly nodded its head and let him pass. When Issei arrived in front of a door leading to the center of the castle, he heard a clashing sound of weapons. He proceeded to open the door. Clang, the collision of sound between once more. At this moment, Issei clearly in the middle of his room. 2 people are battling. In one fierce combat is a young girl with a black flag with an evil dragon pattern symbol. She was taunting look on her face. And on the other side is also a young girl holding a white flag that resembles an angel with a holy flower pattern with a concentrated look on her face. They both have the same kind of weapons, which is a flag albeit with a different color. But what surprises him the most are they both look totally the same. Their armor, their stature, and their build, in their face. The only things that are different between them are the one flag, black flag, and have a pale skin complexion, yellow eyes, long white blonde hair that reached to her ankle, and the darkest color scheme of her armor, flag and cape, while the other one had fair skin complexion, amethyst colored eyes, long golden radiant blonde hair that also reached her ankle, but a white color scheme for her gears, which totally the opposite of the other party. Issei couldn't help but think to them as twins, but he stopped his thoughts when he heard the black one laughing. Ha ha ha! A laughter with full ridicule, like she's blaspheming, like she's provoking and playing with the other party. In her hand, the evil flag also emitting a phantom. Then she attacks once more. Huh? The white one says. Her expression congeals, and the forehead's filled with sweat. She hurriedly raised with the white holy flag to block the attack from the other party. Clang! The flags collide against each other and produce a flame sparks because of their collision. Clank, clank, clank. They keep trading blows with each other. Whenever the other one's attacked, the other one defends. They keep the same pace, rinse, and repeat. He can tell the black one has more fear in her attacks while the white one has compassion in hers. But Issei can't tell the black one was the winning side. It's not like the white one's weak, but the weight in her attacks are too soft compared to the black ones. The black one's filled with ominous aura filled with hate, while the white one's is filled with compassion aura like Saintus. And Issei recognized the symbol of the white flag, that holy flag symbol. If I'm not wrong, that symbol belongs to France. That means I'm in France. And if my guesses are right, that woman are Saintus Shirin Diarc. I have never seen that much holy power and aura on a human before, and only a Saintus can hold that kind of aura. But who is the black one? He couldn't help but wonder while looking at the black one. At this moment, the situation changed. Under the fierce attacking of the black one, along with the splash of spark, Jean cannot insist finally. The grip on her holy flag in her hand slipped, and the black one proceeded to attack once more. The black flag hit maliciously on Jean's body. Bang! Ah! Along with the groan of Jean, her body got struck away and rolled on the floor until she stopped in place with a palm on her ground, while the other's hands clutching the place where she got hit, and took a deep breath by the look in her eyes, were filled with imposing look and determination. The grasp on a holy flag, also not lessening. She could tilt tightly, staring at the opposite party. Regarding this, the black one only gave the opposite party an insult. What's wrong? Only this? Black in disdain. In here, I thought you could give me a challenge, a Saintus of this decade country, the black one says. Hearing this, Issei got the confirmation he needed to know. The white one really is Jean. Only why is she still alive? Isn't she supposed to be already dead? Did I somehow travel back in time, but a history never mentioned as she has a twin? When Issei is still thinking, she heard asking the black one, "Who are you?" Jean asked while biting her lip. She gazes at her. With her voice limited and moving, she asked once more, "Why you do this kind of matter?" Jean says. "The matter where there's some kind of war happening outside with a bunch of humans killing humans and burning everything. If you really are me, you should know. Here is our motherland. Do you really want to destroy it?" But the black one says, "And I was wondering what you want to say originally, or this foolish talk." She says with a disdain and ridicule look, "You are asking me why I do this kind of matter. Then I also want to ask you, why can't you do the same thing as me?" The black one says. She sounds loudly. "Think of everything we've done for this country so far. Think of the sacrifices we made, and the repayment they gave us. They only look when we got captured. They only look when we are falsely accused. They even also only look when we are delivered to cross, to burn to ash. Now you unexpectedly asked why I want to do this matter?" She says with utter hatred. "Naturally, because I must have my revenge. Take revenge against the humans as well as this country. This is the reason why I did all of this," the black one says. But Jean, who's hearing this, only becomes silent on this exquisite charming face, doesn't have a tiny bit of hatred, as has not been at a loss. Only excusable sadness has sufficed. She says, "Please stop. If you really are me, then please stop." This is what she pleads to the other her. "Because I have never thought to take a revenge." From their conversation, Issei realized they must have been the same Jean, yet entirely different at the same time, because they both do the same thing but have a different wish. The black Jean wishes for revenge while the other white one does not. They have sacrificed everything for the country when they were born, but in the end they finally got betrayed by things they want to protect just like him. In other words, you don't acknowledge that I am Jean, right? The black one says. You can't see her expression because she's looking down, because her taunting smiles are nowhere to be seen. Like me, who is unable to understand why you don't want to take revenge. You could also not understand me. You denied me. I will also deny you. Lost the title, lose the name, lose the memory. Then only this hatred itself I will not lose. Such being the case, so long as I have this hatred, is sufficed. You want to protect this country, I want to destroy it. Then we shall have arrived in hell to burn in sticks together. She proceeds to lift the flag, then in the moment, boom, the red lotus karmic fire appears. Jean was startled from the flame. Jean felt rich resentment and negative sentiment. Then, the thing she doesn't inside her own flame. How? Don't you have such power? She says with distorted smile. This flame can only be attained if you accept that stake, and I was a determined flame that related to all to obtain. Flame of revenge. I was slandered as a witch. Then by using this cursed flame, I shall let them burn in chromatic fire completely, be a witch just like they condemn me for, and you shall also feel it once more, just like during your death in the stake. The words fall. Karmic firestorm sweeps across to Jean. Whew! Jean doesn't care to neglect such attack, then she also lifts her holy flag. Whoosh! Some radiant brilliance emit from the flag, making a dim golden light shines the area. Black Jean liberated, own noble Phasmaton truly named loudly. All evil is here. The time for revenge has come. This is a roar of my soul that was polished by hatred. Karmic fire inflates immediately, burnt black the floor instantaneously, evaporated the air, resembled the tide to the same, looks like a wicked dragon's breath that went towards Jean's body. Here's the work of my lord, my flag, defend our brethren, Jean said. Jean liberated her own noble Phasmaton, truly named similarly, and a bright and radiant golden light also bloomed from Jean's holy flag and created the barriers surrounding her. Then the whole room went bright. The end of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. At this moment, Black Jean has carried on the liberation of her noble Phasmaton. Let's resentment and curse emotions change into flaming chemical fire, burns completely into all directions, while Jean is at the center of said flame. Facing this flame, with full of hatred, noble Phasmaton, even if Saintus is unable to withstand it for long. Combustion! Combustion! The Black Jean shouts recklessly, seeming like venting her own acidity, which full of hatred, making the flame ignition even stronger. Therefore, the floor started to melt. The temperature rises even hotter. Space started to twist. My pain is stronger. So I needed to say that. Naruto. The entire room changes into settling, the sea of fire instantaneously. The entire area change into the purgatory sea of fire, filling the air with black smokes. In such purgatory sea of fire, only one spot maintains the previous state, and that spot is where Jeans are. Issei is standing for enough for the battle arena, so he is not affected by it. Not like the fire can hurt him anyway, because he can easily take a bath inside of a lava without worrying of getting burned. If anything, he feels comfortable. In the dim golden light, as a visible wall barrier protects Jean to be the same from her fluttering red flag as such emits, so light covers all around her. Lord, please protect me, Jean says. Jean closes one eye tightly, facing this formidable flame that looks like it can burn down everything. On the face of the saintess did not have a single sign of fear nor dread. She only reverently offering her prayer to make the holy flag shines even brighter. But even though Jean's noble Phasmaton defensive power is astonishing, but the flag itself, it continuously took damage, will become unstable, and even where it passes a certain threshold. While Black Jean seems only going to keep getting stronger and stronger, like you can't see the bottom of her power. Combustion! Combustion! She screams once more, but with more intensity this time. Much crueler. In this case, flames are getting even stronger. Ah! Jean says, the Jean expression also gradually starting to become more strained. The light on her flag becomes dimmer. Without a doubt, if this continues, the flag will reach its limit eventually. The Black one says. Black Jean is recklessly laughing, watching her other her struggling, until something happened. She saw a young man standing in front of the other her, and not getting burned at all facing her flames, and that made her eyes widen. Jean also realized someone stood in front of her, and the burden she feels are gone like it's never there in the first place. So she looks up and saw a handsome young man looking down at her. The look in his eyes are limpid, like he's pitying her. Then she heard his voice. Is it worth it? Issei says. When she's confused with what he meant, he continues talking once more. Is it worth it? after you sacrificed everything for the things you love. But in the end, you're betrayed by them, knowing your demise is coming. But you never fought back because you feel like it's your job, even though you have the power to fight back, Issei says. Then she realizes what he's asking, or she answer with yes, it's all worth it, even though they condemn me as a witch, burn me down as all the stakes, it's worth it, because the Lord gave me his revelation. I will do as he said, she stated with conviction, just like a true saint she is. Issei only looked on her quietly at her. His eyes never lost pity for the young girl in front of her, which baffles Jean's pity why she's looking at her like that. But their silence is broken by Leixein's scream. Who are you? She screams with hatred because this newcomer blocked her flames to protect the other her. She's confused and angry. How can he block her flames like it's nothing? But Issei never turned around to answer her and continuously gazing at Jean. Answer me! She screams once more and tries to increase the intensity of her flame, but to no avail because forgot even flinching. Even the corner of his clothes are not burnt. It looks like he doesn't feel the same flame, she admits, like there was never even flame to begin with. She becomes more enraged, stopped using her flame, and made a dash to him to try to stab him with a flag. Ah! Look out, Jean says. Jean, who saw this, tries to warn him and tried to stand up to protect him, but because she's exhausted to even stand properly after spending most of her power to defend herself previously, so she can only look on when Leixein tries to stab him from behind. Issei still doesn't turn around, but he extends his hand backwards and make him grabbing the motion towards the attack which is coming his way and stopped it effortlessly with one hand, and stopped Leixein's advances just like that. This alarmed her greatly because she puts everything she gets against the strike. Here it is, stopped like it's nothing by the man in front of her. Jean also becomes stupefied by this as she stopped her thoughts when he speaks one more. I truly pity both of you. Issei finally turned around to look at Leixein in her eyes, but he still had the pitying look when he was looking at Jean, and his look made Leixein furious because she doesn't need pity from anyone. When she tried to say something, he continues saying, you both sacrificed everything you have. Your body, your blood, your time, and even your life just to protect something you both love just because of some revelation from something unclear. And his words angers both of them because even though Leixein wants revenge, she still believed in the Lord deep inside of her. They both screamed, don't you dare say the revelation from God as something unclear. Even though Jean is a saintess, she will still become angry if someone insulted her Lord. She won't mind if anyone scorn her, but she won't allow anyone scorn her beliefs. Same goes with Leixein. Issei responded to their outburst with the same calm look and tone. Then I asked you both of this. Have you ever seen your so-called Lord? Issei says. They both tried to argue, but they have to admit they've never seen the Lord in the flesh before, but they believe they can feel him, and they clearly heard the voice of their Lord before. So they told him just that, but what he said next completely took them by surprise. Really? How about if I told you both that your so-called God is already dead long before you were even born, Issei says. What? You're lying. Don't you dare blaspheme him even more than you do, Jean and Black say at the same time. I'm not lying. I don't have a reason to lie to the both of you. God is already dead. During the Great War between the three factions a long time ago, the one who took his place is one of his archangels, Archangel Michael. If you think I'm lying, then here I shall show you, Issei says. Then Issei put both of his hands on top of their heads and made them see from his own memory about finding God's death. Then they both saw the revelation from Michael, and how God are already dead before they were even born. Heard the fact that Michael took over his place to act like one. Now they know the truth behind their so-called revelation. It's orchestrated by Michael and not God himself. He has to sacrifice both of them because he needs humanity to stand on their own. He can't interfere directly because humans tend to become more afraid of the unknown. No, Jean said. She collapsed into the floor. Once more, a tear streamed down her eyes, and eyes have lost the sight. She can't believe everything is true. She kept mumbling, no, this must be lies. While Black Jean, isn't this sweet? She says as she looked at the other Jean. We fought for fucking nothing, Jean. We have been burned in the name of a fucking corpse. I knew there was no God. Her words are cruel to Issei. No, behind those words was deep sadness. Nothing. All her hatred burst out like a broken dam. Everything was a fucking lie, she kept saying, as tears also fell from her eyes. Then she also collapsed on the floor, hiding her face, both of her hands. Issei just looked on when both of them poured their sadness after finding out the truth. He knows what he did is cruel, but they need to find out the truth, because he doesn't want them to sacrifice their lives for nothing. After a while, he finally spoke once more. So, Was everything worth it? Issei says. They both lift their heads and stare angrily at him. With tears still in their eyes, they know the cruel truth from him. You want to blame me for telling you the truth, then go ahead. If you want to have your revenge against me, then be my guest. I don't mind taking both of your hatred if that makes you feel better, but I won't take anything back. I've done. Even if I could, because you both need to know the truth, Issei says. He paused for a bit before continuing, saying, I have also experienced the same thing as you two. I have sacrificed everything for the ones I once loved, but in the end, they betrayed me. At first, I also felt devastated and wanted to end it all by letting myself die from the cold, hard truth. But my trusted partner pulled me back from despair. I felt it and made me realize the word called freedom. Freedom to not act on anyone else. Freedom to choose the path that lies before me. Freedom to finally act for myself and not for others. And I find it funny how just one word can bring me so much joy. Freedom cannot be bestowed. It must be achieved. That saying things are quite true. The great revolution of the history of man, past, present, and future, is the revolution of those determined to be free. You can sacrifice as much as you want. If you cannot free yourself, then how can you free other people? Sometimes sacrificing yourself for others are not a good thing. That way, they won't ever truly be free if you keep saving them. They need to strive for freedoms themselves. Michael's way is not wrong, but also not right. He is right for thinking the best for humans so they can stand on their own, but he is wrong when he chose to sacrifice both of you just to achieve his objectives. So here's where my favorite sayings comes in. Everything is permitted, nothing is true. You can be called a saintess, you can be called a witch, but in the end what defines your true self is not someone else, not even God himself. It's you, yourself, who decides what you want to be, as long as you believe who you truly are, and do not pay heed to what other people's call you, shall find your own freedom. Freedom to become whatever you want. At that moment, Leixein sees light, the light they have thought they lost for knowing the cold hard truth. So tell me, will you achieve your own rights? Rights to be happy? Rights to be yourself? The rights to finally attain your own truth? Freedom? Or will you just look away and ignore what truthfully is yours in the first place? And if you're afraid of moving forward, then I shall offer you my back to lean on until you are ready to move forward your own, he says, while looking at both of them with the sincerest smile he can muster, and his eyes are filled with gentleness and caring warmth, seeing they finally see the light once more. Something he thought he can't achieve anytime soon, but at least he could save the two Jeans in front of him, saving them from never-ending cycle of acting as sacrificial lamb, and finally they started to look at their own freedom. When the two Jeans saw his sincere smile, his gentle caring eyes, when they thought they saw God for the first time in their life, they feel an emotion that they thought they'd throw away just to serve purpose, Lord. Love. Not love like they felt for their country, but love between a man and a woman. They stop their tears and both have a rigid cheer on their smeek. Black Jean is still a bit of distrust because of what her core are. Distrust against everything, so she asked him, and why should we believe you? You might betray us just like the others when you have a chance. She spat on him, and she's indeed afraid of trusting him, even though she favorable feelings against him. The white Jean also feel a bit of distrust after what just happened, but they both become stupefied from what he says next. Issei admits his dragon aura to the fullest and says, hereby I swear on my soul and my name, Issei Hyodo, if I ever betray the two women before me, then shall my soul be destroyed and never to be reincarnated, Issei says. Then both girls feels their connection between their souls connected to his very soul, and they know they are now bound by contract. If by chance ever betray them, then his souls will cease to exist. This contract is absolute and lasts for all eternity. They become wide-eyed and can't believe he just swore an oath that binds their souls like that. They can end him anytime they want if they chance to even betray him. Is that enough for you to gain trust from the both of you? He gains with the same smile as before. And there is not a tiny bit of hesitation or regret when he said his oath, and they can feel their heart thump wildly inside their chest when they saw his smile once more. Even Black Jean feels emotion when she thought she will never feel again from all the hatred she harbors inside of her. Trust and love. For the first time she feels an emotion rather than just pure hatred. She likes this new feeling, while White Jean put her hands together like she's praying, for her face is anything holy. Her face like red like tomatoes, her eyes holds nothing but love for the man before her, like she finally sees her true lord. And that is the end of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Issei came to realize his feelings kind of amplified when he's looking at the two women before him. It's like he's looking at his own kin. Even though he knew they are not his kin, he couldn't just help it when seeing their pride, passion, determination that they possess for their beliefs, which just like him when he's defending those when he once hold dear. It's like they hold a certain charisma that attracts him. He assumes it must have something to do with their skill trait because he feels a certain attraction towards them. Even now he can feel their charisma attracting a dragonkin such as himself. No wonder there's so many rivers. And a dragon outside, but they never attacked this place. The castle is the only intact building he saw during his observation when he's free falling from the sky. He could tell if another dragon other than him came into contact with their charm, then the dragon would instantly submit to them. But because he's a special case, which means he's not dragon from birth, he won't submit right away, and only feels a certain attraction towards them. And the fact that he is the will of the dragon of domination, which doesn't allow him to submit, also holds a certain credibility which assists him in resisting their charm. And even without the oath, he will never break the promises he made. Even when he's still human, he always fulfills his promise no matter what. But he can feel something odd. With the black gene, if they're supposed to be the same, their power shouldn't be differs that much. But what you've seen so far from her powers are way beyond the white gene. It's like an adult fighting children. He stopped his train of thoughts when the white gene speaks. I hereby declare the mountains may rise and fall, and the sun may wither away, and the sea may claim the land and swallow the sky, but you will always be my lord, and the stars might fall from the heavens, and night cloak the earth, but until darkness dies, it will always be yours, long you don't abandon me. I, Jinark, swore the oath to you, Issei Hyodo, my new master. Let it be known that if I break this oath of mine, then my soul shall perish for eternity. She speaks with fervent gaze, while still kneeling. Then her oath manifests itself like a chain, heading towards Issei and bind her own soul with him. Issei then widened his eyes in shock. He never thought she was going to bind her soul to him. And while Issei is still in shock, he heard the black string clicking her mouth and says, if you ever betray your oath, then knows that I will destroy your soul without hesitation and watch it burn. I'm dead fucking serious. Then she also got onto one knee and swore an oath to him. I hereby declare, become part of me as I become part of you. And ever after I promise myself to thee, each day we share, I shall be honest, good, and true. If this you seek, heed my call. From this moment on, there is no other one for me but you. If there any other who dare to hurt you, I shall see them staked afore me, and shall leave their bodies in ruin. Jean Arc Alter swore this oath to you, Issei Hyodo, my new master. Let it be known that if I break this oath of mine, then my soul shall perish for eternity. Then something happens to her soul, just like Jean. It binds her soul with Issei's. Issei's brain went haywire because he can't process what just happened. When he's still out of it, Black Jean screams at him, "Hey, are you listening?" Issei snapped out of this confusion and asked him loudly, "What? Why the hell did you two swear an oath to me? Are you out of your mind?" He couldn't help but become flabbergasted because they took him by surprise. He never thought they would swear an oath to bind their souls to him. I know I also swore an oath to you too, but that's because I know I won't betray my oath, Issei says. And you think we'll betray our oath? Don't you think you're the only one who can do that? The black one says. She screams back at him. She's pissed that he thought they will betray their oath to him like they are not trustworthy or something. White Jean only keep the same posture from before without saying anything, but the look in her eyes says it all. Her unwavering faith, love, and passion for him will never wane away for eternity. Issei says. He don't know what to say back because he's still having insecurity thoughts about his past, but then he realized what they did are just basically saying they will never betray him either. And once his thoughts are broken, when Black Jean got up and grabbed him by his collar with both of her hands, then she screamed once again and put him at his point blank range. Don't you dare compare us to the ones you betrayed you before, or I shall take you down with me to hell, even if it's gonna cost my soul. Then I shall watch you burn in a stake along with me, the black one says. Then she did something that once more blew Issei's mind. She kissed his lips while grabbing him by his collar. Whoop. He widened his eyes from the shock. White Jean also became shocked from what she saw. Her mouth is wide open from the shock. Black Jean continues kissing Issei, but because this is her first kiss, it's kind of clumsy. Then she ended the kiss, but still glowing red face. Now, do you believe me? She screams out of embarrassment. While Issei was going to say something, he feels someone pulling him from behind and forced him to rotate his face, which awaits him as another surprise. Yeah, you guessed it right. This time it's White Jean who kissed his lips and also her first kiss. After a while, she stopped the kiss. Do forgive my rudeness, master, but I don't want to lose against my little sister, Jean says. Who's your little sister? The black one says. Black Jean cut in right after Jean finished talking. But I am the first one who swore an oath against our masters, so that makes me your elder sister, right? She says that while tilting her head and making a cute smile against the black Jean. Right? Your head? I don't accept this. I want to redo. Hey, stupid master, hurry and restart our oath, the black one says. She proceeded to grab Issei once more by the collar and swing him back and forth. Issei's finally snapped. Cut it out, you idiot. Both Jean are surprised from his sudden outburst. Issei took a deep breath and kneed his head before because the amount of stress he got was overwhelming. First they swore an oath without his acknowledgement, then second they kiss him by surprise. Now they are swinging him around like he's some kind of toy. He's a proud dragon, for God's sake. Didn't I tell both of you have your own freedom? So why in God's name did you bind your soul to me? Issei said. He says that with a sigh. Both Jean look at each other with what she says. But we did just as you said. Jean said, you said we have the right to choose our own path. Then our choice is to serve you as our new lord. What an idiot. It's not like we have any place to go after this, so we might as well follow you. Don't worry, I will cancel my assault against this country. It will be more interesting to see them fall on their own. And don't you think it's going to be more satisfying to watch them keep worshipping a corpse for their entire life? Jean responded to their own with a worried smile, but she knows deep inside her little sister doesn't hate the country that much anymore. After all, this is where they were born. Even if Lord is no more, they have found their new Lord to serve. Fine, sue yourself, but tell me if you want to cancel your oath in case you change your mind, Issei says. We won't change our mind. Huh, you can't running of me, both Jean said. And call me Yalter. I don't want to be called the same name as this idiot. Besides, the oath clearly states for eternity, so we can't cancel even if we wanted to. Oh, don't be shy, little, says Jean. So she suddenly hugs Yalter and rubs her face against her. Knock it off, you idiot. Get the hell away from me. Yalter becomes more ashamed as she tried to push Jean off of her, but she doesn't really like it to be her little sister. To be honest, she's kind of happy because finally someone accepted her, but she's too shy to admit it. Issei stares blankly at both of them, but then remembered about the thing which summoned him here. So he asked both, did any of you summon me? Issei says. Jean and Black Jean become confused by what he meant, but then they realize that he's not human, because they could clearly feel his aura when he spoke his oath, which clearly belongs to a dragon. Now that you mention it, I think Yalter knows something about it. Because I'm not the one who summons all the worms outside, and we aren't supposed to be able to summon them in the first place, Jean says. Yeah, I'm the one who summoned them, but I got a little help from this thing. I proceeded to bring out a black holy grail that alarmed Jean. It is indeed this is what enables me to summon wearing dragons outside, and I don't remember how I got this thing in the first place, because then I suddenly got here along with this in my hand. What? Issei says. It's the total opposite of, if it can grant a wish without a side effect, then it comes with a side effect, Jean says. And I'm guessing Black Jean wished for the destruction of this country, and it grants her wish by summoning a bunch of worms and dragons. And the side effect of it shall be, it won't just be this country alone that will be destroyed, but also the whole world if it's not stopped, Issei says. Wow. Exactly, Jean says. And if I can't cancel it if I want to, once it's granted, then it won't stop until it's fulfilled, Yalter says. The atmosphere becomes tense for them. Let me see it, Issei says. You can't, master. It's too dangerous, Jean says. She's right. I won't let you touch this. But Issei just ignores their words. Took from Yalter's hands without even realizing it. By the time she realizes it's not in her hands anymore, Issei stared directly into it. Be careful! They screamed at the same time, fearing something will happen against their new lord/master. But nothing happened when they both became confused amidst a bright dark light and blinded them for some time. And when they opened their eyes once more, Issei are now nowhere to be seen, and they are floating on the air while emitting a black aura. And that is the end of chapter 11. Chapter 12. When Issei opens his eyes, all he can see is darkness, but there's a single throne adorned with a human skull, and the color of a throne is pitch black. And he can see a girl sat upon the throne who's looking straight at him as she has a wicked smile on her beautiful face. She has like a doll-like face considered to be too beautiful and too well crafted. Yellow pupils, just like Yalter, the same pale white skin, and a long tail with white hair. She wears what appears to be a black priestess garb and red outlines along with a pitch black crown adorned atop her head. She started laughing like a maniac. Issei just looks calmly at her. He knows the woman in front of him is the Black Grail itself, just from the dark aura she emit alone, which is the same as the Holy Black Grail. After a while, she finally stopped laughing. Are you done? Issei says. Indeed, I am done. I can feel that you have the same darkness inside you that matches my own. So if I absorb you with me, then I shall become complete. Now become one with me, dragon. She talked with the same wicked smile on her face. I refuse, Issei says. That's not for you to decide. Then, out of nowhere, there's a black tentacle emerging from all around her. They headed straight towards Issei. They constrict all of his body, from his neck, his arms, his legs, even his body. Now come here! But Issei doesn't even move a single inch. You could tell the black tentacles are struggling to pull him, but to no avail. How? BG says. She's confused why, though she used all of her power to pull him towards her, he doesn't even budge. And he still has the same calm look before the tentacle wrap around him, which are non-existent. Then Issei admits his own aura and tentacles are shredded to mites, just his aura alone. What? BG says. She becomes more amazed by the sheer power she felt just from his aura alone. But she becomes more ecstatic because if she can absorb him, then she will truly become complete and even stronger than ever. Then she summoned thousands of humanoid-looking dark substance to attack him. Ah! Great! Now let's see if you can handle this. Then the army she summoned launched their attack at him. After a while, the girl's face loses her smile as the scowl on her face appears. What? Why won't you go down? She's mad at the man before her that won't go down like she wishes to. Issei's still at the same spot when he arrived here, but the army she summoned are all over the place. They gathered around him. All he did is launch a normal attack whenever the thing comes close to him, and they destroyed like a clay figurine whenever they received his attack. At one point, she started summoning a shadow, like being as part of form of Jean, and the other strong-looking humanoid. But they all are destroyed just from his normal punch or kick. And then they tried ranged attack, but also to no avail. He slapped away every projectile that comes his way, but even if they hit some target, forget about injuring him, they can't even put a scratch on his outfit. He still has a calm look after all. The battle he had just done, he doesn't even broke a single sweat after all that. Are you done? Issei says. He asks once more, but this time his red eyes are shining a little bit. BG flinched when she met the stare from his eyes. This is the first time she feels intimidated ever since she came into existence. She can see everything she sees as a toy and loves to mess with around their so-called wish. Her wish is to destroy the world, but sadly her power is not capable of doing that. But then she sensed the power of the first rift became ecstatic. If she could absorb that power, then her wish would finally be fulfilled. And when she saw it firsthand, she becomes more assured that this man in front of her is the key to her wish. At last, she underestimated the man, and she took him down to no matter what she did. Just when she became even desperate, she remembered she still hasn't tried that thing. I'll admit you're strong, but this will be the end. Then she summoned a black mist surrounded Issei with it. No matter how strong you are on the outside, deep inside, you must have certain negative emotions and it shall be your downfall. Then she got up from the throne and headed towards him. When Issei got surrounded by the black mist, he feels his surrounding change. He's back to the time where he found out the girls is cheating on him. He saw when Rias and Akano kissing that man. He saw when the rest of the girls are acting intimate with their new boyfriends. And here he is, watching it all over again. After that, he saw them throwing insults and hitting them down over and over again while their new prospective boyfriends just laughing in the background. They are not the same girls he once come to love. The look in their eyes, the pure contempt they had on their face when looking at him. Issei doesn't realize he has tears streaming down his face at this moment. He's just calmly looking at his memories replaying back. The happy memories and the sad memories, and then he has come to a point where he almost died just from sheer despair. He felt that during the moment. How he just wanted to die, just so that he won't feel the pain from getting betrayed by the ones he loved. If not for Dreg, then he must have died a long time ago. And after what it feels like an eternity, he finally saw his memories he had with a new woman he found. The time he spent, Sumerians, his sister, Jean, Jalter, deep inside he still doesn't trust anyone. He still thought of all of them the same as Rias and the rest. And what more, he feels afraid if this stuff once happened again, but then he saw from all of his new memories that he has been wrong for thinking every woman he met is the same as his old lover. The care they gave him, the joy they shared, the warmth, the trust they gave him by telling him about themselves, how Sumerians got betrayed, how she felt about him, and how Shiosho, who thought strict with him, but was still never losing love and caring she gave him. How she tell her secret, why she's looking for a perfect candidate to be her student. And even the two women who swore their soul to him without hesitation. They are usually silly, but that's their beliefs for him. He knows they truly love him deep inside, but he's too afraid to move forward, to accept their feelings and feel of the betrayal happening once more. But now he realized how wrong he was. Then he finally found the courage he needs to move towards their better future. And unknown to him, his souls, which constantly contradicting other, had started to become one. There a balance just like yin and yang. He has another breakthrough. He breaks through the shackles which binds him to go to the next step, what is meant to truly become the true dragon of domination. He shall dominate everything. Dominance, control, these things just unseek most of all, and so it's the duty of just to defy dominance and challenge control. He shall have dominance and control over everything, even his feelings. To know sorrow is not terrifying. What is terrifying is to know that you can't go back to happiness you could have. Fear is not evil. It tells you what weakness is, and once you know your weaknesses, you can become stronger. Outside Issei's mind, BG came close to Issei's body. He has his eyes like that he's fast asleep. At last, finally, my wish shall come true. Now you'll become part of me. When she extended her hands toward Issei, he suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed her hands. She became shocked. Thanking you for making me realize something. Then he threw her away. She crashed against the throne, covered with blood because of the impact. Then she saw Issei floating with his dragon wings spread behind him. He closed his eyes and put on one of his chest, then started chanting, I who shall awaken am the red dragon of domination who control the principle of domination. With infinite hopes and dreams, I shall become the protectors of my loved ones. I am their light in the darkness. I shall promise you a future that shines brighter than any light. Ally to good, nightmare to evil. I shall become the true Dragon King of domination. Dragon Overdrive. The whole darkness around him was blown away. A majestic red dragon stands before her. His mere presence brings shivers to her core. She could feel tiny, insignificant before him. She had the urge to just submit to him. Issei gave a loud roar after his transformation, and every word in the black dragon outside the black grail are shivering down towards his direction, like they are welcoming the true Dragon King awakening. Jean and Jalto, who are still panicking when their new master disappeared, they noticed an anomaly as they saw the black rail are shivering fiercely like it's threatening to break at any moment. They also heard the roar, which contained so much power. After a moment, Issei stopped his roar and set his gaze upon BG once more. She felt her heart stop beating when those gaze lands upon her. Then she heard his calm voice inside of her mind. Summon back all the worms and dragon you summoned, Issei said. BG can only comply because she knows there's nothing she can do to the dragon before her. Outside, all the worms are dragon disappear into a particle of light while they're still in the previous position, and the humans give a loud cheer when they saw the worms disappear. What now? Will you kill me? A fitting end for a being such as myself, and I consider it as an honor to be killed by you, true Dragon King. Issei didn't answer her question right away. He just kept staring at her. Just when BJ started feeling irritated at him once more, I won't kill you. I don't see the point to kill you at this point. Even if I do kill you now, you will just be reborn once again in the future, because you're made from all the humans' negative emotions. As long as there's humans exist, and you will keep coming back, isn't that right, Black Grail? Besides, you are a necessary existence anyway, Issei says. BG is at a loss for words when he said all that. It's true that she will keep coming back as long as humans existed, but it's the first that someone said that she needed. What do you mean, I'm a necessary existence? Don't you know what I've done so far? How many lies I've taken? She couldn't help but scream at him. You are a reminder to humans to remind them to stand together in peril. You are what the humans needed. A saintess might be good for them, but in the end, it won't stop them from the inevitable war. War is omnipresence, ever since the olden times. Then, rather than having humans kill each other, it's better to let them fight a common enemy. And that's where you come in. A necessary evil, you might say, Issei says, and it's not your fault for being born. It is their sin, not yours. In the end, they reap what they sow. In some way, you are the product they created. BG once more is at a loss for words because of what he said. Issei then transformed back to his human form. What was that? You will not regret killing me now, BG says. She looks down while saying that. Perhaps, but that's just what life is. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. The world isn't perfect, but it's there for us, doing the best it can. That's what makes it so damn beautiful, Issei says. He says it with a smile on his face, and Biju, who saw that, become a little absent-minded because she just scoffed his words and not denying it. Go away, idiot. Then she created a rift below his feet, and he's gone. Thank you, she mutters at the end. And that is the end of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Outside the Black Rail, What the hell just happened? Why did the black girl suddenly stop moving? Yalter said. I don't know, but that roar must belong to our master, Leixein said. Even I knew that, but what's happening inside? The warriors and the dragon outside are already disappeared. Why our master isn't coming out yet? They are both wondering and feeling frustrated at their mastered form, and nowhere to be found. Even the warriors and the dragons disappeared. Then suddenly, the black girl disappeared into thin air. What? Come on, it suddenly disappeared! Yalter became even more frustrated while Jean don't know what's happening anymore. Well, they just are at a loss for what they do. There's a rift appeared behind them, become alerted, and get into the battle stance. He sure finished it quickly, just like our expectation. Of course. Who do you think he is? He's my beloved apprentice. They both heard a voice coming from inside the rift when they saw two beautiful women appear from within this rift. One has brown hair while the other has purple-colored hair. Yes, the woman who just appeared are Samira's and Skyatch. After both of them came out the rift, they saw Jean and Yalter. Are they our new sisters? Saya said. Indeed they are. You can see their souls are bound to Issei's, right? Indeed. I have to say, they sure are pretty. Our Issei sure does know how to choose girls, Sayach says. Well, they're having their own conversation. Both Jean and Yalter are tense because they could tell the newcomers are very powerful. But then they heard them talking about Issei and they become surprised. Wait, who are you two? How do you know about our master? Oh, you call him your master, eh? So that means I'm your grandmaster because Issei is my beloved apprentice. And as for me, you could say I'm also his mentor and teaching him as a certain magic, I suppose. How do we know you're not lying? Oh dear, why would we want to lie to you in the first place? We are clearly stronger than both of you, so if we really want to harm you, don't you think we do this a roundabout way, don't you think? Samira says. She all smiles when she says this. Both Jean and Yalter felt chills when they saw her smile, but they admit she doesn't really have any reason to lie to the both of them. You can rest assured, since both of you decided to bind your soul to our dear Issei, then we will become sisters in the future. I know that you'll understand what I meant, don't you? Both Jean and Yalter's face went red because they do understand they had been winning behind their words. Jean looked down because she's embarrassed, while Yalter just turned her face red with a ha, a cute bunch, ain't ya? Well, welcome to the family. Jean just responded with a quiet, while she's still looking down, and Yalter's just turning her face red and her ears become red after hearing Skyatch. Well then, we need to have a talk, girls. Now, back to Issei. Issei once more, back inside the dimensional rift. He wonders what happened to both Jean and Yalter, but there's nothing he can do because he still cannot make it through the dimensional rift on his own. So he decided, when he went back to Samaria's place, he will ask her to bring Jean and Yalter to him. Unknown to him, he went back, he will see them already there. So, after waiting a while, he sees an opening inside the rift and he went through it. He stands before a forest and he started looking around. I wonder if this world is where Smirans wants me to go. When still inspecting his surroundings, he heard a noise come from the bushes. Then he saw a bunch of goblins came out. Goblins? Well, Smirans did say the world would have monsters roaming around it, Issei says. The goblins started screaming, "Kee! Kee!" At that, they just rushed towards Issei. Looks like they want to attack Issei, but by the looks of it, not that Issei even care. If he stand all day long of them attacking him, he won't even get a scratch. So Issei calmly kicks a bunch of stones under him, and the stones went straight to the goblins, like a bullet, and make their bodies full of holes. He sure as hell doesn't want a goblin blood on him, because it surely shrieks, just like body odor alone he could tell. After killing them, he all started walking. After a while, he comes to the forest and sees a village nearby, so he heads towards it. When he arrived at the village, for some reason the villagers kept looking at him, especially the girls. They have red faces, and they were drooling a bit when they were looking at him. Well, the man glaring at him like they stole his wife from them, but there's some man who somehow also have red faces when looking at him, and that gives him goosebumps all over. He knows his new look is a bit handsome, but he doesn't think it will affect them this much. When he tried to ignore their gazes, finally the girls went up to him and said, and towards him and did a Gaimnaka reverse pickup. Excuse me, do you have time to spare? If you do, can we have some tea over there, please? The village girl 1 says. Ignore her and just go with me, the village girl 2 says. Please, like you're worthy enough of him. I shall become the one he has tea with, the village girl 3 says. Village girl 4, hey handsome, just ignore this little bunch of girls and let's go somewhere nice, shall we? I can give you a really good time, you know. Village girl 5, don't you have some shade, you old hag? Go away and piss off. You shall go with me. Some come with handsome guy and let us serve the Axis cult together. Little girl, Oni-chan, please say this. You, our woman, are such a slut. He must be only interested with someone like me, who has muscles and beauty. Now, handsome, you can have my virginity. You prefer a receiving end? I don't mind both ways. Issei got surrounded instantly, and he got chills hearing the last statement as he runs as fast as he can from them. Run away, run after him, all the mobs say. After running for a while, Issei finally lost them. Damn, is this how Kiba felt? Those women are crazy, and that last statement gave me chills. And now, what the hell is this Axis cult? Is this religion in this world? Unknown to him, even Kiba won't attract that much attention since there's a bunch of handsome men in this world. That just says how out of the world his handsomeness are. But he realizes that he won't realize that for a while. It will be too late when he's already got a bunch of wives before realizing it. I guess I just hide my face for now. At this rate, I'm not going to achieve anything, especially relaxing. How can I relax when a bunch of mobs keep chasing me around, Issei says. Then he circled around the village once more to avoid being noticed right away. Finally, he arrived at the place that looks like an information center. After he asks a bunch of questions, he finally knows where the nearest city are. And he knows that there are jobs called adventurers. So he decided to become one of him so that the easiest job he can get from the fastest way to get money. He can just get money by killing some weak monsters, and there won't be an easier job than that before him. If any adventurer hear his thoughts, they might just spit blood because of anger. For him, it's an easy job, but for the normal humans, it's a dangerous job that can get him killed just from one small mistake. And from info he's gathered, the strongest in the world are goddess in the demon lore. Not that he cares since he knows they won't be a threat for him. So he hitched a ride with some caravan at the most he will cost as their bodyguard in case they attack monsters or bandits. All he has to do is punch a giant rock and turn it into the smithereens. The owner gave him a thumbs up. After a few days, he finally reached the city he's looking for, and along the way there's a bunch of monsters and bandits trying to attack the caravan, but he only needed to throw some stones as they are all dead. When he enters the town, he saw the stone brick buildings and houses as they part the pathway. It is a simple to ancient European town of the Middle Ages. Horse-drawn vehicles after one another that can be found on the road. The children are running around and chasing at each other while the others just have a smile on their face. All along the way, he can see a weapon shop and the armor shop, item shop, and so on. There's also a stall on the roadside that sells fruits, vegetables, foods, and all kinds of snacks in the city, and quite prosperous. And you can see some of the civilians bring a weapon with them on their hips, etc. But there are not many panic or worry feelings for each other's civilians when they have weapons with them, like they are used to seeing it. The scene really gave the ambience of a different world feelings to it. It is indeed beautiful. So this is the city called Axel. Axel is located in the Bielsa Kingdom border regions. And this city will also have another nickname, which is Beginner Village. As the name suggests, this is where the newly emerged beginner adventurer stays. There isn't really a strong monster around the city, and there is where Issei is planning to stay because he doesn't want to go to the capital, because for him, he always wants to relax, this is the best place. Well then, shall we, Issei says, and that is the end of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. At Azazel's house. What kind of father am I? I can't even realize that my son needed help so badly. Azazel can be found sitting on his chair, sighing because he can't help his figurative son Issei, and the worst of all, he can't do anything to the ones who hurt him so. He still considers them all to be children, and all children often make some mistakes, but this mistakes they did are way beyond the line. If it's any other girl, he will just kill them right away, but he also thinks of the girls as his future daughters-in-law, so come love them as his own daughters. And on top is off. Some of the girls is big backgrounds such as Rias and Akano. Both their parents and brother are the leader of a devil faction and the higher-ups of the fallen angels respectively. During the meeting, they also discuss how the Triaxa could be sealed so easily. They were prepared for the worst, like sacrificing their lives just to seal it, but somehow the beast got sealed just when they are about to do that. Like it's what they were gonna do. I just hope this is just our feelings. I'm too old for this shit. Just where are you now? Issei, Azazel says. Kyoto, transfer. I can't wait to meet Issei now. I hope Shirone doesn't took a head start against me because I want to be the first who will bear his kittens, Kuroka said. Kuroka can be found rolling around her bed thinking about the boy she's come to love. She's hugging a pillow that has Issei's face on it. Kuroka, we need your help over here, Yakuza says. Yakuza's voice can be heard outside her room. Okay, we'll see you soon, Issei-san, Kuroka says. She gave the pillow a quick peck and went outside her room to help Yakuza. She's doing her best to change herself just so they could be with Issei. She's become one more of an ambassador of the yokai faction now. Unknown to her Shirone already went beyond her expectations. Not the good kind of expectation, but the worst one. Issei's room, transferring now. Or scene change, Issei's room. Rosvisa can be seen found at Issei's bed curled up herself while holding his clothes and pictures. Her eyes are red because she has been crying all this in Simon's room. She can't believe just when she's about to confess to him he disappeared. And it's not like he can blame him for that. The other girls cheated on him, for God's sake. It's normal for them to be afraid, but to do this just because of it? Sorry, but that just went way over the line. Which idiot would shit on their lover just because they become afraid? The fact the girls rarely have contract against the opposite gender might be the reason why they did all this, but it still doesn't mean they can just cheat on him like that. And they even have a gal to bring their new boyfriends to his house. Oh, she's holding herself back to prevent from killing them. Rias and the others might not realize this, but the eyes they see are so lustful and filled with greed. It must be the only moment she knows of the glaze as well, because during her life she often saw that gaze all the time whenever someone tries to flirt with her. That's also one of the reasons why she's still single after all this time, because all the men she has met so far only want to get inside of her pants because of her position as Odin's secretary. But only Issei never look at her that way. Sure, he might leer on her, but there's no twisted greed inside his eyes. And which boy isn't lustful at all his age? It wouldn't be even weirder if they don't feel that way. Well, Kiba is kind of weird himself because she can see him become interested of the opposite gender, but that might just be her mistake. When she found out about what they did to Issei, she became disgusted. Even now, she still can't believe what they did to the boy who sacrifices everything on the line just for them. But she won't say anything to them, even their new boyfriend's true nature. She will just let them find out on their own about if it's not going to hurt them. For what Issei has experienced is far worse than they are going to feel, and she swore on Odin's name that when time will come, she will go to his side straight away. She will kill anyone who gets in her way. Issei, where are you? Rosvisa says, and Rosvisa fell asleep while still holding his clothes. One of the reasons the new guys have some argument with the ORC girls before is because they won't have sex with them, even though they spent the night together. But they hold it in because they thought the time would come. But it never came, so that they started to ignore the girls and went to spend their time with some other friends. Somewhere unknown, Volley and his team could be found training. Volley is wondering where his rival is. Went after all this time, while Byoko just monkeying around like always. Arthur also wondering a bit about Issei, but that's because his little sister Lefay likes him. Wonder where he is now, Volley says. The energy we felt last time are surely Drake's aura. He's gonna activate Juggernaut Dry, but it disappeared soon after, so we can't be sure, Albion says. Either way, I believe we will meet again at the world-class rating game, and that's when we're gonna find out the truth from him, Volley says. I agree. Finally we'll fight Drag once more. Don't you dare lose, Volley. Of course, Volley says. Well, both of them are going to be mind-blown for sure when they do meet Issei again, especially Albion, since he will meet his long-late crush once more, while Volley became more embarrassed when he found out the true reason why they had the rivalry in the first place, but he is more surprised from the power Issei possesses at that time. Now, scene change, we're at heaven. Gabriel and Michael are sitting across from each other. They both have downcast feeling after finding the truth about Issei's disappearance. Michael is wondering if he should make Irina a fallen angel. After all, she just cheated on her boyfriend. While Gabriel is feeling sad for the boy she took a liking for, she never felt this way against the opposite gender before. She wished she could go to his place and comfort him right at this moment. When she sees Issei for the first time during his Opie Dragon show, she became anxious of how he is surrounded by the children. She loves seeing children adore him, and his pure smiling face and his honest personality. And when, knowing what he did for those loved ones, he became even more interested with him, and finally she took a liking for the boy called Issei Hyodo, for his perseverance even when all hope is lost. I wonder if I should punish Irina for this. It's totally fine to be afraid to do things, but this, of all things, Michael said. Let her be, Onisama. It's not totally her fault anyway, Gabriel said. Gabriel, being kind-hearted girl she is, rejected her big brother's proposition. I know, but still. Fine, I will let Issei-kun decide her punishment later on. Unbeknownst to Irina, her angelhood almost got forsaken, if not for Gabriel's prevention. She almost became the thing she detested the most, the fallen one. She's fine with the other fallen angels, but she can't take it if she's one who become fallen herself. Now in Surma's domain, Sir Marius is looking around for information in Issei's world. Then she found out about a Zazel Cup, so she decided to let Issei participate in the world-class rating game because she believed he needs to do this to fully forget his past. Even Sayach approved of their suggestion. Even though he never told me about his past fully, but I'm sure the one who betrayed him will be attending this event, and when the time comes, he will let them all know how wrong their choices are, Samara says. I can't wait to see him beat everyone there. Devils, fallen angels, angels, gods alike. None shall stand before him, Zayat said. Indeed, but this triextra beast seems weird. It's supposed to be a strong creature, but how come it got sealed just like that? Well, either way, it's none of our business. We will only assist our beloved Issei in his actions, Zayat said. I believe if that the triad whatever beast comes out, he can easily defeat it. Don't you girls think so? She proceeded asking the girls behind him. If he got beaten by some beast, he won't be called my master, Shelter said. I believe our master shall prevail of all other officers before him, Jean said. And for those bitches who betrayed him, I will see them burn the stake when the time comes, Shelter said. She says that with utter hatred and malice, aura surrounding her. Jean only chose to be silent because she also feels the resentment against those who betrayed her master. She is devout believer after all. The others also feel the same way. Zayat started swinging her spear around like she's starting to stab something, while Samaritan's just giving a chilling smile while looking at Issei's world. Her yellow eyes are glowing in darkness like a viper stalking its prey. Somewhere in the house, a woman's body could be found in a giant tube. She has a beautiful face, long red hair, and her body is voluptuous, like she's on her prime. At the middle between her chests there's a white mark that can be seen with the heart of a dragon wings covering it. That's the mark when a dragon has already decided its mate. If, by chance, he/she betrayed their mate, then the mark will went gray, and went the same mark will took their very own life as it possesses it. The woman's body is almost completed. It just needs a little bit more time, and this body belongs to Old Drag, White Gooch. But her real name is Irina Belserin. Well, Irina Hyodo Belserin now, because she has chosen her mate already. And her white mark will only become completed if truly become one with her chooses mate. Has sex with him. After all, after that, this mark will become completed. It will turn red, and both of them will truly become one in every sense. Extra boosted power, etc. And she won't have to return to the boosted gear for Issei to be able to use her boost ability. Now, back with Issei. After his arrival, Issei headed straight to the Adventurers Guild to register himself. After all, he has no money with them when he arrived here. It must be the Samaritan's mistake on her part because she got no sense of currency. And she never needs money in the first place because she got everything she needed anyway. Not like he's going to blame her because she doesn't really care either way. He's already grateful enough for what she's done for him so far. When Issei arrived at the guild, he sees a crowded place. A bunch of men drinking liquor, some having a hand bra, some are fighting in the front of what seems like a request bra. There's a bunch of waiter and waitresses that have the same uniform taking orders on their respective customers. There's a bunch of trophy from monsters adorned on the walls, such as Wearing Head and some giant fang and tusk, etc. There's a neat, tidy counter on the side. It seems it's for the registration and request-related stuff. When Issei arrives, some of them are looking at him because his clothes seems very stylish, and although they can't see his face, they know he's a guy just from his body shape alone. But they thought he's only to post some requests, so they ignore him right after. And when Issei arrived at the counter, he got greeted by a pretty woman that looks very young, and well-endowed woman with fair skin, wavy blonde hair tied behind a bun, and gold-colored eyes. Her outfit consists of a ribbon worn around her neck, a white shoulder low cup that reveals a large amount of cleavage with black shoulders and sleeves cuts, low jean shorts. Hello, I am the Adventurer Guild staff member Luna. How can I be of service? Listen to the question of the woman. Issei went straight to the point. I want to register as an adventurer. His words brought some attention from the man and the woman around him, but Luna isn't feeling surprised or anything. Understood. Please pay 1,000 Rias bound as handling charge, Luna says. Rias is the currency of this world. What a pity Issei doesn't have any money with him, but thankfully he gets some from the caravan leader because he protected them, and some of his mastery kills have decent materials. So caravan leader gives some money for it because when he asked if he would gather their materials, he said no need. Because of that, the caravan leader gave him some money for it because it went against his concise just to take materials like that, and he doesn't want to get on the bad side of someone who is strong as Issei. He got 100,000 Rias from all that, so Issei calmly took 1,000 Rias from his money bag and gave it to her. Thank you for your patronage, Luna said. Then she calmly took the money and took a card from below the counter. This is an adventurer card. In this world, all living beings have souls inside of them, any existence so long as it has a soul, which means a living being. You can absorb this existence part of the soul memory. Change into growth, and nourishment turn into what's so-called experience points. People, after accumulating a certain amount of experience points, obtains corresponding growth that's so-called level up, plays. The function of the Adventurer card can display the amount of service points the adventurer absorbs and also display the ability parameter. rank even its skills list, and though operating adventurer card, you can also on the class transition and learn new skills. Regarding the adventurer, this is an essential thing, rather it can obtain power which most average person cannot hope to achieve. This adventurer card is necessary existence, it is unable to lack. Then Luna put the adventurer card on the counter. She also took some of the crystal ball with a funnel, and she put on top of the adventurer card. Okay, please put out your hand on top of the crystal ball. Issei proceeded to put his hand on the crystal ball after the crystal ball gave a dazzling ray of bright light. A ray gathered all the crystal ball, then it shot a laser at the adventurer card below it. Then Issei's stats appeared on the card, and her scream gathered more attention from their surrounding. They were confused why she would scream like that when she's usually pretty calm. And that is the end of Chapter 14. Chapter 15. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Issei couldn't help but become confused because of her reaction. No, Luna says. Luna shakes her head hastily. It's just that your ability value was really too astonishing. The values of various status parameters by far have surpassed the average value. It's even more outstanding than the first-class adventurer. Immediately after her outburst, every person inside the guild looked towards Issei, and they couldn't help but become doubtful if that's true. Every single of your status parameters off the charts, be it strength, agility, intelligence, magic power, and even luck, has surpassed the standard value. But Luna don't seem any surprised appearance from Issei, and she couldn't help but become speechless, like it's all normal for him. And she remembered she just said his status out loud inside the guild. Just when she was about to apologize, Issei said, "It's okay. Since you have said that many, then don't mind it anymore. What's done is done. I won't blame you." She couldn't help but lowered her head down in embarrassment for what she did. She continued to inform Issei while lowering her voice this time. "But for someone in your classes, question mark, I've never seen any case like this before. Usually it's a novice class for a beginner." Well, Issei isn't too surprised hearing that because he basically isn't normal human. It's no wonder the card can't register his class. It's not like a crystal ball like register his class as the true Red Dragon King of Domination now, can he? He knows that there's a dragon in this world, but the information he gathered so far, the strongest being is this called Goddess and Demon Lord. He don't feel any threat from the aura he felt around him so far. Luna thought he became downhearted knowing he doesn't have a class, so she hastily says, "It is okay. Even if you don't have any class, just from your status parameters alone, you could easily become an outstanding adventurer. I can guarantee it." Issei couldn't help but chuckle a little after effort on reassuring him. "Thanks for your care, but I don't mind. Like you said, even without a class, I can easily become a top adventurer, no?" He says that while giving her a smile. Luna's heart couldn't help skip a beat when she saw his smile and his soothing voice. Her face went red after that. Even though she could clearly see his face from his voice and the outline of his face alone, she could tell he's quite a handsome guy. She slowly mutters while looking down. "Anyway, could you finish my registration as an adventurer?" Yeah." She hurriedly finished the process and gave Issei his adventurer card. After Issei became an adventurer, and the legend of the strongest adventurer in history begins from here. Level 1, huh? And as for the status parameter, I don't know the average parameter of the other adventurers are, but I guess from the reaction of the receptionist, it's very high. Oh well, that doesn't really matter anyway. But I wonder if I level up can make me even stronger. Well, only one way to find out. Then Issei heads towards the request board. The adventurer who was standing in front of the board gives away for him because they don't know if what Luna was saying was true or not. But they go and test it out like some idiot. There's nothing to gain by testing it out anyway. They ain't gonna follow some certain template. But, of course, there's always an exception for everything. "Oi! You newbie over there!" Issei looks toward him who call him, and he saw a young man with a slender body, blonde hair, and a black mole under his left eye. His outfit consists of a neck choker, a red jacket with cuffed sleeves, bandaged forearms, and brown pants with tutted socks. "Yeah, you. Now I want to see where you have some cash in your bag. Now, as your senior, I want you to pay some newbie fee for me. You better comply or I would." Before he finishes his words, he got blown away by Issei's punch, and then he crashed against some tables and chairs. Thankfully, Issei held back, or he will become a meat putty by now. But even then, he'd have a few broken ribs, and there's some foams coming out of his mouth. And he's already lost consciousness long before he crashed against the tables. And the one near the tables get away hastily, and just when they were going to complain at Issei, they saw him glaring at them with glowing red eyes. That scared the shit out of them, and they chose to vent their frustrations to the guy who got blown away. "Oi! Wake up, prick! Don't you dare pretend to pass out! Oh yeah, you pay for our losses," the mob said. They kept kicking the poor guy and shaking him around, even though they really know he passed out on, and already they don't want to mess around with the one who did this to him. They can only give silent prayers to the guy, and pretend to kicking and punch around him. They know this guy well, and they know when he's pretending or not. But at this moment, they know for sure he's not pretending at all. Poor bastard. That's what's on their mind at this moment while looking at him. Issei just snorted at them and went to look for the quest board. Crusades against a giant frog. Crusades against 5 giant frog in 3 days. The reward is 100,000 Iris. Crusades against goblins. Crusade against goblins that's nesting around the clearing of the forest. The reward is 5,000 Iris for each goblin killed. Crusades against the cockatrices. A crusade against the cockatrices that are found roaming around near the western forest of Axel. The reward is 300,000 Iris. Crusades against a pack of white direwolf. Crusades against a pack of white deer belong with this pack. The reward is 1,000,000 Iris and 50,000 for each white wolf killed, etc. So Issei looked at this hardest of the quests he could find and took it to the counter. When Luna saw what Issei chose as first quest, she couldn't help but become stupefied because the quest is to kill a poisonous Weirin, and the reward for it is 2,000,000 Iris if he could repel it, and 15,000,000 Iris if he could kill it. Poisonous virulent subjugation? This quest is too hard for a beginner. Please consider it. Even if this reward is big, but the difficulty is too hard, especially for a beginner. Luna tried to prevent Issei, but he calmly replies, "No need. The quest is fine enough, but no buts. Don't you remember my status parameters?" Luna became a loss of words at that. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Issei once more gave her another calm smile and her heart skipped a beat. Another beat, she finally rolled with it, but she had a small voice at the end when she saw him turn around. Be careful out there," Luna says. She says that with a red face, and the guys he saw that couldn't help but become jealous because it's the first time them seeing her bashful against another guy. And there's a lot of them are aiming it for her. So they become envious and angry at Issei. Issei just calmly gave her a small nod. After Issei got to the destination, he saw a purplish colored Weirin on top of the cliff. When the Weirin saw him, and its first growled at him because it's feeling angry there's someone dare to trespass its territory. But when it feels his aura, it became frozen in fear, but it feels as strong as fuck. It can tell this human isn't a human at all, but a dragon in a human skin. Just when it was about to fly away, Issei suddenly disappeared from his previous spot and reappeared behind the Weirin, and the Weirin can hopelessly see its death coming. Issei kicked the Weirin's head, just a tap and the Weirin fall down and it's dead. There's no one that can be seen from the spot where Issei's kick landed. It's the Ouija he learned from his Shiosho. He just needed to land a small hit, and the skill will take effect whenever he wants to. The Ouija turned the Weirin's heart into mush inside its body, even though he still hasn't fully mastered it. But to kill such a weakling such as this Weirin, it's more than enough. There's a particle of light from the Weirin, and it went straight to Issei. Level up, level up, level up, and it just kept spamming that. There's a series of level up sound cue from his card. He only leveled up 5 times after killing the Weirin, even though it's supposed to give more XP than that, but it can't be helped because he's a special case. But Issei just thought that it's normal. Then Issei head towards the city after that. Now, back at the guild. What? You're already done? But you're only gone for about 1 hour. Luna couldn't help but become flabbergasted because it took him 1 hour to fully finish it. Then she hurriedly checks his adventurer card, because she could tell if he's lying or not just from the experience stored in his card. It's true, Luna said. Luna changed to Issei, and her face was in awe after confirming it. A level 1 who can subjugate a poisonous Weirin. That needs a party of B class at the very least to take it down. It only took you 1 hour at that. Unknown to her, it can be faster if you want to go to the locations earlier. If you have the materials from the Weirin, the guild will gladly buy it from you. If you want to sell them, that is, because its scales, gallbladder, meat, etc., every part of its body can be used for either alchemy, food, and create or armor or weapon, and the value is quite high. But Issei, of course, doesn't bother the materials off the Weirin. He's too bothered to gather them like that. So he's planning on to buy the storage ring for next time. So he told her no, because he doesn't want to gather any more attention by saying he left it back there. I see. Then congratulations for completing the quest, adventurer Issei Hyodo. And then she gave Issei the reward for the quest, and Issei asked her if she sells any storage rings over there, and she says yes. So he bought one at the price of 12,000,000 Iris. After he received the storage ring, he processed to ask her, "How can I learn skills after I got my skill points?" Well, there's usually a skill tree that shows up on the card, but it seems because you don't have a class, it doesn't show up. So the only way for you to learn skills is to study it from the other adventures like a novice class, probably. But you can only learn the skills that are compatible with you. If it's not compatible, then you can't learn it no matter what. But considering your status parameters, I doubt you will have difficulties learning new skills. Then Issei got a general idea of it. So he looked around the guild and says, "Who wants to teach me some skills? I will pay you for it." He jiggles the money bag that contains 3,000,000 Iris at them. And all the adventurers' eyes inside the guild light up by seeing that. All night. Well, Issei became disappointed because most of the skills they possess is useless for him, such as one-handed sword, two-handed sword, and daggery mastery, etc., because he already possesses the internal arms mastery, skill from Shyosho, because it enables him to use any weapon proficiently already at an expert level. Other weapon mastery types become useless for him. Well, he learns some basic skills such as enemy detection, stealth, and physical performance. He doesn't learn any supporting skills such as healing because he can't, probably because of his life and death skills interfering. Not that he'd need one in the first place, because he could just regenerate from his wounds as well as he have enough mana. And he can regenerate mana just by absorbing some life around him. He doesn't bother learning skills such as steal, lockpicking, and Hawkeye, etc., because he don't need to steal stuff nor lockpicking stuff. He can just bust open doors with his bare hands, and why would he bother stealing from people? As for his Hawkeye, he already know the best eyesight from his Dragon Eye. As for the magic, there isn't any capable mage/wizard presence at the guild, so just now there's no one that can teach him about it. Even though he learned magic from the Samarias, but she can only teach magic that related with his life and death skills. The most basic he learned is clean, one where you can remove any stains. Probably because she's a girl that likes to be clean, hence the only basic magic she can teach him is that. She doesn't know the basic fireball skill, not blames her for it, because she has a life and death magic related stuff. And she sure loves to use poison. She tries to teach him, but he doesn't cut it. He just doesn't like it. But he does gain poison resistance from trying to learn her poison skills, though. Well, at least there's some new skills I got. Better than none, I guess. Well, let's do some more quests tomorrow. Issei become quite the workaholic after this, even through Sumerians and Skyers told him to relax, but he couldn't help it knowing he could get even more strength just from leveling up. Then Issei finds an inn to spend the night, and that is the end of Chapter 15. Chapter 16. A week has passed since that night. Usually a new adventurers are poor as dirt. It will take them years to climb up the ranks and become rich, so they mostly spend their nights in either stables, streets, and if they are lucky, they can spend the night at somebody's home. They are generous enough to let them stay for that night, that is, because they need to economize their incomes. If they run out of money early, then they won't be able to take any quest. Just to take a quest, they need to store a deposit in case they failed the quest. Then the guild will take that deposit as a fine, and they will also lose some rank points as a penalty. And they won't be able to stock up recovery points and the likes to survive out there, or to repair their gears in case it's broken. The guild won't let them go out without proper preparations, but not Issei. He directly went past the beginner phase. At his first quest, he subjugated a poison Vurin and received 15 million Oris, and was never in any history of that happening before. And after he took similar quest difficulty and even higher ones, Issei's rank skyrocketed in a short amount from F rank to a B rank in just a week. He should have been at higher rank to become A rank, and above he needed to go to the capital and took a certain test to become one. But he's not interested with fame and glory, so he'll just stay at Axel all his time while doing a bunch of quests. And there were some adventurers who got greedy and tried to rob him or tried to get his profits by leeching off him. Needless to say, all of them got smashed into a pulp and became out of commission for years to come. After he gained the nickname Tyrant Overlord from the adventurers, he never wasted any words to thus bother him and make them take a vacation straight away. And his reputation after that, Mob 1. A no-class adventurer can finish any type of quest. The success rate is 100%, and all it only took to achieve? At first, the response after hearing this was, "Yeah, right. Come up with better lies next time," the mob said. But after seeing it firsthand, they became silent, like they never uttered any word in the first place. At some point, there's a guild staff from the royal capital tries to contact him and have him do the test, but he refuses. At first, the guild staff tries to talk him out of it, but after hearing his answer, he becomes a loss for words. "I just want to relax," Issei says. What's on the guild staff thoughts after hearing that is, "Dude, you have finished a big amount of quests even when compared to the first class adventurers in the capital just in a week's time, and all of them were B rank and higher difficulty at that. And you're here saying you want to relax? Only an idiot would believe you." There's nothing the guild staff can do more after that, because there's no rules that make him forced to adventure to take the rank A quest. So he just went back to the capital to report his interview with Issei. When Issei arrived at the guild hall, all eyes are on him and the rowdy hall becomes quiet, and everyone can be heard muttering, "It's the Tyrant Overlord. So he's the tyrant." The last guy who tried to provoke Issei got beaten up instantly by those around him because they don't want to earn his Iri and become forced to take a vacation along with that idiot. Issei's response to all of that was just a twitch corner of his eyes and his mouth. He never intended to earn that title, it's just the previous idiots annoyed him so much. Well, not that he cared that much anyway. Good morning, Issei-san, Luna says. Luna, after seeing Issei, revealed a dazzling smile. How to say again, Issei's favorite achievement is the best in Hittery, coupled with his mysterious demeanor. He earned quite a nice reputation with the girls. Even though no one has ever saw his true face, but just from the outline of his body and his face and his enchanting wine red eyes, also his exposed long silky looking dark brown hair, it's enough to brand him as a handsome man in the minds of every young and mature girls here. And Luna here is one of his admirers. Issei feels weird by just looking at her dazzling smile. Ever since that time, the weird in subjugation, she has always become so enthusiastic and gave him over-the-top smile that usually only used when a girl looking at their beloved. And sometimes she has this predatory look on her eyes while looking at him. After she's all on her prime age for searching for marriage, and of course, she'd want the best man there to become her husband. And Issei here fills all the criteria she wanted in a husband: strong, hardworking, handsome, and rich. She's anxious to get married. At some point, she wanted to drug Issei with a refrigerator-filled drink, but Issei can smell something odd and refused her offer. Lucky for him and her, if he by chance really took that drink, then Issei might lose his virginity without consent, and as for Luna, she'll become addicted and might be broken after the deed is done, because the libido Issei possesses are off the charts as well, just like his other status parameters. Even the goddess of lust might not be able to fully take him on if he went berserk. So Issei branded her leftover woman after seeing her thirsty look. And when Issei is asked for any new quest information, she leans in on the counter to whisper at him the info as a pretense to show her offer assertus. Look even more prominent, hoping she would become intense in the process. And it's not the first time she's done this before, so after a while, Issei just plainly ignored her antics and left her be. After getting the new information, he wanted to head towards the quest bulletin once more to find a new job to do, and every single person made way for him and the masses split the sea. Issei got used to this situation already, so he just calmly headed towards the bulletin. Issei just ignored the bandit quests and likes when he saw something. Searching for a team member, needs a gentle person, even if become bored, will patiently listen to others talk, who won't insult or laugh at another person's name if it sounds weird, and hopefully can become best friends after doing quests together. Preferred class is Vanguard. If possible, has same name or at almost the same age oneself, recently turned into a 14-year-old rookie arch wizard. Issei became confused after looking at this request. Some of its normal requests, such as looking for a Vanguard and the information owns class, but what's up with the other requirement? Weird name, best friends, what? Then he felt an intense light seats looking at him, and he instinctively turned around to look at the owner of the gaze. Even though his enemy detection skill doesn't react, he doesn't feel any animosity from it. But that intense line of sight kind of bothers him. Then their line of sight clashed against each other. Issei has some premonition. He just got into something troublesome, but ignores it straight away because he doubt anything can injure him in this world. And there he saw it, the owner of that intense gaze. It's a girl. She's a beautiful young girl with crimson-colored eyes. In mid-length dark brown hair, tied into a twin tails lie on her shoulders. She wears black robes and a cloak. She wields a silver staff and keeps a short sword gathered around her waist. Underneath the cloak, she wears a low-cut blouse, ultra-short pink miniskirt. She wears a quite the revealing outfit for such a young age. And when she saw him look at her, she becomes a bit flustered, but then took a deep breath and headed towards Issei. But she fell down during the walk, face first with her panties exposed in the open. All of the adventurers nearby laugh at her. They felt Issei gaze upon them and froze in their spot while Issei sweating buckets. Then they faked coughing and started whistling while their heads around turning to non-existent and walked out of the guild as fast as they could without running. Issei at first became surprised seeing her crimson eyes because he never saw anyone possess that eye color ever since he arrived at this world. But when Issei saw her fall, he became reminded of Azia when he saw this girl. They somehow have the same look on their eyes and at the same situation when they first met each other. But Issei shakes it off because he decided to stop comparing every girl he met with his old lovers. So he glares at those who laugh at her. Just when he's about to ask if she's okay, then he suddenly stands straight up and said, Yun Yun, my name is Yun Yun. Class is Archwizard, the one who will becomes the head of the Crimson Demon Magic Clan, while doing a silly pose. And her voice boomed loudly because the guild is very quiet at this moment, and her eyes are on because of that. Even Issei becomes stupefied when she suddenly said that all along with the silly pose. Finally, under all the line sights people giving her, she became red-faced out of embarrassment, and her body started shivering and tears threatening to come out of the corner of her eyes, and she finally snapped. Because she could finally endure the embarrassment, she cried out loud and ran out of the guild at top speed. Everyone stupefied after seeing this. Issei just decided to follow her after that, because he feels like he can't just leave her alone for some reason. Probably because she reminds him of Azia, or she's really just too pitiful to be left alone. So Issei got out of the guild to find her. After some searching, he finally found her sulking in a store that looks like a cafe. She buried her face on the table while the cafe employee don't know what to do after seeing that. Issei exhales another breath and sat across her, and he signaled the employee to take his orders for later. He fake coughed to get her attention, but she didn't respond to it, so he knocked off the table. She finally looked up while having the tears on her face, and she becomes surprised that there's someone who sat across her, and this person is the one she saw at the guild hall previously. So, about the request of yours, she finally snapped out of the thoughts and stand up after hearing this question. Yes? Will you be my friend? Yunyun said. Issei became a little taken back after she says that out loud. Yunyun realized her sudden outburst, and when she wanted to run away once more, Issei stopped her by grabbing her hand, and she looks back teary-eyed. Just calm down. Return to your chair so we can talk about it. She finally relented and returned to her previous spot. So, let me hear the reason why it seems you want a friend so much. Yunyun hesitated first, but after a few seconds, she finally told the reason why. After a while, Issei became speechless for the reason why she's desperate looking for friends. From what he could conclude so far, she's far too naive and gullible. Anyone could easily take advantage of her personality if that person just said, "We are friends, right? Now you can do this and that for me?" Issei took a deep breath and exhaled once more because he became tired of listening to her story, while Yunyun is fidgeting around on her seat because she's still nervous if he will avoid her after hearing the story. Issei once more calmly said to her, "I can accept your request, but I want you to teach me some magic skills in return. Don't worry about after you finish teaching me, I would still become your party member. And as for becoming your friend, we shall see later." Yunyun became ecstatic when she heard his response and almost jumped around in joy and held herself back because she doesn't want to become even more embarrassed. So Issei extended his hand and asked, "Do we have a deal?" Yunyun happily shook his hand, and both in her arms, and shake it up and down with gusto while saying, "Yes, yes, deal!" She even shed tears of joy that made the corner of Issei's eye twitch. After that, they do some quests together, and he's found she's very capable for a rookie, and he couldn't help but wondering once more, if she's this capable, then why does nobody take her in as a party member? As for becoming her friend, he even doubts she's cursed somehow and make anyone ignore her when they see her, but he can't sense any curse on her after utilizing his life and death magic. So to check if there's any on her, he learns a few magic skills from her, such as teleportation, light of saber, and bottomless swamp. Well, it's pretty neat skills in his opinion, even though he's fast. But teleportation should come in handy if he wants to go somewhere silently without breaking something in front of him like walls or doors. Light of Saber, which generates a lightning-based plasma curved edge blade able to slice almost anything. Also good enough if he wanted to attack from distance. Bottomless Swamp. Well, this is pretty weird itself, but he can utilize an AoE attack, I guess. How is that? Issei-san, Yunyun says. She just elastically asked him after she finishes a bunch of giant frogs with her. Light of Saber. It's pretty good, Issei says. He gave her a calm smile when she's asking of his opinion of it. Yunyun became happy that her new friend and party member praised her effort. She has a goofy smile on her face and the laugh. After that, they kept doing quests together, and their relationship became close enough as a real friend. And Yunyun is over the cloud with happiness because she can finally have a real friend of her own. While Issei took a liking to her personality, she really likes the old him and Azia for that matter. Yunyun has a determined, caring, and gentle personality. She is also quite shy and quick to blush. She is not always honest with her feelings. While very intelligent, she often takes others people's words too literally. And he often solved that problem by giving the one he tries to trick her a deathly glare or a small talk behind the scenes after when no one tries to mess with her, or anymore she gained little title of the tyrant mistress. What's worth mentioning of one of the fraud who tried to trick her is the guy who tried to extort Issei on his first day as an adventurer, aka Dustkun, and he took another vacation after that. They often found together while doing quests, and her fame went up along with Issei's, so they become quite famous duo in the town, and Luna became so jealous of her she often envious gazed at Yunyun, but she never realized her gaze because Yunyun is too happy to notice. Issei kind of sees her as a little sister and kind of overprotective as his little sis. At some point, Issei asks where she lived and she said stays in a stable, so he becomes speechless and tells her to live with him. At first she became embarrassed for the offer, but then concluded it's to enhance the relationship as friends, so she lived with Issei for now. She became surprised when she saw his house. It's the biggest mansion in town. Well, Issei bought this mansion for a cheap price, and he found out why it's cheap after he went inside the mansion. It's haunted, that's why. And that's the end of chapter 16. Chapter 17. Past. When Issei got inside the house, he sees a ghost controlling the dolls. The ghost thought it could scare him, just like the others by doing this, but Issei just calmly looks towards her. He ignores the flying dolls and looks straight at the ghost, and gave that ghost a chill even though she's already dead, especially after she saw the glowing red eyes of Issei, and when his eyes became slit like a dragon, she became frozen in fear. So Issei calmly looked at her and said, "Go away, or I'm going to eat you." He threatened the ghost, and it's super effective. The ghost literally got scared into the afterlife after she's gone from the world, and the mansion became completely automatically purified itself. All the dolls disappeared into thin air. Now, back to the present. When Issei brought Yun inside the mansion, she became amazed by its sheer size. Wow, so you live alone in a place like this, Issei? Pretty much. There's a lot of empty room, so you can choose whichever one you want. Mine is the middle door there. Yun begins to remind she's going to live together with the opposite gender, and she couldn't help but become nervous because it's the first time she's done this before. But she calmed herself down. She knew that Issei is not the one who was going to do indecent stuff against the opposite gender, and he's pretty gentle inside, even though he seems calm and serious all the time. But when the time comes, he always flashes her with a soothing smile and always treats her with gentle and care. Even though she sometimes messed something up, he never gets mad at her and just calmly gave her advice and encouragement. He patiently guide her as if something stuck, but for some reason people always look wary, afraid of him. Not though she really cared though, because she's happy by just having him as a friend, and she's admit the best friend she's ever had, even though she'd never had friends before except maybe her rival Megamum. Recently, she started to look at Issei a different light. There's never anyone who treated her that way as for. Even her parents sometimes isn't as gentle as him, and she felt something twitch inside of her heart, even though she saw his smile. She still never saw his face until this day, though, because she doesn't want to intrude against someone's privacy, so she never asked him to show his face. She once asked him if he's Crimson Demon Clan member because of his red eyes, but he says no, and she can't really deny it because she never seen or heard anyone before in the village. After all, though he has his red eyes, it's not crimson like her Klasman. It's more like a wine red rather than crimson. So, with that, she fully believes him. After all, she never seen anyone outside her village who has crimson eyes before, and she knows Issei doesn't have a special case like the rest of her village, aka the Junabi case, even though she already has a certain degree of Junabi, but she won't let him know that. Thank you for having me, Issei-san, Yun says. Issei just calmly gave her a smile once more, and there it is again. The twitch she felt while looking at his smile. Take care of me too, Yun. For sure, Yun says. After that, they went their separate ways and went to their respective rooms. Yun chose the room beside him while she's sorting her luggage as she smells something delicious from outside. When she went outside her room, the flow of the smell headed towards the dining room, and there's a bunch of delicious food on the table. Yun couldn't help but be hungry after smelling the seething the food on the table. That's when she heard footsteps from behind her. Is this your cooking, Issei? When Yun turned around to ask Issei, she became frozen in place because she finally sees her Issei-san's face for the first time. That out-of-the-world handsome face, that perfect body, that enhancing wine red eyes, even though it gave a sharp ambience, it also gave certain gentleness at the same time. His long silky brown hair, his fair skin could make even women jealous. He usually wears his jacketed hood so people can't clearly see his perfect body and handsome face, but now that he only wears a black shirt with 2 buttons undone from the top down, he gives this certain sexy vibe that she can't describe. Even though she knew he had a fit body before, she never imagined his body would be this fit. Her eyes couldn't help become misty while looking at him now. She could swore she might have a nosebleed at this rate. Thankfully, he snapped her out of a delusion. Yun, what's wrong? Are you fine? Issei said. Issei couldn't help become worried while looking at him like that. Yun hurriedly shake her head and turn her face away so she won't become lost in the delusion once more after looking at his face. I'm fine. Well, wow, this sure looks delicious. Did you make all this, Issei-san? She tries to change the topic, but Issei won't have any of it and put the food from his hand down on the table and went towards Yun once more. He bent down to her body, matches her height. After all, he's taller than Yun. Yun once again saw his handsome face, but this time from up close. What do you mean you're fine? Your face looks red. Are you having a fever? Here, let me check. He then proceeded to stick his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. And Yun has finally reached her limit. Her face went full red, smoke coming out of her head, and her eyes are spinning. And finally, she fainted with a nosebleed on her nose. Yun! Issei hurriedly catch her from falling. Hang in there, Yun. Issei still doesn't really realize why she fainted that way. While Yun have hearts on her eyes, she has this silly look on her face even though she's fainted already. After all, she's at the age of her puberty and she has interest in the opposite gender like normal girls her age, so it's perfectly normal for her to react that way, especially after seeing a perfect man like Issei. After a while, Yun finally stirs awake. She opens her eyes, and what she sees her becomes stupefied once more, because she's looking up to see Issei's face at close range. Issei at this moment put her head on his lap while reading some books. It's the lap pillow position. When she set her eyes on his calm face while reading the book, she became entranced once more. "Oh, you're awake, Yun. You scared me back there. I thought something happened to you. Thankfully, you're all right." Issei saw her awoke finally, and he gave her a smile and put down a book he's reading. Then he proceeded to pat her gently. Yun almost fainted once more after he's done all of this, but she held herself back and hastily back of the pillow, a bit feeling reluctant in doing so. I'm fine. Thank you for carrying me. Take care of me, Issei-san." She tried to avert her face from looking directly at his face. "Let's eat, Issei-san." Let's eat," Issei replied. Issei then stood up from the sofa and headed towards the dining table once more, Yun following close up behind, while him gazing in his direction with a red face. She's still out of a little bit because of her heart rapidly thumping at this moment. They have an awkward dinner together because Yun keep looking down with a red face while sneaking a quick at his direction. Issei at first becomes amused, but then chooses to let her be for now. Even though his food is the most delicious food Yun has ever tasted, she probably can't react to it because she's still in her delusion. So, after she finishes her food, she offered to wash the dishes without any chance for rebuttal, and took all the empty plates on the table back to the kitchen. She practically dashes towards the kitchen while bringing the dishes along with her. Issei becomes stupefied at this first, and then he just chuckled at her reaction. After some thinking, Issei realized she must have fainted because of his face, but he couldn't help but stop teasing her after she's awake for some reason. Now he knows what Akano feels like when she's teasing him back then. Not that he cares anymore, of course. He then concluded because she's pretty naive and gullible, and this must be the first time when she saw a handsome face. Unknown to him, Yun have seen a lot of handsome face, but none before she can give her this kind of reaction. Now, back at Yun, she washes dishes while still having a red face, and what's on her mind at the moments are, "Oh my god, Issei's face is so handsome. How can someone that handsome? It's pretty much a crime for that to be having a face. My heart can't stop beating loudly for some time now." Issei's son, no idiot. After they both went to sleep, but not before Issei saying goodnight at her, and she responded with a stutter, "Good night, Issei-san." Then she hurriedly closed the door. Issei-san then chuckled at her reaction once more. Now, the next day, Yun have a delusional dream where she went to marry Issei, and she kept having this goofy smile on her face while still sleeping. Yun said in her sleep. Issei is already awake, and he's doing his meditation inside his room to stabilize his aura. He then learned to give his aura after some thinking, because his aura can give away his location in case he went to infiltrate an area or he utilizes his stealth skill. After a while, he stopped his meditation and head towards the kitchen to prepare breakfast for both him and Yun. Not long after the setting up breakfast, Yun came out of her room. "Good morning." Issei gave her a greeting, and Yun couldn't help but be blushed after all, but not forgetting to respond, "Good morning, Issei-san." So they both started eating breakfast together, and this time Yun properly gave Issei food a compliment, and he just responded with his usual smile along with "glad you like it" words. Then they both head towards the guild. At the guild, Issei and Yun went to their perspective set of actions. Issei went to the quest bulletin, while Yun went to resupply some of the necessities. Even though Issei doesn't need it, but he doesn't want Yun becoming over-reliant on him, so she decided to let her do her own preparation. Issei once more seems a weird companion request posted on the bulletin, such as looking for a party member. The current party consists of a crusader and thief at the moment, preferably looking for a brute and violent new member. Any class is fine. 2. Looking for a party member that currently party consists of a no one cares. Number 3. Recruiting the team consists of super beautiful and outstanding archpriest, impolite, weakest class, Hinikneet. Wants to carry on journeys of heroes and take an exciting and warm, happy, risky adventure with the super beautiful, outstanding archpriest that guided by the goddess of water herself. Hurry and come join us. The condition to enter the team are only limited to the top tier class. How to say this? The first one part is very normal, but at the end, what's with the brute and violent part? While second one is all very normal and have the crusade but the demon lord, it seems like a nice object already. But this is a beginner city. Why would a beginner want a crusade against the demon lord this early on? As to the third one, no words needed to point out the weirdness. Only now Issei realizing this world is pretty weird for some obvious reasons. First Yun case and now this. He now started doubting if this world is truly where the Sumerians want him to go or not. He found out there's a bunch of cult that exists in this world, but the most famous one is the Iris cult and the Axis cult. Iris cult is the national religion of the Beelzebub kingdom. People believes goddess Iris is the one who controlled the fortune of this world and goes by the name goddess of fortune Iris. And it also controls some life or death that happens in this world. That's why also Iris cult is the most famous cult in the world. Even the currency is named her, which is Iris currency. But Axis cult is famous for the opposite reason, namely known for their notoriety, their follower known to be having some screws loose or just plain weird in the head. They will stop at nothing for their missionary job, from fraud to exponori. They also always slander the Iris cult, such as the evil cult, heathen cult, crazy cult, etc. They will even smash the windows of the Iris church and beat up the believer of the Iris cult. This is also why some people thought the Axis cult belonged to the demon lord because of their notoriety. That's also why no one is willing to get involved with the Axis cult. Issei knows what he almost got himself into back then when he just arrived at this world. The one who told him Axis cult shall bring him salvation. That little girl pamphlet, if he recalled correctly, it has an Axis symbol on it. This cult believe in the goddess of water, Aqua. Perhaps the one who posted the third request is one of the Axis cult members? And that is the end of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Then while Issei is still thinking about this post, he heard a rowdy voice of a man and a woman. And since the guild is mostly empty at the moment, that voice clearly stands out. At a wooden table located at the corner of the guild hall, there's a man and woman sitting together. The man is about 16 to 17 year olds, average looking youth. He has a short and slightly spiky chestnut brown hair, green eyes, and he wears one set of spotwear unexpectedly because Issei knows that is in this world there's no sportswear like that man wearing now. If in Issei's original world, that's a common outfit, but in this world, he's never seen one. While a young girl is still quite beautiful, she has a slim figure with ample breasts, long legs, blue waist-long hair that is particularly tied into a loop with water molecule-shaped clip. Her clothes carry a blue color scheme, with her ordinary attire consisting of a vast, detached sleeves, thigh-high boots, and an extremely short miniskirt and a transparent underskirt. The man is talking to the girl at the moment. You unexpectedly post that kind of request to the bulletin board, the man says, while having incredulous looks on his face while looking at the girl. What's wrong? Admires my outstanding style very much? If envies me want to teach you, so as long as Kazuma kneels here, loudly shout, please teach me, Aquasama, I will teach you. Even though the girl is quite beauty, but it's ruined by her rampant demeaning expression she has right now. But the responsive Kazuma guy to the girl is a slap on her head with a loud pack sound. It hurts, what are you doing? Ha, still asking for what I'm doing? Naturally to try to fix that head of yours. Who knows, maybe after it got hit, your head might be fixed. Admires your head. What envies? Envies that you said. The team consists of a super beautiful and outstanding archpriest and an impolite weakest class tinic neat. Such words want me to admire envy, you useless goddess. I'm not a useless goddess, but a super beautiful and outstanding goddess of water, you impolite and weakest classed heat. Who died because of a shock caused by a slow-moving tractor? Very good. It seems like it should be time to discard you, this useless goddess. I will change the request content to Archpriest for sale. Does not need to provide any food. Only needs to sprinkle water for her. Regards as a raiding grass, then it's alright. You just wait here for me, Kazuma says. I made a mistake. Was I made a mistake? Kazuma, please forgive me, the girl says, while saying that the super beautiful and outstanding Archpriest such lay on the ground and cried, while holding onto her legs, and I dragged along with the youth. They want to head towards the beautiful bulletin board. Issei suddenly had the urge to just get out of here quickly because he got the feeling if he got involved with this duo, then his relaxing days might as well be considered as good for done. Holy shit, my bad. Gone for good. Just when Issei wanted to walk out of the guild, he saw a girl suddenly showed up at the entrance, then dropped down in front of him. The small girl on the floor looks like a 12 to 13-year-old young girl. She has shoulder-length dark brown hair. She wears a classical witch attire, as well as a black coat with gold border, choker wizard's hat, fingerless gloves, and carries a black staff. Even that Kazuma and young girl who still hang on his legs becomes quiet, looks towards the girl who just dropped down. Silence ensues. Just when Issei wants to bypass the girl, she suddenly grabbed onto Issei's ankle with a Hey, Sam, and she proceeded to say, sees a beautiful young girl fall to the ground. Generally speaking, should I check if she's okay and offer some help, right? Hearing this, Issei's face just twitched a lot and tries to calmly answer with a forced smile. Excuse me, but just think of me as a passerby, and I'm quite tired today, so I'm sorry if I can't help you. What's more, you give me a very troublesome feeling for some reason. Now, can you let go of my ankle, please? Hearing this, the young girl suddenly grabbed onto Issei's leg, just like what the blue-haired girl did to Kazuma, and started crying out loud while she's saying, we just met each other. Even if you don't want to help me, it's fine. But what's up with the definition of I gave you a troublesome feeling? Can't you see that I'm a very beautiful young girl? Indeed, she has a beautiful face. She has a fair skin, a light complexion with a touch of naivety on her beautiful face. She wears an eye patch in her right eye for some reason, though. Whoa, Kazuma says. Kazuma, who saw her face, became amazed. But what's getting Issei's attention is her eyes. It's crimson, just like Yun. At the same time, the blue-haired girl also recognized the color of her eyes, and both Issei and her asked at the same time while looking at the crimson eyes. Issei and blue-haired girl at the same time, are you a Crimson Demon Clan member? Then she suddenly stand up straight away and introduced herself while making some silly poses, kinda like what Yun did. Indeed, I am. My name is Miganum. My calling is that of an arch-wizard who commands explosion magic, the strongest of all offensive magic. All of them become speechless after she did her introduction, but the blue-haired girl breaks the silence by saying, has not that thought the unexpectedly will run into a Crimson Demon Clan person here? This child also has a top-tier class arch-wizard. It's a good opportunity. We must get her on our team, Kazuma. Then Megumin suddenly dropped down once more. Please give me something to eat. I haven't eaten in a very long time. Then her stomach had a huge growling sound after that. Like a hungry beast growling. Just when they all become speechless once more, there's another voice coming from the entrance. Issei-san, I've done my preparation. Sorry for the wait, Yun said. She came inside the guild while having a happy face and waved towards Issei. Oh, beautiful and big, Kazuma said. Kazuma started drooling after seeing Yun's assets bouncing up and down. Then he suddenly felt a chill coming from glare from Issei, and he started sweating buckets. He hurriedly looked down. He felt as if he kept staring at this new girl, then he might lose his life once more, and this time for good. Then suddenly Yun saw Megumin, who's on the floor. Megumin, is that you? Yun said. She became surprised seeing her rival here. What happened to you, Megumin? She started panicking after seeing Megumin on the floor and tries to shake her around. Ugh, what's that annoying voice? Yun? That's right, Megumin, it's Yun. What happened to you? I haven't ate for a long time, Yun said. Then her stomach started to growl. Yun said. Then Yun looked towards Issei. Issei-san, please help Megumin. Issei had no other choice but to help this Megumin because Yun kept looking at him with teary puppy eyes. And because this Siscon, he cannot deny her request even though he knows it will be troublesome after this. Issei just sighs. Scene skip. At the one at the table of the guild, there's a bunch of food served, and Megumin can be found eating all the food with gusto. Yun says. She ate like a starving ghost and took a whole piece of meat inside her mouth like it's nothing. They really need to specify that another way. In her opposite, Aqua could be found chugging down food, alcohol at the same speed as Megumin. Even when both of their mouth is full, they kept chugging food after drink, like they are afraid of food, and drinks will disappear if they don't eat it fast enough. Issei found out the blue-haired girl name after she says, I accept your offering, mortal. This goddess of water, Aquasuma, shall give you her blessing. Then she proceeded to eat the food he bought like nobody's business. Issei is at a loss for words after seeing them both like this. Yun, who sat beside him, also feeling speechless seeing her rival eating like this. Only Kazuma is laminating the unfairness of this world. Obviously, are two Bishos. Obviously, the two Bishos. Why? Kazuma says. He doesn't dare to look at Yun openly because of Issei, so he tried to ignore Yun as best as he could because he doesn't want to die once again. So he can only laminate this fate after seeing the two girls who's free in front of him. Even Issei have to agree on this lamination. Obviously, these two can be considered as beautiful girls, but all that is ruined of their attitude and demeanor. But thankfully, he got Yun, who's pretty normal compared to the other two. He started to appreciate Yun even more after comparing with these two. Megumin, eat slowly, Yun said. Yun tried to advise her rival, but Megumin just ignored the advice and still ate with gusto. After a while, they finished eating their food. Finished? If you're done, then we'll excuse ourselves, Issei says. Just when Issei wanted to get out as fast as possible, Yun started saying, My name is Yun. What a coincidence. What a quirk of fate. To think we've encountered each other here. You truly are my lifelong rival, Megumin. Issei got nothing to say after this. He knows the two of them know each other, but to think they are lifelong rivals. He thought that her relationship with Megumin was the same as him and Volley, or so he thought, until Megumin started saying, Anyway, this girl is Yun, the daughter of the Crimson Demon's leader, my self-proclaimed rival. What do you mean self-proclaimed? We're truly a lifelong rival in every sense. Ha, says the girl who has no friend like always. I'm saying, that's where you're wrong, Wingum. I have a real friend and a party member now. This is Issei-san, my lifelong friend and party member. Impossible, Meganum says. Then all of them look towards Issei. Kazuma still has goosebumps while looking at him, while Aqua and Meganum checking out Issei fully. Ooh, not too bad compared to this idiot over here. Why you... Is this the mouth? This mouth who says it all, Kazuma says. Ow, it hurts. I'm sorry, Aqua said. Then he pinched Aqua's face, and they become rowdy on their own. You, what are you aiming for? There's no way anybody will become friends with this meat for no reason. Don't call me meat just because your chest won't grow. Don't call me meat, Yun Yun says. Then Meganum have a trick on her head and starts slapping Yun Yun's breast while saying, if this is not a useless meat, then what is this? Ow, don't slap my breast because you won't grow. He becomes speechless after their antics. There's no particular reason. We just have a deal. If she teaches me her magic skill, then I will become her party member. But as time goes on, we truly became friends. And I found her interesting, as fun as a friend, Issei says. Yun stops slapping Yun Yun's breast after hearing this. She has this ridiculous look on her face like the world is over. Yun Yun became touched after hearing Issei's words. She has a blush on her face. Issei-san, to think that Yun Yun can get a friend on her own. And she got a party first before me on top of that. Is tomorrow going to be the end of the world, Meganum said. Then, she became reminded of how she got her party member in the first place. You said you let her join your party. If she teach you her magic skills, right? Then let me join yours too. I can teach you the best effective magic skill there is to explode. I refuse, Issei cuts her off and blatantly refused her offer without a why? Meganum said, because you seem troublesome. Issei said that with a blank look on his face, like that's a fact. Ugh, what kind of reasoning is that? Can't you seem a beautiful girl and an arch-wizard at that? But Yun Yun is also arch-wizard. I'm totally content with just having her as my party member, so no thank you, Issei says. Megan became a loss for words after that, while Yun Yun still lost in her delusion after hearing his words. Ugh, in that case, I challenge you for a duel. If I win, you will let me join your party and replace her with me. Yun Yun finally snapped out of her delusion after hearing those words. What? Just when she was about to protest the meaning, she heard Issei said, I won't replace her. She's not some object that can be thrown away like a toy. Issei got a little bit mad after hearing Megan's words because it reminded him of his betrayal, like he's treated as a toy that could be replaced any time by his old lovers. His eyes glowing red and became slit like dragon eyes. His aura also lit a little wild. Aqua, Kazuma, and Megumin, who saw that, goosebumps got all over. What's on Kazuma's mind? This dude is the real deal. He might just truly kill me if I piss him off. His legs are shaking like crazy and he's sweating all over. Scary, but his eyes. It's also a Crimson Demon Clan member, no? His eyes are nothing like Crimson Eyes. It gives more of a dangerous vibe than them. And I could swear even the Demon Lord doesn't have this kind of vibe, Aqua says. Ugh, eyes are scary but so cool, just like a dragon's eye. Is he also from this village? No one from the village can come out with his feelings and he's dead serious in what he said all of that, Megumin said. Yun Yun is over the cloud at this moment because the man she idolizes just says it all for her. Issei-san, so charming. What do? I really fell for Issei-san, but what if he refuses? I'm afraid if he refuses, he's too cool when he says that. I apologize for my words, Meganum says. Meganum hastily apologizes because she doesn't want to get on his bad side more than she is now. She has to admit that he is really cool when says that line, though. And she kind of envies Yun Yun, like to get this kind of master as her friend and party member. She was afraid for Yun Yun, that's why she said all that to test him out, because she often got tricked in the past, and even though she doesn't want to admit it, she really do think Yun Yun is a friend. But she's become flabbergasted when this man said all of that. Even she felt her heart twitch after seeing him act like that for Yun Yun. She's happy her friend finally found a true friend on her own, but she's also envious at her at the same time. Issei finally took back his aura and closed his eyes for a second to let it revert back to normal. He's not truly mad because he can tell this Megumin is actually to do all that for Yun Yun. If not, he might just make the one who said all of that a vacation for life and not waste his words on them. So he admired her in some way. Although she doesn't show it, she truly does care for Yun Yun as a friend. I also apologize for my lack of control. It's just what you said. Kind of reminded me of my past, you see. They all finally give a sigh of relief because they felt suffocated from his aura alone, except Yun Yun because she's too lost in her delusion to realize it, and Issei never aimed his aura at her in the first place. And that is the end of Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Well, shall we get going, Yun Yun? Yun Yun? Issei said. When Issei didn't get a response from him, he looked towards her, and he saw Yun Yun looking at him with an infatuated look on her face. Issei got taken aback from her look. Yun Yun? Issei said. Then she finally snaps out of it and she hastily shakes her head. What's wrong, Issei-san? Megumin, Aqua, and Kazuma just all look at each other. When they both feels the stare they receive from Issei, just stare back with a glare, with Yun face become red as a tomato and steam coming out of her face. She holds her face down after realizing their stare. When they received Issei's glare, they all look away while whistling, like they never stared at them in the first place. Then shall we go, Yun? Issei says. Issei feels uncomfortable by their look, so he tried to ask Yun once more, and just when Yun was about to answer, wait, Megumin says. They both look at her. Please take me as your party member, Megumin says. This is Megumin did a full 90-degree bow to him, and when Issei was about to answer her once more, he saw the honest look she's giving him, and he hesitated. Then he felt a tug on his sleeve. When he saw who's tugging on her sleeve, he saw Yun giving him a begging look. Fine, you must listen to my commands, and my name is Issei Hyodo, by the way. Issei finally relented. Megumin became ecstatic, and Yun gave Issei a grateful look. Issei just gave her a weary smile. Then suddenly he heard a voice. Please, take us in too, Kazuma said. Huh? What are you saying? Kazuma suddenly did a deal and pulled Aqua down along with him. When she was about to say something, Issei became speechless when seeing this like this. Do they have to go this far? Why? Issei says, I can't take it anymore. At this rate, we won't get anywhere. This useless goddess can't do proper job as a priest, and my class is just an adventurer/novice. Please follow Japanese. I'm begging you, Kazuma says. Issei became surprised when he said that. Kazuma knows Issei, a fellow Japanese man, from his name. It's quite easy to guess, really. Because all the name on this world, not a single one have a Japanese style-like name as him and Issei. You are the same from this world, huh? Then how you come both from so different? One is useless, while the other one is very capable, Aqua said. Megumin and Yun are also surprised that Issei is not from this world. You shut up, and my full name is Sato Kazuma. I'm begging you, Issei Hyodo, Kazuma says. Issei got the chills when he got called with Sama suffix from a fellow guy, especially with that much passion. First of all, don't call me Asama. Just Issei is fine. Now, the Japanese thing, Issei says. Then Issei asked him how did he get to this world in the first place. After some questioning, he finally got the answers. To think that he brought here after his own death on Earth, and the cause of his death, how lame can a person be? Issei didn't know whether to laugh or cry on the way he died. Poor bastard is all I can say. For a fully grown man to beg with a dozen and crying at the same time. Well, not that Issei can really blame him for that, if his only party member is this useless goddess as he's described, and from the things that happened so far it seems true enough. Issei once inhaled a big sigh. At this rate, he wondered if he will become old faster with all the sigh he has ever done because he's arrived in this world. Fine, Issei said. When Kazuma was about to scream for joy, but you have to listen to my command clearly just like Megumin here. Issei says. Then Issei whispered, and if you dare look at Yun with that perverted look on your eyes, I will pluck your eyes, got it? Kazuma shivered fiercely from his words as he hastily shake his head up and down like it almost break at supersonic speed at how fast he nods. Issei then gives him a calm smile, but his eyes are not smiling. Then welcome aboard, Kazuma, Issei says. Yun became happy that her new party got bigger, and she thought she will have more friends after this. Megumin just calmly looks at their interaction between Kazuma and Issei. She can tell that what's the content of their conversation are. And she has to agree with Issei's condition because she can tell that this Kazuma is a pervert. While Aqua is just being Aqua, she didn't have a single clue nor even care about what just happened. She just has this silly look on her face. After a while, Issei checked all over the skills, became speechless once more, and started regretting his choice of accepting him into the team. Kazuma is still fine because he's a novice, but what's up with the other two? This self-proclaimed goddess put all of her skills point into the street artist performance stuff, and the only priest she has are purification and resurrection. While this Megumin only has one skill available, namely explosion magic. Sure, it's high level, but it's the only skill in her arsenal that's available. That means after she ran out of mana, she can't cast any other skills at all, not even a small fireball spell. You must be kidding me, Issei says. Issei didn't know what to say after seeing this. He started to hate his dragon pride a little bit, because he can't take back his words after accepting him as a party member. Let's just get this over with, Issei says. Then they proceeded to look to the quest board. Issei just takes the crusade against the White Wolf quest, and all of them except for Yun became paralyzed from the self-proclaimed haughty goddess until a self-proclaimed strongest arch-wizard who possesses explosion magic on her arsenal. Finally, Kazuma became a representative for asking Issei about the quest. Issei-san? Kazuma says, what's wrong? Issei replied, that's a high-rank quest, isn't it? So? But we are rookies. And? Never mind, Kazuma said. Kazuma didn't know what to say anymore and just gave up asking questions. He just had this resigned to fate on his looks on his face. Aqua and Megumin hugged each other, and they were trembling because they thought their life would be fortified soon. Even though they both have some screw loose in their head, they can tell when all of the hope is lost for them. Even though Meganum truly believes that explosion is the strongest spell, it can't do much if the spell doesn't hit the target, and White Wolf are known for their speed and agility, so she can forget hitting one with their explosion spell unless the wolf stays put. But that's impossible, unless the wolf's stupid and won't stay put. Well, Aqua can't even beat a giant frog, what's more of White Wolf, which are obviously stronger than the former one. Only Yunya became confused after seeing them like this. What's wrong with you guys? What's wrong with you, you asked? Don't you know what a White Wolf is? I do not know about them, but what's wrong with it? It's clearly a strong monster that's not for rookies such as ourselves, idiot, Meganum says. But Issei-san is a B rank, and we often beat strong monsters than a White Wolf. Meganum, Aqua, and Cosmo B ranked? Then they fiercely turn their heads all together at the same time and look towards Issei. Issei at this moment are taking the quest from the register at the counter. Really? They all asked at the same time, and they asked Union once more. Yeah, I often do quests together with Issei-san, so I know his capabilities as well. Then what rank are you, Yun? I'm a C rank and almost got promoted to B rank after a couple more quests. It's wrong. She gave them a clueless look while she just said this is very normal. Meganum and Yunyun left their village at the same time. They arrived about a few weeks ago, and Yunyun to achieve C rank just after the short amount of time just showed how ridiculous her capabilities are. Even Meganum is still at E rank after all this time. She could be considered a fast rank climber compared to most of the adventurers, while both Kazuma and Aqua are still F rank. You must be lying, Meganum said. No, I'm not, Yunyun replied. Then let me take a look at your card. Here, Yunyun said. Then they all gather to look at Yunyun's card, making him have all his hope and his lost look on her face as she can't believe all this is real, while Cosmo and Aqua just look wowing in the background. To think me, the genius star wizard of all time's rank, are below this loner, Meganum says. How rude. I'm not a loner anymore. She didn't realize she basically admitted that she was a loner before. Let's go, Issei said. Then they all have no choice but to go with Issei. Scene change. Skip. After they arrived at the green pasture, they thought it's going to be easy because they have a B and C rank with them. But all that changed as they heard Issei says, me and Yunyun are not going to help you until you really need help yourself. Issei says, why? They all said. What do you mean why? Of course it's because I want to look at your capabilities. I already know Yunyun's capabilities, so I don't need her to show me again. Don't tell me you guys are afraid, Issei says. Issei gave them a challenging look. Of course not. Who says we're afraid? Oh, then let's go then, Issei said. After a while of waiting, Aqua could be found doing a prayer. God, please bless me. God, please bless me, even though she's a goddess herself for some reason to pray to another god. Meganum is standing stiff, while she could be heard muttering, I'm not afraid, I'm very strong. She's shivering a bit, even though she said all of that, while Cosmo just gave this calm, confident face, but his legs are shaking fiercely. Issei took a look at all of them and had nothing to say. Yunyun just weirdly smiled at that. I say, why do you guys seem so afraid, even though I said I want to see your capabilities? I never said I'd let you die, didn't I? Issei said. Really? They all said at the same time. Issei just sits there in silence. Wait, you're not planning to pick this quiz specifically just to left us behind, did you? Cosmo said. Issei just stood there in silence. Aqua and Meganum's body fiercely shakes. After hearing that, after seeing Issei doesn't answer right away, they both threw themselves at Issei's legs and cried out loud while saying, please don't leave us behind, Issei-sama. Gross, your snot and tears are touching my legs. I won't leave you behind, so let go, Issei said. Really? Yes, really, so let go. They finally let go after Issei fiercely glares at Cosmo for causing this to happen. Cosmo hurriedly do a dog while saying, I am very sorry. Yunyun tried to wipe the stain to Issei's leg, but Issei stopped her from doing so, but the way she planned it did seem very wrong. After waiting for a while, the wolf must have ran away after knowing the great Aqua-sama is here, Aqua said. Just when she finished boasting ground, she fiercely shakes, and Meganum pointed behind Aqua while her hands are trembling. Wolves, Meganum said. There's a loud roar heard from the loud footsteps heard in the distance behind Aqua's back. Cosmo and Meganum faces are pale, and they're shivering while looking behind Aqua's. You guys must be working together to trick me, right? What's with that expression? Like there's some monsters behind my back. Don't do this kind of joke, okay? There will be divine punishment if you try to scare off a goddess, okay? Okay? Even though Aqua tried to look calm, but her body was shivering like crazy. Then the sound of footsteps behind Aqua became suddenly stopped, but all the sudden stillness just made Aqua more afraid. With that roar of footsteps resumed, it still started to close at a faster rate on them. Aqua started to whine. Then Aqua hurriedly run towards Cosmo's groups while crying loudly. Both Cosmo and Megumin turn around and run as fast as they can while shouting, "Don't come over here! Go away! Save me! Save me as well! I'm begging you, save me!" Aqua said. Issei and Yunyun, who looked at this, became speechless. Yunyun tried to help them, but she got stopped by Issei. The leader of the White Wolf Pack gave a louder roar after its pack started running faster towards Aqua's direction. Then Aqua tripped herself. No! Issei could only sigh while saying, "I obviously want to look at their capabilities, but for this to happen..." Then he made a dash towards Aqua's direction when a wolf almost bites Aqua. He arrived in front of it and punched the wolf right in its head. The wolf got blown away while its head braked like a watermelon without able to let out a single sound. Its body smashed with the rest of the wolves behind it, like a loud boom sound after the impact. The wolves got hit by the blown away wolf, body died right away. Issei calmly stands in front of Aqua after doing that. Wow, seriously? Kazuma said. Kazuma, who's hiding behind a tree, gave the reaction after seeing Issei's action. Wow, amazing. Moreover, very cool and charming, Meganum says. Meganum, who certainly was hiding behind a rock, said this while having stars in her eyes. Aqua, who just saved was doll's vice when she suddenly grabbed onto Issei's body like a vice grip and started crying while thanking him at the same time. Thank you, thank you. Ugh, don't grab onto me while you're crying. Your tears and snot are rubbing against me. Let go, you idiot. He tried to push her off, but became surprised because she had such a strong grip, surprisingly. What? How come her grip are so this strong? This is not what a human is capable of doing. Is she really a goddess? Issei's physical body is strong as hell, but for him to unable to peel her off is pretty surprising, even though he's not fully used his strength in fear of hurting her. The rest of the wolf gave a loud roar because they lost their companions. But they are not stupid. They know if this human is capable of doing all that in one punch, he's pretty strong himself. They're just putting a tough front because they know they can't beat him if all of them went together. Then Issei just looked towards them while suppressing the wolf with his aura alone. They become petrified in the place and lower their heads while growling softly. Ooh, they are feeling afraid. Megan saw this for a chance to show off her skill. Main character is going on stage. It really is a golden opportunity. Now I shall experience the most powerful magic of all time, Meganum says. After the declaration, you're going to raise her staff and chant her magic. Darkness blacker, then blacker, darker, than dark. I beseech thee, combine with my deep crimson. The time of awakening is cometh. Justice fall upon the inflammable boundary. Appear now as an intangible distortion. This is the mightiest means of attack known to man. The ultimate attack. Explosion. Then there's a loud blast giant explosion in the distance. Wait, Issei said. Issei's voice got down and because of the sound effect caused by her explosion magic. And that is the end of chapter 19. Chapter 20. How's that? The strongest offensive magic skill in the world. Explosion. Now bow before me, you plebs, as my magic's power... The green pasture has now hit a big crater, and Meganum, after used her skill for some reason, dropped down to the ground. Issei, who saw this, kept twitching his face, while Kazuma is in awe. Aqua's still clinging to Issei. Yunyun is clapping for her rival. You idiot. Did you forget what the content of the quest was? The owner of the pasture wanted us to get rid of the white wolf because they are destroying his pasture. Now that the damage you have done is obviously bigger than the whole wolf pack, you think the owner will give us our rewards for the quest, Issei says? Of course. He will sue us instead of paying us after what just happened. You get it now? And I can guess why you fell down after casting your magic. Because you put your whole skill points into explosion magic alone. Sure, its might and power will be great and casting time became shorter because the mana consumption will all be bigger. And considering your low level, even though your whole status points into your mana, it still won't be enough. So after you cast one explosion spell, you pretty much ran out of mana down for the count, am I right? They all started trembling when they remembered the content of the quest and started trembling even more after knowing they might get sued by the pasture owner. But after hearing Issei's analysis on Meganum's skill, they looked down at her direction and saw her body fiercely shaking, and she was even sweating buckets at this very moment. They all knew that Issei just said is true. After seeing her reaction, even Yunyun didn't know what to say. She had a very worried smile on her face fade because she can't do anything to assist her rival on this one. I knew it was a mistake for taking you all in this party's members, Issei said. Now, skip. Scene change. When they got back to the guild hall and submit the report to Luna, they got sued for 10 million eras, and each party members needs to pay 10 million eras, not 10 million eras as a whole party, but for each individual. What Luna said they got sued is pretty much the same, just like what Issei said. Because the damage they did is bigger than the whole wolf pack, and the pasture is pretty much destroyed because it becomes unstable. Issei and Yunyun just stayed calm after hearing that, but Yunyun gave her rival a concerned look because both her and Issei have lots of money from all the quests they did. And when Yunyun tried to pay for Meganum, Issei doesn't allow it because they reap what they sow. So they can only relent because she doesn't want to go against her idol. Even her puppy look won't look this time. Kazuma, Aqua, and Meganum faces are pale as a white sheet of paper as they are shivered of all of the hearing and the depth they're in. When they tried to ask for help at Yunyun, they received a deadly glare from Issei and they could only shut up. They can't blame Meganum alone either because if Kazuma isn't just hiding the entire time, he could have stopped Meganum. Aqua, distracted by Issei hugging him like a vice grip, so they can only accept their fate. Just when they thought their situation could not get any worse, they heard Luna talk once more. There's also someone who got injured by Anger and sent the spell, and she's waiting upstairs to meet the one who cast that spell, Luna says. They all become startled after hearing that, so they head towards the second floor of the guild, and they arrive in front of the room where they got injured by making him spell. Is this really okay? That person got hit by explosion magic. It's already a miracle they're still alive, and even they must be critically injured. Well, don't worry so much. After all, Aqua is an archpriest, so she could heal the injuries they got, right, Aqua? Cosmo says, yeah, leave it to me. With my healing spell, she'll be fine, Aqua said. Well, it's your own fault anyway, so just hurry up and go inside and just get this over with. It's not like things could get any worse than they are now anyway. Worse, they will just sue you once more, Issei said, making no troubles once more, knowing she might get into bigger debt. Suddenly my stomach hurts. Bam! She got cut out because the door suddenly burst open. The one who opened the door just went straight into making women hold her hands while saying, "Thank you very much." Is this first word of a normal person who got injured by somebody else? She is tall, beautiful young woman, and she has appearance of a cool beauty. She is well endowed, and also has light blue eyes and straight, long blonde hair that kept in a ponytail tied with a braid red hair clip, secured on both sides of her bangs. She is clad in the black, white, and yellow armor, with metal shoulder plate on her left side, and a wing-like coat perched upon her right shoulder, but most of her body is covered by bandages at this time, and her blushing beautiful face at this moment is still filled with pure ecstasy and joy while using drooling a little bit. What's on Issei's mind after this newcomer ended, Issei said. He could tell right away this woman is also not normal. There's no sane person will become happy and joyful after getting injured. Really? Thank you so much. I have never felt such a powerful attack. This is my first time felt a peak pleasant sensation that's even made my entire consciousness starts to fly. Is that explosion magic? It's really good, the person says. Her way of speaking, all of them moved backward, their face also grimming after hearing her words. My name is Darkness, also an adventurer. Pleased to meet you all. The purpose of wanting to meet you here is because I want to enter your party. My class is Crusader, and I act as a vanguard, and I have very high defense parameters, so don't hesitate to use me as a meat shield. If anything, D.O., use me as a meat shield to your heart's content. So please let me join your party. They didn't know how to respond to her words. Issei has his faraway look on her face while thinking, Sumerians, is this really a world where you wanted me to go? Do you really think this is a relaxing place? This world is filled with special people. At Sumerian's domain, achoo! Did you get cold, Sumerian? Sayaj said, no, that's impossible. I wonder if Issei is thinking me right now. Does he miss me, Sumerian says? Well, indeed for him, it's been a while for us, so it's just been a few days past since we last met him. And you girls need to keep up the pace. Don't be slow. Phew, Jean and Zolter said. Got it. Shayet's is supervising Jin's training for the upcoming Reigning game because both she and Sumerians won't participate in the game because that would be overkill. Even though Jin and Zoltar are strong, they still need more polish participating in the Reigning game because their current might get wiped early on. At their best, power level at this moment is on par with the ultimate class or over there. Sayach don't want her sisters to be embarrassed with their husband in the Reigning game because of their weaknesses, and even Sumerians agree on her idea. And did you like your new body, dear Irene? Samaria says, this is indeed a nice body, and it will take me a little more time to get used to. Don't worry, I will gain full control of my body soon for the upcoming rating game, and I have to fully thank you once more, Irene says. No need to thank me, aren't we sisters? And I'm glad you like your new body. Irene's face got a little red after hearing this. She's indeed very happy with her new body because she knows that Issei will be really like this body. She touched the mark on the middle of her chest while having it endured first. Irene is a tall, voluptuous, beautiful woman with a thickly braided bow of scarlet hair. Her two front braids have golden ornaments near the upper sections. For clothing, Irene has a requete vision of the typical witch's garb. Her black top has a diamond-shaped opening, exposing the middle of her breast, while the white heart of the dragon's wing. My beloved true soulmate, Issei. Now at Sona's place, Sona and Tsubaki can be found in the room. Sona is the sofa, kneeling her forehead while Tsubaki just stands behind her while giving Sona a concerned look. How stupid can you be, Rias? As your friend, I'm truly at a loss for words, Sona says. Sona-sama, Tsubaki says. I'm fine, Tsubaki. I just can't believe at what they all did. Don't let Saji know this, because he might just blow up things and make it more complicated than it is now, Sona says. Okay, Sona-sama, Tsubaki says. Saji is one of Issei's good friends. They can be called pawn buddies. If Saji knows what the cause of Issei's state of appearance, then he might just go to Rias and start shouting at all of them, well, how could he know they did that? And if they knew the cause of Issei did it all themselves, then all hell will surely break loose. Even the gods' pantheon is wondering where the Red Dragon Emperor is. All they can say is he's training himself on somewhere unknown for the upcoming raiding game. It's true, though, they just didn't know that yet. For now, they believe that their excuse, but if a raiding game Issei doesn't show up, then truly no one what to do anymore. Some gods of destruction Shiva think of Issei as his rival and brother. If he knew the reason why Issei disappeared, then he might kill Rias and the others for it. And, of course, Sir Zex will not stand by watching his sister getting along killed with Akino's father, Barkil, for that matter. Issei has a big influence on the political situation of the four factions, so if he chance never reappears, then there won't be peace any longer. Where are you, Hyodo-kun? Sona says. Now, back with Issei. After meeting with Darkness, he decided to disband the party for a while and went on their respective set of motion. Issei and Yunyun still together, while Aqua, Cosmo, Megami, and their new addition to their party, Darkness, are together. Issei and Yunyun went to do quests, and finally, Yunyun reached B rank just like Issei. At one time, Issei went to the cemetery. He sees a woman there. At first, he finds what he's doing as he saw she's purifying lost souls. She's beautiful and well-endowed woman with fair skin and a corruption's figure. She has brown eyes and straight hair, reaching down to the front of her shoulders, further behind her back, slightly curling at the tips. Her fringe sometimes covers her right eye. She also possesses a single agenum that arcs off the top of her head. She wears a purple dress with dark purple cloak/robe over it. When she noticed Issei, she got a little bit surprised that someone was watching her, but then she got attracted to his aura because she's a lich. She is quite sensitive to the light forces around her, and the man before her has the biggest life force she has ever seen. Issei still calmly gazed at her, and he knows she's not human just from a glance. He can tell she's some kind of undead from her aura alone, but this is the first time he saw an undead that has not lost their reasoning, and she seems like a kind person. She kept purifying the souls around the cemetery and not consuming them like other high-level undead would. Issei is the first to break their eye contact, and when he tried to leave, she called him out. Wait! Issei stopped and looked back, but he doesn't say anything. The woman panicked a little because she realized she called him out for no particular reason, just because by saying near him she feels comfortable, like she's alive once more. This is because of Issei's life and death aura. As time goes, he starts attracting souls to him because they felt his aura are very comfortable, but he never likes those souls that gather around him, so he makes them pass on to the afterlife just like that ghost from the haunted mansion. But if it's an evil soul, they will never get close to him because they are afraid of being destroyed or eaten by him. Good souls search for salvation, while evil souls want to do evil things in the world of the living even after death. And if Issei saw those kinds of soul, he would usually destroy them if he had the chance. My name is Wiz. Issei just sits there in silence. He still doesn't answer. Is it possible for me to know your name? Wiz says. It's Issei Hyodo, Issei replies. Are you royalty? Wiz replies. In this world, usually the one whose surname is only a royalty. Issei said no to her question, then she felt a little bit relieved because usually the royalty she knows is a bit troublesome. Then Issei-san, is it okay if I call you that? Wiz says. I don't mind, Issei replied. Can I offer you some tea at my place? That is okay with it. I'm not forcing you, Wiz says. Wiz didn't know why, but she wanted to stay longer with him. She's kind of desperate when she sees him walk away. Issei just gazes at her silently, and she's feeling nervous he might decline the offer. She never really feels this thing before. She's a very meek woman, so it's very surprising for her to do this kind of thing on the guy she just met. But she couldn't help it. His presence is so soothing and it makes her heart warm, even though she's already dead. And that is the end of Chapter 20. Chapter 21. Issei finally agrees to her invitation. Now, at Wiz's place, they arrived at a place which is basically a magic shop item store, even though it's kind of cramped, but Issei doesn't mind it because he's not that rich even if it isn't his original world. Even though he has all the stock share of his Opie Dragon show, but he will not think of that of his own money. He does not want the shows for the kids, not for the money. Please take a seat here and just wait a second. I will make you some tea, Wiz said. Then she started to get to her kitchen to make some tea for Issei. Meanwhile, Issei observes her store. She got all kinds of items, which he recognizes. There are some familiar items here, and they're from his own world, but it's a shape and it's not really the same. So he got up from his seat and headed towards the cursed items to erase the curse. It's quite easy to do, since cursed items usually possess some evil souls. So he just inputs his aura a little bit into the items to erase the evil soul, then it's purified. Wiz, who saw him able to become stupefied because she never thought he's able to purify the curse. Issei-san, are you a priest by any chance? No, Issei says, but you're able to purify the curse on that item just now. It's just one of my special abilities. Wiz doesn't investigate anymore after that because she's not the kind of prying into people's secrets. Even she has some secrets on her own. Then here's your tea. Sorry for the wait, Wiz says. When she served the tea on the table and Issei head back to the table, Wiz knows that the tea is cold because she can't serve hot beverages nor food because she's undead and her magic skills consist of a type. I'm sorry that the tea is not hot. I don't mind, Issei says. I see. Then the silence ensues once more. After a while, Wiz finally starts talking once more. "You must be wondering why I invited you here," Wiz says. Issei put down the tea and looked calmly at her. Wiz took that as a signal for her to continue her words. You see, actually, I'm an undead, to be precise." She tries to see if any reaction towards as she knew she's undead, but he still has that calm look on his face even after hearing her secret. "Don't you feel afraid," Issei-san, "knowing that I'm undead?" She couldn't help but ask him that question because people usually always hate her for what she is. And even though she looks like she doesn't mind it, but deep inside she felt hurt because of it. She didn't choose to be Lich on her own. She's forced to become one after her fight with Van Rier. She has to make a contract with Van Rier to save her friends who got captured by the Demon Lord General, but because she can't defeat him, she has to choose to become a Lich herself. If not, then her friends would die. So even though she isn't regretting turning herself into a Lich just to save her friends, she still feels hurt that everyone else condemns her for what she is. "Why should I?" Issei says. "Eh?" Wiz replies. Wiz becomes stupefied after hearing his immediate answer. "Why should I be afraid of you because you're an undead?" Issei said. "But usually people detest undead, don't they? I won't detest someone because of what they are. You cannot change what you are, only what you do. If you're an evil undead, sure, then I might detest you. But from what I've seen at the cemetery, you're not evil, aren't you?" Issei says. Wiz can only blankly nod at this question. "Then why should I detest you because of what you are? Is it better to be hated for what you are than to be loved by something for you are not? I won't change myself for someone just to be loved by them, because that would be false love, don't you think so?" Issei said. Once again, Wiz can only blankly nod at his statement because she got nothing to say in return. She has tears streaming down her face without realizing it, because that's the word she wants to hear after all this time. For her to not be judged by what she is, but of who she is. She's a proud adventurer Wiz, the Ice Witch, not some unknown dead Lich. When she's still alive, she has a big pride for who she is. But after some time passed, she started forgetting it, and that makes her afraid of losing her true identity. People calling her evil undead even though she's not. She always protects them even till now. She made a deal with the Demon Lord to keep the barrier on their castle and become one of his generals. The deal is for the Demon Lord to release her friends Brad and Rosary, and also for the Demon Lord army to never involve innocent non-combatant civilians in their attacks on humans. She can get if an adventurer dies because of the risk involved, but she won't allow any innocent bystander to get involved. So, her deal with the Demon Lord, she will maintain the barrier on his castle, and she also won't attack the demons as long as they don't break their deal. But she knows on her behind the Demon Lord still kept her bounty while she's still human. And because he doesn't want to lose his own army, he spreads the word that she's an evil undead and she's also one of the Demon Lord generals. That's why she has to move from her old country. Then after some negotiation with the Kingdom of Belzerg, she's finally allowed to stay in their country, but she's not allowed to leave Axel City on her own. And that's how she finally opened her store and make Axel City as her new home. At long last, she finally found a person who truly understands her feelings. I'm sorry for my pathetic display. It's just that it's the first time somebody has truly understand me, Wiz says. Issei pulls his hood down as he extends his hand to wipe the tears off her face. "Nonsense. There's nothing pathetic from being who you are. You are you. Now, isn't that pleasant?" Issei said. He gave her the gentlest smile he has, and he kept brushing away her tears from her face with the utmost gentleness and care. Wiz, who saw his face, feels the gentleness he gives and stared, bawling even harder as she jumped towards his chest and gives him the tightest hug she could muster. And then she starts crying. Issei just calmly hugs her back and rubs her back gently. After a while, she finally stopped crying after realizing what she did. Her whole face becomes totally red, and she couldn't be even more embarrassed after what she did. She started bawling like a child in front of the man she just met, and she's clearly older one here. She just finds a hole to bury herself into for now. She's so embarrassed that she might die from this shame alone, but she also doesn't want to leave his warm embrace. She also feels conflicted whether to let go or not. After coming into a close contact with his body, she could clearly feel that his soothing feeling she felt around him, and she couldn't help but feeling intoxicated by it. She just wants to stay like this forever, but she knew that she can't stay like that forever. So embarrassing to think, cry in front of the man I just met, but his embrace is so warm and his face is really handsome. Ooh, get a hang of yourself, Wiz. You're an older one here. You might want to. He might not see you the way you see him. She tried to talk herself down. "Are you feeling fine now?" Issei said. Wiz snapped out of her thoughts after hearing this question, so she answers with a low voice while still looking down with a red face. I see. Do you want to get back at the Van Rier of the Demon Lord himself? I could kill him if you want me to," Issei said. After hearing her story, he felt really sorry for her. She really looks just like him. never hesitate to protect her friends and even sacrificed her life to achieve it. Wiz got totally surprised by his question, so she jerked back and looked at him in the face, but all she sees is stunned calmness and gentleness like he has before, like he can easily do what he just said without effort. But he's really strong, and Vanry can't be killed in normal ways because his physical body is at hell, Wiz says. Issei just chuckles a bit at her statement, then gives her a reassuring look once more, even more conviction this time. There's nothing I can't kill in this world, Issei says. His eyes are glowing a bit and it's overflowing with confidence. And that is totally a lady killer move coupled with his handsome face, so Wiz got in a trance once more after seeing his confident face. Well, Issei said, then she finally snaps out of it and started thinking about it. No, Wiz says. Oh, may I know why? Issei says. Because it might break the equilibrium. If humans lose their common enemy, then they will start having a conflict with each other, and at some point they will wage war against each other, so there's no reason to kill the Demon Lord at this time. Wiz at first is tempted to kill them, but she realized something. Issei at first just went silent, then he suddenly pats Wiz's head. Issei-san? Her face went beet red after getting petted by him. That's the right answer, Wiz, Issei said. Wiz couldn't help become stupefied after hearing that, but Issei continues once more. If I kill the Demon Lord, then like you said before, the humans will lose their common enemies and they will start having conflict with each other. And because of that, it will be greed. They will start competing with each other to have the Demon Lord territories all for themselves. And the ones who will truly suffer are the innocent civilians and bystanders, Issei said. Wiz totally agrees with his opinion, and that's why she also rejected his proposal. And she becomes amazed once more, to think that far ahead, even though he's still young. So, how about Vanry? Do you want me to kill him? Issei said. Issei asked her once more. Wiz just declines once again. Her reasoning is, no need, even though he's a devil, but he never took a human's life, and in some ways I'm indebted to him because he showed me how to get the power I need to save my friends, and besides, the reason why I keep fighting him is just because of my pride. He only tricked me and my friends once, but my pride can't take the blow of being tricked like that, so I keep coming back at his place to repay back for the humiliation I received. If I don't let my pride get in the way, then my friends would never have got caught in the Demon General Boletta in the first place, so it's my own fault for what happened, and you could say I reap what I sow there. Isn't stupid, isn't it? She rubbed the back of her head while acting bashful. Beautiful, Issei said. Wiz became stupefied after hearing his word, and she realizes what he said. Her face went full beet red once more. Oh, it did, but Wiz just says, her eyes spinning from utter confusion and happiness she felt. It's beautiful how you can clearly admit your past just like that. You never blamed anyone for what happened and you fully accept yourself, even your past and the present you, Issei says. Issei admires her for accepting her past and present life, just like him who accepts his past and present, but he has some help from others, while the woman in front of her come to fully accept it all on her own, without anyone assisting her. He admits he won't able to do what she did without receiving any help, and he really admires her because of that. He couldn't help but extend his hand to her face and gently stroke it. Wiz at her limit here, her face can't be redder than it is now. She started having smoking come out of her head, and she started hallucinating that an angel is here to guide her to the afterlife. Issei-san. Then at this moment, the door of the wish shop burst open a loud bam. The one who did it is Yun-Yun. She's looking out at this moment, so they can't see her face clearly, but her body is trembling a little. Issei snapped out of his trance, and Wiz, although still has a red face, also turned to look at the door shop. Issei and Wiz's position at this moment is kinda inappropriate. Issei is sitting at the chair while Wiz is on his lap. One of Issei's hand is on Wiz's waist, while his other hand is cupping her face like they secretly have a lovey-dovey moment and wanted to kiss each other. It was at this moment that Issei knew he fucked up. And that is the end of chapter 21. Chapter 22. Yun-Yun was wondering where Issei went, so she searched for him. After some searching, she still can't find him. Then she saw him inside Wiz's store from the window, but she got shocked by what she saw. Her idol Issei-san is hugging Wiz, and their position is quite intimate. Wiz is sitting on his lap hugging him, and he's also hugging her while stroking her back. Just when she was about to go inside the store, she heard their conversation, so she unintentionally heard the content of their talk. She becomes shocked about the past of Wiz, and she feels sad for her, but when she used Issei-san's proposal of killing the Demon Lord and Van Rear just for Wiz, she becomes shocked but also quite jealous because he's willing to go far for her, although she also has to admit he really is charming and cool when he gave Wiz that confident, reassuring look, even though she becomes entranced just by seeing it. Then she never thought Wiz would reject his proposal after hearing the reason why she realizes that it's all true. She becomes even more amazed at Issei for thinking that far ahead. She just felt in love with him all over again. But when she was in her delusion once more, she saw her Issei-san cupping the face of Wiz and looks like he's about to kiss him. Oh god. So she can't take it anymore and goes outside from the border. Bam! Back to the present. Yun-Yun? Yunyun-san, Wiz said. Yunyun murmured in a low voice. It's not fair, Yunyun said. Issei and Wiz at the same time, huh? Then she finally lifted her face to shoot tears in her eyes while blushing a little. It's not fair that Issei-san only hugs Wiz like that, Yunyun says. She suddenly runs toward them and jumped into Issei's embrace as well. Wait, They clashed together as the other three of them dropped to the floor because of the impact from Yunyun. Both Yunyun and Liz weigh on the top of the Issei's body. Both of their big breasts are pressed against his face. And Issei almost losing control because of that. His dragon libido was threatening to be unleashed, and it took all of his efforts just to suppress it. I want to be hugged by Issei-san too. It's not fair that only Wiz-san gets it, Yunyun says. Wiz says. Yunyun started hugging Issei tighter, and Wiz is confused by all the sudden development. Issei took a deep breath to calm himself once more as he extends the free hand to rub Yunyun's head. You silly girl. What's going on inside your head? I'm not hugging her because I want to do something inappropriate to her, Issei says. I know, but it's still unfair because I want to be hugged by Issei-san too after all this time. Yunyun looked up towards his face and gave Issei the deadliest puppy eyes look she has ever done. The utmost glistening crimson eyes coupled with her blushing face and her glossy pump looking lips that awaits to be plucked by him. Finally, Issei can't take it anymore and he stole her lips. He breaks his hands and then he got squished by Wiz's body, and because of that, Wiz's body rolled over to the side. And he brought his now freed hand around Yunyun's body to hug her tighter against his body, and his other hand grabbed onto the back of her head. And he pulled her towards and then finally captured her lips with his own. Yunyun went wide-eyed because of all the sudden kiss he gave her, but she doesn't struggle at all. Her body at first is stiff, but after a few seconds her face went deep crimson red, and her eyes blurred, drowned in happiness because she finally kissed the man she loves. They both got lost in the world while I was just observing them from the side with her mouth wide open. Her face would beat rape from what she's witnessing. After some times, Issei's hand went down to caress Yunyun's soft butt, then he gently grabbed it. Yunyun is still lost in the kissing session. She felt she's in heaven right now. The way he kisses her, yeah, whatever. Their kissing sound effect could be heard loud and clear by Wiz. Then finally their lips parted after they both felt like they almost ran out of breath. There's a bridge of saliva between... Okay, that's just disgusting. You get the point. They both just gave each other with lustful look in their eyes. Yunyun's glowing crimson red eyes clashed with Issei's glowing wine red eyes. Just when they both want to continue their makeout session, they realize there's another person in the room. So they look around at Wiz's place. She's sitting on her butt, and her eyes went wide-eyed with her mouth agape from the shock she received, her face blushing madly from her sheer embarrassment. She felt by seeing them suddenly just making out with each other. Then their gazes met each other and silence ensues. Issei is first one to break the silence. Yo, Issei says. Now, scene change. After the incident, both Wiz and Yunyun can be found holding their red faces both in their hands. They are too embarrassed to see each other and what just happened. Issei just calmly sitting on one of the chairs, but even his face has a faint blush on it because he can't believe he loses control like that and forgot there's also Wiz in the room. Issei faked a cough, and both Yunyun and Wiz's body trembled a bit at that. Yunyun, I'm sorry for suddenly kissing you like that. And Wiz, I'm sorry you had to witness all that. That's a mistake on my part, so I apologize once more, Issei said. Then he bowed his head down a bit to express his apologies. Yunyun and Wiz, who seeing that, got a little panicked as they tried to tell him it's not his fault after all that. Wait, Issei-san, it's also my fault for suddenly hugging you like that. So don't take the blame all for yourself. Yeah, she's right. It can't be helped that you got aroused like that when two girls jumped at you like that. And to be honest, I'm jealous at Yunyun, Wiz says. Wiz muttered the last part lowly. Only she can hear it. Only she thought because Issei can also hear it thanks to his heightened senses. Issei's reaction to that is a twitch on his face because he can't believe that this girl will get jealous at that. And he didn't think that she would fall for him at a short amount of time either. Yunyun, he can get it because she had spent some time together and get to know each other, but he just met Wiz today. He started wondering once more, what's wrong with this world? But unknown to him, he's just charming in the girl's eyes. Yunyun, I will take responsibilities if you want me to, and Wiz, I will do anything you ask me as long as it doesn't go against my principle, Issei says. Both Yunyun and Wiz's face went blank, then changed to red once more, because Yunyun is happy. He said he will take the responsibilities for her, while Wiz just started thinking about what she will ask him, and she found the answer right away. Then, yes, Issei says. Issei asked when she suddenly went, then I want you to also take responsibility for me just like Yunyun, Wiz said. She practically screamed the last part at her closed eyes while saying that. Issei and Yunyun went silent at that. Is it no good? Well, it's not surprising. Who will want an ugly old hag like me? And I'm just undead on top of that. She started getting nervous after not getting any response to her babbling no. Issei just sighed and proceeded to say, I told you I won't judge people for what they are, and you're not ugly, nor old in my eyes. You're a very beautiful woman, Wiz. Also, Yunyun, you both are beautiful girls, so don't worry about what other people said. In my eyes, you both are very beautiful women, Issei said. Both Wiz and Yunyun heart thumped loudly at his words. And to answer your question, are you sure you want to take me to take your responsibilities for you, Issei says? Wiz hardly says, I'm sure. And Yun also follows up with, me too, at Issei's question. I see. But I have to inform both of you, there's more women waiting for me to answer their feelings, and I won't abandon them for anything in this world, even for you. So I ask you once more, are you sure you want me to take responsibilities for you even after knowing there will be other girls involved? Wiz and Union look at each other in the eye, and they answer at the same time. We're sure. You guys really are silly, you know that. There's a better man than me out there, you know. No, there isn't, they both answered at the same time. They both suddenly screamed at him, and Issei got a little taken aback by that. Then they follow up with, we're glad that you admit that you have another woman waiting for you, and if you don't abandon them and just wait for us, we will not be disappointed. Because if you abandon them just for us, then someday you will also abandon us for other girls. Wiz says, and it's normal for a great man such as yourself to have multiple partners, Issei-san. That also means I will have more friends, Yun says. Issei just sat there silently. Issei becomes speechless as their answers, especially Yun's last words. Is that so? Then please take care of me for now. On, Yun. Wiz, Issei said. Take care of us too. They both hugged Issei once more as they're smiling while shedding tears of joy. Issei calmly hugged both of them back, and they savor the joyful feeling they felt in silence. Now, skip. Scene change. After the incident, Wiz also moves into Issei's mansion, and along the way, they attract everyone's attention because both Wiz and Yun are clinging to Issei's arms respectively. And everyone who saw them start gossiping with each other. Oi, isn't that the Thailand overlord? Mob 1 says. Yeah, looks like he got another mistress, Mob 2 said. How envious to have so issues as mistresses, Mob 3 says. Shh, tone your voice down, you idiot. Do you want to be forced to take a vacation, Mob 4 said. Yeah, you idiot, be quiet. Did you forget what happened to those who pissed off the tyrant? Remember Dust? They said he went broke because he took too many vacations, Mob 5 said. That's the reaction from the man. While the girls, oh, how envious. To think both of them can be his mistresses, the girl 1 said. Indeed. What does he see in those two women anyway? I'm much prettier than they are, girl 2 says. Bitch, please. Have you even looked at your own reflection? Even Gorilla is prettier than you, girl 3 says. Damn. Ah, Issei-sama, please look over here, girl 4 says. Issei just ignored all of them while Yun and Wiz are too happy to notice. Issei tried to tell Wiz just to close her store, but she refuses because that's her hobby. So Issei doesn't say anything after. They support all of the way, and he told her if she has any financial problems, then she can just tell him because she's rich. Issei is the type of guy who will spoil his wife's rotten, so thankfully certain useless goddess doesn't become one of his wives later on. From all the quests he has done, his profits are very high. His profit is even higher than some noble's household at the capital, and his profit rough estimation is around 10 billion heiress, and that's not counting what if he doesn't split the rewards with Yun. Yun tried to give her share of profit, but he refuses by saying they are a party and they split should be 50-50. She can only relent after because he's so adamant on it. Out of his way to this mansion, they met the Kazuma party, and almost all of them gave him slackshot after seeing the two girls clinging to Issei's arm. Kazuma just had his respectful looks on his eyes and he gave it a thump at Issei. Aqua just doesn't care. She looks depressed, probably because she still has her debt. Darkness is drooling, thinking something perverted, such as what if also them treated like the abandoned mistress after having her body played by Issei. Meganum is the most shocked of all of them because she saw Yun clinging levelly at Issei's arm. Yun, Meganum says, and that is the end of chapter 22. So the other two chapters aren't really like super a part of the story. Basically, you've already heard them before. So I'm just going to go to chapter 25 because I've already read those many times before, and you basically already get the consensus of the plot line. So let's continue. Chapter 25. Yun, Meganum said. Meganum called out to Yun because she can't believe what she's seeing. Yun finally noticed Meganum, and she let go of Issei's arm subconsciously because she's feeling embarrassed from being seen by her rival. Meganum? Yun said, why were you clinging to Issei? And isn't that Wiz? Aqua finally noticed Wiz and she screamed, Ugh! It's you, you damned undead, Aqua said. Then she dashed towards Wiz wanting to get a hold of her, but she got stopped in their track by Issei. Oi. What did you call her just now? Issei said. Issei grabbed onto Aqua's head, and as he asked while giving her a smile, but his eyes are not smiling at all. If anything, it started glowing brighter, and Aqua feels choked by his bloodlust. Issei doesn't put any effort on his hold or Aqua's head. Might become exploding watermelon right now. Kazuma and Meganum, who's seeing that, are shivering fiercely while hugging each other. They both are thinking, rest in pieces, Aqua. Aqua is shivering and sweating furiously because she really is afraid right now. She tried to form the words, nothing came from her mouth. She's feeling suffocated because of the sheer pressure, while Darkness keeps fidgeting because of Issei's bloodlust Issei's emitting right now. She never felt this kind of feeling before. Then Wiz extends her hands over towards Issei's arm and extended. Issei stopped his pressure and looked towards Wiz, but there's no coldness in his eyes, like how he towards Aqua, only gentleness. It's okay, Issei-san. I don't mind being called by Aqua-sama, but I do mind, Issei says. Wiz got taken aback by his answer, then continued saying, I won't let anyone call you undead, nor damned undead. You are not some damned undead. You are you. Wiz the Ice Witch, so don't degrade yourself. Be proud of who you are, and not what you are. Issei let go of Aqua's head, and she slumped right into the ground while still shivering and taking deep breaths. She almost pissed herself but managed to hold it in. Issei extends his hand towards Wiz and pulls it into a hug while her other hand cupped her face. Didn't I told you before? You are beautiful. You are the woman I, Issei Hyodo, has come to love and choose as a lover, so be proud of yourself. None shall be allowed to insult you. For those dare to insult you, I shall make them pay dearly, okay? He finishes his word with a gentle, caring look, filled with love. Wiz's eyes are blurred and her face is deeply blushed from his words, and can only meekly nodded while the shy wife in front of her husband. After seeing nod, Issei smiled and kissed her forehead. Wiz, who got kissed on her forehead, became even more red-faced, and she buried her head on Issei's chest because she feels really embarrassed but also happy, and Issei chuckles a bit after seeing like that. Yunyun, who saw their interaction, only felt a little bit jealous because she's happy knowing that Issei treasures her woman dearly. She has this happy smile on her face, also blushing a little. Meganum and Darkness, who saw this, also went red-faced because they also got affected by Issei's word and their mouths are wide open. So cool. I also want someone to whisper those kinds of words of love to me. Wait, if Wiz is Issei's lover, then that means Yunyun also... Then she looked towards Yunyun's direction and saw her animated look as she knew that Yunyun is also Issei's lover. Damn it, to think that loner Yunyun can have a boyfriend before me. So irritating, ugh. Then she looked towards Cosmo and couldn't help feeling disappointed because they are too far apart. One is strong, cool, charming, and handsome-looking guy, while the others are weak, lame, and average-looking guy without any capabilities. Why is life so unfair? She started to ruffle her hair because she's sheer irritation she felt. What's on Darkness's mind? Oh, wow, to think that I would witness a lover interaction firsthand. I can't say that I'm feeling a little bit jealous from seeing that, but I want to feel that bloodlust once more. I never felt that good before. I'm also afraid of getting killed. Oh, the dilemma. Is this the new play? It must be, Darkness says. She started drooling and taking deep breaths like some pervert. Cosmo just feels odd by the words and action of Issei, and he started taking mental notes in case he will get a girlfriend on his own, so he can retell Issei's words to impress his girlfriend, if he ever finds one, of course. Aqua is still feeling out of it because she came into contact with Issei's bloodlust at point-blank range. You useless goddess there. Aqua's voice is kind of squeaked because she got surprised by Issei suddenly calling her. Apologize to Wiz now. He gave her a deadly glare. Aqua doesn't waste any more words, just apologize towards Wiz, while doing a perfect dogezo while caring about her dignity as a goddess. I'm really sorry, Aqua said. Wiz finally pulled her head out of Issei's chest and hurriedly says, It's fine, I forgive you, Aqua-sama. Then, finally let go, even though Wiz is still kind of meek, but he won't try to change her personality. After a while, then, why are you guys here, Issei said. Issei finally asked them. They all finally remember why they were here in the first place except Darkness, because she's not in debt. Please help us, they all say at the same time, simultaneously, and as they bow their head towards Issei, who's seeing, just inhales once more because he knew why they were asking help. They're dead. Wiz is confused why they suddenly did this, while Yunyun can basically tell them why they did this. Tell me what you've been doing all this time, Issei says. Then they hesitate whether to tell him the truth or not, but after seeing his glowing eyes, they finally spill the beans. Meganum keeps buying mana potions for her own use. Aqua keeps buying booze. Cosmo is basically impossible to earn money on his own because of his class. And Darkness can't help much either because she basically can't attack the monsters and only become a tank. Then they keep getting chased by a debt collector and finally they can't take it anymore. In summary, their outcome surpasses their income. Issei just felt like leaving them on their own luck, but Yunyun keeps looking at her puppy eyes for some reason, so Issei finally said, Fine, I will help you clear some of your requests to go pay for your debt, but I really want you to listen to me. Got it? Thank you very much, they all say at the same time. Yunyun gives Issei a smile, and Wiz is just amazed at their antics. Now, scene skip. When they take the quest at the guild, Luna said they can't take any more quests at the moment. They asked her why. Apparently there's some abnormality happening nearby because the monsters around the city are leaving the area, so they can't give out quests because of that. They only relent because not even a goblin is spotted nearby. They are stumped because they don't have any quest to do and they can't pay their debt. 3 of them become depressed, but seeing Issei and Yunyun just taking it easy, they couldn't help but asking why they both are so relaxed. And Issei told them because they have already paid their debt from day 1. Kazuma's party couldn't help but become dumbfounded hearing that him paid his debt along with Yunyun. It's 20 million in total, how come they have already paid their debt? Then they remembered they both are high-ranked adventurers, so they asked how much profit they made. Issei calmly told them around 10 billion eris, not counting Yunyun. They became stupefied hearing his profit. Even Darkness, whose noble household, also taken aback because his profit is even higher than the noble household out there. Even Wiz is surprised after hearing her boyfriend's profit, but she's happy that the man she loves is very capable. Kazuma asked if Issei is actually from royalty somewhere, and others couldn't also help doubting him for this, except for Yunyun because she knows how he gets all that money. So after a bit of explanation, they finally find out the truth. All of them become surprised Issei is actually the Tyrant Overlord, which is famous around the city, especially among the adventurers. Even Kazuma's best friend Dust, he's telling him not to mess with the Tyrant, or he will take a lot of vacations just like him. And they are glad because they never really crossed the line at Issei, or they might be forced to take a vacation like the others. Well, Aqua, almost a permanent vacation, if not for Wiz's forgiveness, and first time in her life, Aqua truly felt thankful towards someone else. Wiz also a bit surprised, but she doesn't really care what others call her boyfriend because she knows his true personality well. He's not some brute who will attack people for no reason he's portrayed as. He's her perfect boyfriend who's gentle and caring. Yunyun knows nothing about the Tyrant Overlord because she never really separated from Issei, even if she did hear her straying away from her because they are afraid to earn the Tyrant Eri. So she never heard anything about this title or the history behind it. Then Kazuma, Meganum, and Aqua begged Issei to hire them. Finally, after some begging, Issei agreed to let them work as his servants on his mansion, and when they saw his mansion, they become stupefied because of its size. Issei doesn't need to remind Kazuma not to mess with Yunyun or Wiz because he's not some idiot who will challenge death itself. Issei learned his spells from Wiz as well. He's able to learn Ice Magic and Explosion. As for the rest of her skills, it's not useful for Issei. Her Drain Touch is basically the inferior version of his Life and Death skills, and he can basically absorb mana from his surrounding without needing to touch another person. Issei tweaked his newly earned skills a little bit, such as Explosion. He infused it with his Dragon Aura and evolved it into Dragon Explosion. He becomes quite surprised that he's able to evolve the skills that he had just by infusing them with his aura. He combined the Ice Magic with his Life and Death aura and created the Frost Nova spell. He tried to infuse it with Dragon Aura and he's able to make Ice Dragon Breath skill with it. After that, he experimented some more to see if there's any other skills that can be involved. He infused Physical Enforcement with his aura and he's evolved it. He can now cover his body with his Dragon Aura and it's called Ultimate Haki, while his enemy detection skill involved him to Observation Haki. As for Emperor Haki, he can already do it ever since he can control his aura, like bloodlust pressure he emits towards others. And that is the end of Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Issei told everyone he's going to go outside for a while to test his new skills. He went to an area that's far from the city because he doesn't want to test his new skills near the city. After a while, he arrived on empty land. He tried Dragon Explosion. It basically looks the same with Meganum's Explosion, but his version has Dragon made of fire and it crashed to the ground. The power is even bigger than Meganum's Explosion, about 3 times more powerful. Then he tried Frost Nova. He created an ice field around him, and everything near him is basically frozen. So it works just like Graphia and Seraphall's ice field, but with more intensity that the air around him is instantly frozen. As for his Ice Dragon Breath, it's just able to him to breathe ice from his mouth, just like his fire breath works. His Ultimate Haki covers his whole body with his Dragon Aura and making him it looks pitch black. He could tell he gained a secondary armor when he's covered his body with it. As for his Observation Haki, he just assumes it's going to be how like he gained a Sixth Sense. So he can basically see an incoming attack aimed at him from anywhere. He basically got no blind spots. Thankfully I didn't try any of my new skills near the city. There will be a commotion, Issei says. He looks towards the area where his attacks landed, and it's so devastating that anyone who sees it wonders if there were gods fighting here just now. Then he remembered he still hasn't tried to evolve his teleportation skill. He thought he might have tried to open a dimensional rift just like Samaran's, but when he tried to infuse his aura with it, it becomes... Issei's confused what that means, so he tried to use it. But he opened a rift black hole. Without given time to react, he instantly got sucked into it and then he disappears. creatures inside the rift black hole. Huh? What was that? Where am I? This place looks like a dimensional rift, Issei says. Because Issei still doesn't comprehend the space magic, he can't create a safe dimensional rift passage as Sumerian does, so he unintentionally created a random rift black hole. This was a mistake on my part. I never thought it's gonna went haywire and created a rift black hole on its own. Now how do I get back to that world? Just when Issei's thinking how to get back, he heard something. Then he looks towards the sound and saw a creature. The creature form is unclear. It looks like just a lump of meat with a giant mouth and sharp teeth with lots of eyes attached to it, and a bunch of tentacles swaying around its arms, so it acts as its arms. The creature's eyes on Issei right now, and Issei, who felt that, feels threatened. He feels extreme danger from this creature. His instincts telling him to get out of here as fast as he can. Oh, another living being in here. How rare. Well, just some more food for me. That creature's voice is also mixed of that of a child, man, and woman. What are you? I didn't come here to disturb you, Issei said. Issei is sweating right now because he knows this creature is stronger than him. He can't beat it the way he is now, so he can only try to buy some time. The creature speaks once more. What am I? Well, they called me lots of things, but they usually call me the Crawling Chaos, and it doesn't matter why you came here. I just want to eat you. Issei finally knew what this thing was. It's a Naruto, known to many as its Ipin, the Crawling Chaos, as an outer god in the Cthulhu mythos. He never thought he will meet this godly being here of all places. Talk about bad luck. But Issei snapped out of his thoughts when creature suddenly attacked him with his tentacles. He tried to evade, but the creature's movement is just too fast. One of the tentacles that hit him got him thrown back. Thankfully, he already covers his body with his adamant haki, or he would be severely injured by now. He coughs up a bit of blood from the attack. It's a bit easier since he bleeds. For some reason, he feels excited even though he knows he won't win this battle. Issei got up and launched every magic attack he got at the creature. Dragon Explosion, Frost Nova, Saber of Light, Ice Dragon Breath, Issei says all at the same time. He tried everything, but it's useless against the Naruto. Sure, it got hurt here, but it instantly regenerates from its wounds. Interesting, it's been a while since I got hurt. You interest me, now don't disappoint me, it says. Issei has this excited grin on his face even though he's sweating a bit. He's actually a battle maniac because the old him in his boob, so he got it suppressed. Then, the Naruto and Issei resume their fight. Naruto and Issei exchanged blows after blow. Issei covered his whole body with adamant haki because Chaos has pure destruction element on its attack. Way stronger than the Gremory clan's destruction element. Issei is now improving by seconds every time he got into contact with the Chaos elements. He's absorbing it bit by bit. Slowly but surely he started to comprehend the destruction element the Chaos has, but his body is at its limit. He's standing just as his pure will. He doesn't have time to change into his dragon form. He will have a better chance of fighting this thing. His Oogie doesn't do much because it doesn't affect the Chaos that much since from its unclear. Chaos has never fixed appearance anyway. Sometimes it took the form of Cthulhu, sometimes just a plain old man. Just like Orpheus, but it's more destructive compared to Orpheus. No one knows what Chaos purposes are. All they know is time shows up when the world will be in chaos. Just like Issei improving bit by bit, time goes. The same happens with the Chaos. It absorbs every magic Issei casts at it, so all of Issei's magic attack barely scratch it now. It's been fun, but now it's time to end this. World Eater! Chaos casts its attack and spits out a black hole like a ball and absorbs into everything. Issei finally forced to use his Balance Breaker. This is not his old Balance Breaker when he possesses Drake's skill. It's a newly created one which he created during the spars with Skyatch. Skyatch and Sumerians told him not to use this skill because it's too dangerous to use it without fully mastering it. Its backlash just might take his life. The minimum is critical energy, at worst it's instant death. Thankfully, when he uses this skill, Sumerians and Skyatch are there to prevent the worst from happening. But he has to use it for now or he will die, no question. Balance Breaker! After he used the skill, he feels his blood boiling. His aura went wild at full throttle. His appearance changed. His dark brown hair changed into pitch black. His ears elevated with just like an elf. His eyes turned golden with a slit like a dragon's eye. Their claw-like gloves and both of his hands colored with black. Now his whole outline covered with a black and red aura. His dragon wings spread majestically, and his wings are colored red and black combination. Same goes for his dragon's tail. He's basically the personification of a humanoid dragon right now. Even Chaos Chaos felt a bit threatened of his new form. His new form kind of looks like Gila from Issei and Rias, but with a dragon tail and wings, also longer hair. Issei looked up towards the incoming attack from Chaos, and he encountered it with his own skill. True Dragon King Hellfire Shot! He covered his arms with the Hellfire and punched repeatedly towards the incoming attack. Every time he lets out a punch, it created a barrage of dragon shade fire infused with his dragon aura. And he successfully destroyed Chaos's attack and also a part of its body. Chaos, for the first time, felt its life feels in danger. If he doesn't evade quick enough, then he might just die. And that exhilarates it a lot because it never found anyone who could make it feel this way. It always looks for beings that are stronger than it, but it could never find one. It feels bothered that no one can prove to be a challenge to it. And finally, it found someone who can threaten his life. Good, do that attack once more, Chaos says. It's so happy that finally, its voice is not mixed like it used to. Now it sounds like a happy girl voice. Issei wishes he could use it once more, but he's at his limit. So even that isn't enough to kill you, huh? I guess this is it for me. I'm sorry, Drake, and everyone, Issei says. Then he reverts back to his previous, and he loses his consciousness. Chaos, who saw this, feels disappointed. What's wrong? You can't use it anymore? After all this time, I finally someone who could beat me. I guess you haven't finished growing yet. How fun. I guess this is your blessing, True Dragon King, huh? I will give you my mark. So at our next meeting, let us kill each other once more. True Dragon King, the Chaos says. Then Chaos gives Issei its mark inside his body. The mark will let Naruto know where he is, and it also gives Issei the destruction element it has to make him easily master it. Chaos then opened a rift to pass through. Let's meet again soon, True Dragon King, Chaos said. Then it disappears as well. Now we're back with Issei. Issei free-falling once more. He fell on the island located in the middle of the ocean. After a while, somebody finally arrived at his location. It's the two girls that seem to be twins. The first ones have a motionless face and short hair, while the other one has longer hair and has more emotion on her face. They're both wearing the same clothes as well. It's like green sleeves kimono, white outline. They're both wearing the same ribbon on top of their hair as well. They both have white stockings and sandals, Japanese styled. He's indeed badly injured. Let's bring him to our house, Kinyo and Kinyo. Then they brought Issei's body to their house. After they get Issei's clothes off him and clean his body, they finally see his handsome face and perfect body. They both blushed after seeing him. Oh, he's so handsome. Don't you think so, Kinyo? Yeah, he's got a nice body as well. You feel it as well, don't you, Kyo? He's a dragon just like us, Kyo says. But he's not fully fledged dragon. If I have to say, he's about half dragon, half human, Kyo said. Indeed, but I wonder how he fell from the sky and who injured him in the first place, Kinyo said. Guess we'll ask him after he wakes up, Kyo said. They continue to take care of Issei after that. It took Issei a week for him to wake up, and both Kyo and Kinyo know if it's a human in this place, then he/she would be dead long ago from his injuries. Even for a dragon's kin, it's still a miracle for him to survive that. But his perseverance allows him to stay alive. Until now, and they are impressed with him. Issei finally woke up. He slowly opens his eyes. Then he started to look around. He found out he's inside a wooden house. Where am I? Issei says. When he's looking around, Kyo comes and saw that he's finally awake. Kinyo, he's awake! And she testily calls her twin sister. After that, they both arrived at Issei's side. How are you feeling? Kyo says. You need anything? Kyo replies. Issei is confused for the sudden development. Who are you two, and where am I? I'm Kyo. I'm Kinyo. We are both twin sisters, and we are dragons just like you. As for where we are right now, we are at Fresh Fish Island. We are also the ones who saved you. Dragon, huh? Issei said. Issei is hurting badly, and his memories are jumbled up. All he can remember is that his name Issei is Hyodo. As for the rest of his memories, he can't seem to recall them. Are you okay? Kyo said. Kyo hastily put up his body to prevent from overexerting himself. Don't push yourself. Take it easy. It's no wonder you're still hurting after the injuries you went through, Kyo said. Issei finally lays down once more because his body is indeed hurting badly now, especially his head. There, just lay down for now. We will bring you some food soon. After all, it's been a week since the last time we found you, Kyo said. Issei is even more surprised after hearing that he's passed out for one whole week. Then he just nodded towards both of them. Then I thank you for taking care of me. Then they both smiled at him, thanking them. Kyo returned with a full smile of her own. Don't mind, after all, it's only natural to help anyone in need, Kyo said. While Kinyo just gave a small smile because she's not that expressive in the first place. Then they brought food. At first, Issei just wants to get up and eat on his own, but they won't let him. Instead, they feed it to him personally. Issei feels embarrassed that he got fed by a girl, but he can't do anything about it. After some time passed, Issei finally walked around on his own, but he still can't recall his memory. He told them that he seems to have lost his memory and all I can do is remember his name. They both don't see lies from his words, so they accepted that Issei learned of the history of this world. The world is commonly called the World of Eve. Freshfish Island is a location of the World of Eve, located far in the southwest. While technically a province of the Kingdom in Eden, the island is isolated to the extreme home only to a small village, Freshfish Village, populated almost entirely by senior citizens. How the situation came to be is unknown, boats heading towards the island infrequent at best. And the only sight worth seeing for the tourists is a ruined Mother of Eve on the island's southern side. Both Kyo and Kinyo stays here because they love the quietness of the place. The twins are very similar in terms of personality, though Kyo is outspoken and Kinyo is quiet. Their age are more than centuries old. Since they are both dragons, they can live longer than humans, obviously. Like full-blooded dragons, Kyo and Kinyo can teleport from place to place and functionally immortal. As twins, they share a unique subset of teleportation powers that allows them to swap places at will. They can transform from their human forms to dragon forms, but their capabilities in these forms are unknown. As witches of the Round Table, the twins are presumably powerful beyond the average mortal, but their power is constrained by Arthur's treaty with QD. An ability they have been allowed to demonstrate is the ability to constrain a deceased soul to a mortal plane. The twins are also experienced pioneers and druggists, with incredibly strong knowledge of herbal lore, pharmacy, and concealment. They are also among the world's best cooks, and particularly fond of combining two fields to create so irresistible victims will eat it willingly. But they didn't fully told Issei about themselves yet. After all, they just met. Although they are both attracted to him because of the pureness of his aura as a dragon and his personality is kind-hearted just like their type. They never felt this kind of pure aura before any dragon male they've met. Even QD doesn't have this kind of aura. Both Kyo and Kinyo decided they will only marry the same guy they approve of, but they never found one after all this time. But finally, they can see the one. And after spending some time together, Issei became more assured that he's the one for them. And that is the end of chapter 26. Chapter 27. After Issei can move around, he helped the elderly villagers, whether it's just plain labor or work or helping them catch some fishes for them to sell. Issei feels very relaxed staying in this small village. Kyo and Kinyo also keep him in company all the time. They prepared food for him, washed his clothes, and stitched his ripped clothes. Issei is very grateful towards them. At one point, they tried to teach him how to cook, but Issei seems to be a natural-born chef. He easily surpasses their cooking skills. Even though he loses his memory, he still retains the skills he's got, so it's not hard for him to learn how to cook. Both Kyo and Kinyo also wanted him to teach him how to fight, but he easily defeats them in hand-to-hand combat, so they both got even more surprised. Although their power is mostly suppressed at the moment, they're still strong enough, dragon compared to most. I'm sorry. Everything they threw at him, he can completely handle it like an expert. It makes them wonder if there's anything he can't do, from swordsmanship, spearmanship, etc. They still haven't tested his magical capabilities, but seeing how he handled all that easily, they assume he must also be quite good at it. Well, the only thing he's not talented at is make potion or poison. After some time passes, they finally decided to mark Issei as their mate. They did this without Issei's knowledge when he was asleep. Issei doesn't really know that they are actually a perverted dragon in a way, but only a way they haven't found their true mate after all this time. So the only thing they are is really just sexually frustrated, and they can only comfort each other all this time. Oh. But of course, it's not enough for both of them. They still want... Oh. So they start feeling him special medicines without him knowing, and special... Oh my god. It don't affect Issei, in which, because his libido is basically at max already. They also use their magic spent to enhance his sexual capabilities in libido. Again, this is useless to Issei, but he doesn't realize what they did to him. He trusted them both fully after spending their time together, and he seems as his elder sisters, but also a woman. They confessed to Issei at the same time. Issei got surprised by their confession. He knows what it means, but they've already told them about it before. This means they will only see him as their husband/spouse/master, the way he called it, but they will only marry him and will never betray him. The moment they marked him as the bound with the dragon pact. If by chance they betray him, they will instantly die. Other male dragon will stir away from them instinctively. They won't try to court a female dragon who already bound herself to another male. It's proven to be useless because there was never a case of female dragon abandoned their mate, and that never happens. Oh my god, you know what? We need that in real life. Holy shit, because these women, they will be bound for life once they are done with the bonding ritual. If they somehow the male dragon died, then they will also follow right after. But That case never happens because dragons are seen as holy creatures in this world. They are seen as Mother Eve apostles. Some human king tried to kill a dragon, but his country instantly destroyed the very same day he declared that he will wage wars with the dragons. QD leads to attack his country along with the dragons. Even though QD alone is enough to destroy the country, but she chooses to bring the whole dragon race to show them their might. But if by chance a dragon chooses to be a spouse of a human, then that dragon will be treated as a special case. The dragon will be forbidden to use their dragon power, so they don't abuse it for the human to use. If the dragon breaks the rule, then QD will judge them right away. And if the human spouse country waged war with another country, then even the dragon were to die, they won't receive any help from the Dragon King. So, there's rarely any dragon choose to be married to a human, and since Issei isn't fully dragon, the rules also apply to him. He will be considered as a human in this world. That's why Issei got shocked by their decision. Are you serious? You know I'm not full-fledged dragon. We are both serious, Kyo says. Even if you're not full-fledged dragon, we still love you, Kenya replies. No matter what happens, Kyo. So will you accept us, Issei? They both say at the same time. Dude, isn't it like, I think we'd all want a woman this loyal, you know? I'm sorry. Issei is at a loss for words after hearing them. He's happy that they choose him because he also loves them after all this time, but he was afraid to confess his love for them because he didn't want to implicate them in any case something happens to him. Then, after their confession, he resolved himself. Yes, Kinyo, I will accept both of you as my wives, and I will give my word to both of you that I will protect and love you at the end of my life, Issei says. Kyo and Kinyo both shed tears of happiness because they are afraid he was to decline their love. They wouldn't know what to do anymore. They all hugged each other. The three of them have the most blissful smile on their face. Issei looks towards the two wives, filled with love and gentleness, but there's also a resolve to never let anything happen to both of them, and he swore on his life that he'll protect them from any harm to come. Then they share a kiss with each other. First it was Kyo, and then it was Kinyo. I love you both, Kinyo. We also love you, Issei. As then they smiled at each other once more, but Kinyo suddenly said, but Issei, sadly you can't marry us both right now. What do you mean? Issei said. Issei is confused by her sudden words. There's a special law in this world that forbids someone to marry more than one spouse, whether it be male or female. Then they teach him this world history. Mother Eve, the one said to have been given birth to the first human, she considered the mother of all humanity and is reversed as a goddess. To aid humanity in a harsh world it's forced to inhabit, Mother Eve offered numerous blessings, but those blessings apply to those who obey the mother's teachings. You must not kill other humans. 1. 2. You must not engage in intercourse with more than one partner. 4. For those who break two teachings, they will become an outlaw. Outlaws are stripped of Mother Eve's blessings and can no longer live without numerous complications. They can't grow plants, they can't receive gold from killing monsters, they can't have children anymore. So they only live by stealing others, basically. They are as good as a human trash, as literal meaning. And because of that, Issei can't marry both of them at the moment. It's still unknown if the rules of this would apply to Issei or not, but he will never take the chance anyway. Issei lost his memory, by the way, so you know what I mean? When Issei was getting irritated, they both continue. But there is a way, and Issei replied, what is it? You just need to become a knight. A knight, Issei says? Yes, a knight. They explain what a knight is. Knights are an important element of the world of Edisful. While most humans, poppins, and dragons are bound by commandments of Mother Eve, if they wish to retain her blessings and not become allies, knights are specially empowered to operate outside of these commandments to help protect the faithful, both monsters and the aforementioned outlaws. To end this, knights are empowered to kill members of species under Mother Eve's blessing, as knights are seen as experimentally members of their species. They also are allowed to marry more partners than the average person, in hopes of passing on their genes. Knights are ennobled with the help of a sacred artifact. Some members of nobility possess minor artifacts that can ennoble someone to level of a standard knight, but these are limited in the numbers of active uses, and knight rank is divided into multiple ranks. They are soldiers. Soldiers are not typically considered highly ranked, but play a similar role, and they are expected one of Mother Eve's commandments, namely the commandment against killing. Soldiers are deputized by existing knights, and after which they can continue in training as a knight, or can go dangerous careers where they might become in contact with outlaws like an adventurer. Now we get to a knight. Base level knights are first true level of knighthood. As of first, they are empowered to marry those two spouses instead of one, but are also expected to serve under the patron, and turn into their nation their patron serves. They also are expected to serve under the commandment of the knights belonging to higher ranks. Base level knights are far away the most common kind of knight, to a degree that Snakecrest was able to gather a large of outlaws to their banner. And then there's 10 Knight. A 10 Knight is a second level of knighthood. It is also named because the 10 Knight is expected to perform the duties of 10 individual knights, but in some cases, a 10 Knight is sent to command exactly 10 knights. This structure continues for the later ranks of a knight. A 10 Knight is empowered to marry 4 spouses instead of 2. 100 Knight. 100 Knight is basically the same expectations as the previous rank, but is empowered to marry 6 spouses instead of 4. 1,000 Knight. 1,000 Knight is empowered to marry 8 spouses instead of 6. A 0 Knight. 0 Knight is the highest level of knight, is typically awarded to a person of international renown. The rank enables a person to marry 10 spouses, but further promotions are possible, though the particulars of these promotions are currently unknown. Well, Kyo and Kinyo both know they're required to advance the last rank, but they're not allowed to tell anyone of it. There's also a subclasses of knights, but that's not really important. There's rarely any female knights because they are basically encouraged to be a housewife instead, because this world is very dangerous and the birth rate is low. And besides, they are not allowed to have multiple husbands because of the teaching. Even if they become a 0 Knight, they are not allowed to have more than one husband. Men are allowed to have multiple spouses so they can impregnate multiple partners at once. A woman who got raped by outlaws will become outlaws themselves, since they are having seen multiple partners even though they're forced. And a woman who becomes an outlaw will never be able to have children, so even though they are evil, they won't be allowed to enter cities anymore. So because of that, you need to become a knight yourself to be able to marry us both, Ko said. If possible, tries to find multiple wives candidate along the way, Kinyo said. May I ask why I have to find multiple wives other than you two, Issei said. Because we believe you will get to the top of the knight ranks easily, Kyo says. And strong knights are enforced to have multiple spouses, Kinyo says. We'll be proud if you can have multiple wives other than us, because that proves you are a strong male, and we dragons could be prouder. Strong males are mate, indeed, so you find more girls to marry, okay? They finish their sentences perfectly. Then Issei becomes suspicious, but other words want more. Fine, but that's only if I can find another woman I can love. That's good enough for us, they both said. They laughed at each other, so they spent some more time together on the island. Kyo and Kinyo basically stuck at Issei like a glue at all times. They keep giving Issei a hug and kisses whenever they have the time, but Issei never complains at all. If anything, he's happy to have the attention they are giving him. They even wash each other in the bath. Issei is holding himself back not to jump into both of them right then and there, because their body is so beautiful and flawless. Kyo and Kinyo know that they shouldn't tempt him so much, he might lose it, and all for be nothing. So they wear a towel when they are bathing together. But when Issei saw their perfect body, and especially his junior down there, they are very elated. They're both hanging off their self-pouncing on Issei themselves. Then when Issei is asleep, they both did something because they couldn't take it anymore without relieving themselves. So they snuck up in his room, feeding him some sleeping drugs, and putting it inside his food, and cast sleeping spells on him just to be sure. What are they doing to bro? That is the end of chapter 27. So I'm going to skip that whole entire part because they basically just bang each other the whole chapter. So yeah, we're going to move on, but this is a little bit through chapter 8, or basically at the end. A few days later, scene change because they basically do him in his sleep. So let's just put it that way. Okay, I'll be going now, Kinyo. Issei says, take care out there, Kyo says. We believe that you'll successfully become a knight in the world. I won't disappoint you two, and I will be back soon to marry both of you. And remember to find new lives along the way, okay? Find lots of wives to bring back home, and don't forget to introduce them to us. Fine, Issei says. Then 3 of them give each other a hug and goodbye kiss one last time. Take care out there, young man. Have a safe journey. Don't catch a cold out there, as you hear me. All the elderly people talk in the village to come see Issei off. Issei gives them a small bow and thankful words. I'll be going, everyone. See you later. Then he jumps into a sea and starts swimming towards the mainland. While he jumps into the sea, you asked? He decided it's for his training, so he decided to go into the mainland just by swimming alone. The elderly tried to give him some money and told him to wait for a ship to go into the mainland, but Issei politely declined their offer. Kyo and Kinyo approved of this idea, and it's not like he can get hurt by some measly sea monsters anyway. Along the way, he got attacked by some sea monsters, but all of them got cut easily by the sword the twins gave him. It's just normal average sword, but he coated it with his haki. But it's a small kraken, shark monsters, fishmen, all of them attacked them, got cut in half with just one slash. But after a while, he got bored and fell asleep in the middle of the ocean and let the current sweep him away. There are no monsters that decide to attack him after a while, and even if there were one, to take their chances by attacking him during his sleep. Issei somehow reflexively punched towards the assailant and killed them in one hit. Issei After spending some time, he finally realizes he can utilize some of his old skills such as Artemin Hockey, Observation Hockey, but he still hasn't remembered his old spells. He knows he can breathe fire because he's basically half dragon form, is what the twins told him. He's pretty surprised at first and just calmly accepted. Then finally he reached the mainland while he was still asleep, and there's someone who saw him floating on the sea thinking he just drowned. The first guy got scared thinking he's an outlaw or something, so he made a dash towards the nearby city, while the other one who spotted him, "A drowning man? I need to help him." Then she jumps into the sea and swim towards Issei to bring him towards the shore. Issei didn't attack her instinctively because he doesn't feel any animosity or ill intent from her. Then, after bringing him to the shore, the girl finally takes a good look at his face. Oh god, he's very handsome. Her face went red seeing his handsome face and perfect body. She ran through her dainty hands on his hair unconsciously, but then remembers he just drowned. Ah, that's right, CPR. Then she kissed Issei to give him CPR. And that's the end of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Issei felt something was weighing down on him. Then he felt something soft on his lips and some air went through his mouth. He got taken by surprise in a cockpit of the air because of that. What the? Thank goodness you're breathing again. She never really checked if he's breathing or not because Issei is breathing pretty soft, and she just lost it when she saw his handsome face, so she forgot to check in the first place and assumed he was drowning now. His words got cut short by the girl's sudden voice as he looks up. He saw a beautiful girl with blonde hair and dark green eyes looking down at him, and at the very girl sitting on top of his stomach. He felt confused with his current situation, because the last thing he remembers he was floating in the ocean while still sleeping. Then he heard the girl talk once more. "Can you tell me your name?" "Oh, my name is Richie. Issei. I'm Issei Hyodo, and you call me Issei or Issei, whatever you want. Now just tell me how come we're in this situation again, and where am I?" He answers his questions while asking back. "Oh, you a royalty? But I've never heard of Hyodo household before," Richie says. She was surprised that Issei has a surname, because in this world, just like in Konosuba, world usually commoners doesn't have a surname and only royalty does. But then she remembered his question. "Ah, I'm sorry for getting lost in my thoughts, then I will just call you Issei. If you don't mind, I'll call you that, if you don't you. And to answer your question, we are here at the shore, Abletown. As for position, as you can see, I saw you were drowning, so I saved you. And I happened to pass by when I saw you floating near the beach. So you are a noble from somewhere? And now come you drown in the first place anyway?" Richie said. "No, I'm not a noble as far as I remember. And I'm from Freshfish Island on a boat, and my boat sunk, and that's how I drowned," Issei said. Issei knows that even if he was told her swam all the way from Freshfish Island, she wouldn't believe him, would be more suspicious towards him. And also to tell her that he wasn't drowning, but just sleeping would be even weirder. I see. Well, thankfully I found you then." "Ah, yeah, thanks for saving me," Issei said. Issei gave her a small smile while thanking her because she does save him out of concern, so even though he doesn't need help in the first place, he still needs to thank, you know? Richie, who saw his smile, blushed deeply because she got smitten by some handsome guy she ever saw, enchanting one, red eyes before. She even thought he's an angel for a second because of the lack of wings. She knows he's not an angel, which known as a holy knight of the mother of Eve, but she snaps out of it quickly after she's a princess, and it's only natural to get her bearings quickly in front of somebody else. Richie Eden is a princess of the nation of Eden, second daughter of Leixein Eden, and have two wives, and previously third in line to the throne of Eden. Devoted to her homeland, Richie is chosen to defend it by running an independent investigation of outlaw conspiracy known as the Snake Crest. Richie is highly independent and selfish, a tyrant in bussy body. All qualities that make her ill-suited to be a princess. As a child, she frequently escaped her family's harem to play with the children on the street, where she met her future best friends, Remius Dorishan and Catherine Luperton. As she grew into adulthood, her family failed to find a role in her governance, politics, or even political marriage. Richie would have her own calling in life, which she did in pursuing organization known as Snake Crest. Despite her inherent childhood, Richie is especially close to her sister Crocs, Eden, as well as her father, Leixein. She doesn't get along with the Prime Minister, Rochefort, both because of the upcoming behavior and his sacred hatred for the monarchy. Richie has very little regard of privacy of others and is responsible for both her and her family's wedding traditions of spying on the bride and groom and also bursting into them one morning with breakfast. Richie despises Hanins, partially due to their invulnerability to magic, but the hatred may go even deeper, and that is possibly irrational. She is a highway mass murderer, but has stopped short of taking steps that would wipe them out altogether, such as given opportunity to sabotage their special reproductive clay. While Richie is not technically a knight, as nobility, she has a status equivalent to a knight. She shares a knight's ability to kill people under Mother Eve's blessing without becoming an outlaw. Richie is trained as a sorceress, a style knight that focuses on the use of magic in combat. She has access to both healing magic and attack magic, namely fly, ice, and light magic, though this is mixed focus and it's hard to do both at the same time. She is not as gifted as physical combatant. She faked a cough and wouldn't help to tease Issei cover her mishap just now. Could go on? What? You're just gonna thank me and that's that? I lost my precious first kiss for saving you? Oh, how unfortunate. I was for giving my first key to my husband, too, Richie said. I see. I will do anything you wish of me as long as it's not against my principle. And if you want to take responsibility for you, then I will do so. But know that I already have wives waiting for me to marry, Issei told her with a serious face. Issei felt that something bugging him when he said that. It's like he's forgetting something and he kind of saw some dark silhouette of a bunch of women inside his mind, but he ignored it for now. Richie's mind went blank after hearing his words, but then he catches on to something. Wait, wives? You mean you have multiple women waiting for you to marry them? Indeed, but it's forbidden to marry more than one partner by Mother Eve's teaching. You will lose Mother Eve's blessing and become an outlaw if you have intercourse with multiple partners. I know that. That's why I'm aiming to become a knight, Issei says. A knight? Like the ones who fight monsters and outlaws? Those knights? Yes, that knight. Indeed, if you can become a knight, your problem will be solved. But to become a knight is a hard task. The monsters and outlaws are pretty strong, you know. I know, on the islands there were monsters too. I killed them pretty easily. Besides, I love them both. And they also told me to become a knight themselves so I could marry them both. Well, not just easy. He's basically just killed them all in one hit. And there were some strong monsters near the Mother Eve's ruin over there, but they all died from just one of his normal attacks. Even Kyo and Kinya were surprised because there were some monsters they would take some time to kill, but Issei just killed them in one hit. They were pretty aroused when they saw all this to be able to handle all those monsters, but they hold themselves back and do their usual activity. Knights relieve themselves from their arousal. Oh yeah, I see, Richie said. She becomes speechless once after hearing those words. Not that she can deny any of it and want to marry him together anyway. But still, are you sure you're strong enough? Yeah, I think I'm pretty strong. You think, you say? But can you get off my body first? It's not like I hate it when a beautiful is straddling on my body, but it's just that... Oh, right, I'm sorry, Richie says. Richie blushed, remembering she's still straddling on his body, so she hastily stands up. Richie's a beautiful woman who has blonde hair and dark green eyes, like a gem. She seems to be a apprentice dress with light modification and here and there. She has a curvy body and has a C-cut breast. Here, let me show you, Issei says. Then Issei draws his sword and covered it with his haki and made a casual sword swing towards a hill. Boom! There's a small gorge created in his casual swing on the hills. Richie, who saw this, became totally taken aback. Her mouth is wide open. It looks like it hit the ground. How's that? Issei says. Issei asked, totally relaxed, like he just did nothing. Richie, who heard this question, finally reacted. She becomes lost for words. If he's used a spell she still can't accept. But that's just a sword slash. Is your attacking imbued with magic or something? Richie said. That's gotta be the only explanation, she thought. No, that was just a normal swing. But I do cover my sword with my haki. Haki? Is that some kind of magic? She asked with sparkling eyes. She got totally hooked because she never heard of any magic called haki. Before, she's adventurous at heart, so she loves finding new things and places. No, it's not magic. It's basically... After some explanation, Richie still doesn't get it, but she knew it's not magic, so she lost hope on learning that. I see. Too bad it's not magic. It's strong technique, too. She mutters lowly, but Issei can still hear it. Indeed, you become an excellent knight with that kind of strength. And from the way you're talking, I could tell you're a nice guy, so I can vouch for you that you'll become a splendid knight. Thank you, Issei said. And can you forget about my joke just now? I saved you because I wanted to, and CPR doesn't count as a first kiss anyway, Richie says. I see, but I still stand on my words. If you need anything from me, then just ask me, Issei says. Richie's heart's fluttered once more after hearing him say that. She does want to marry him a bit after, but she still has a mission to complete. Then she heard some voices in the distance. Hey, look, over there, look at that, the man said. A short distance from a number of people appeared and pointed at Issei and Richie as they approached. Oh, she's with them. This is bad, Richie says. What's wrong, Issei says. Richie frantically got up and ran in the opposite direction. Sorry, personal matters. Huh? Issei said. Well, see you later, Issei. I have to go now, and I will hold on to your words. After that, she ran as fast as she can. Oh. He's amazed by how fast she was running. Then he heard the voice once more. Look over there, this way. Issei says. A group of people holding hoes and scythes warily surrounded Issei. What? Issei's confused by that sudden development. He talked! Obviously, I'm not a mute. Lady Knight, take care of the rest, please, Mob 2 said. A knight? The ring of people around Issei opened up, and letting a woman in. The woman has a beautiful face with red eyes and white long hair that reached her till her hips. She has a voluptuous body with big boobs and wide hips. She's also kind of fit for a woman. She wears a dark mini jacket that has white fur around the collar, along with a black shirt that only covers till her breasts, so her stomach is visible because of it. She also wears a black small mini skirt with black stocking with black battle shoes. She carries a giant white lance, even shield with golden pattern, as her weapon. Are you a suspicious character who washed up on the shore? Then the woman looked towards George Issei just created. And you're the one who did this? She becomes very wary after seeing the George. Suspicious? And indeed, I'm the one who did this. I saw it. He came from the sea, the mob said. A stowaway? A poacher from the fish here? Maybe. State your name and how did you get here? I'm Issei Hyodo. And no, I'm not a noble for matter. I travel here with my boat. Freshfish Island, but along the way my boat got sunk and I got taken to current here. Freshfish Island, do you know how far that is? Mavor says, and I don't remember anyone can bring their own boat from there. It's a small village and most of the villagers are elderly people, even if it's possible without getting attacked by sea monsters and survive the attack. Also, I don't remember any merchants having traveling scheduled towards this on this month, Mob 6 says. Is that right? That only makes you more suspicious. It's up to you, believe it or not, Issei says. Liar, as if anyone would believe that, the man says. Yeah, outlaw scum, Mob 7 says. Outlaw? But as you can see, there's no black rings on my fingers. Issei proceeded to show them his fingers, and indeed there are no black rings on his fingers. Ugh, Mob 8 said. Some mob got scared thinking he was going to do something by raising his hands. Don't move! Issei just calmly stares at her. Indeed, there's no black ring on your fingers, but outlaws have been sighted in your town. I am here from a different mission, but I can't ignore people in need. He has to be livestock, Lady Knight. Take care of him, Mob 9 says. Whew, so you're a knight, indeed. I'm a knight of the Kingdom of Eden. Ramius Dressen. I see, Issei says. Huh, you're not going to judge me as a knight even though I'm a woman? Ramius is a bit surprised because usually she can't believe as a knight as she's a woman. Why should I? Strength isn't determined by gender. What's wrong with a woman being strong? It just means they are capable and hardworking, Issei says. Ramius got a bit taken aback, but she never heard from someone she just met. They just kept calling her a meathead for that matter. I appreciate your words. Don't mind it, Issei says, but even though you don't have black ring, it's still possible the outlaws have threatened you into assisting with some crime. After all, outlaws are known for the underhanded means. You think anyone can force me to do something I don't want to? Well, anyway, I came here to become a knight. It's better to be safe than sorry, but a knight, you say? Ramius said, that's right. All right then. I'll have you prove it. And how do you want me to prove myself? Issei says, so it's simple. If your goal is to become a knight, I'm sure you're confident in your strength, and by the looks of it, you are indeed strong. She looks forward to George once more, and while saying that, so you just need to defeat monsters around this area and bring me 100 G as proof. You know the monsters drop gold after you defeat them, right? Indeed, Issei says. Then prevent you from cheating, I'll hold on to any gold currently in your possession. Fine, here you go. Issei has some gold got from killing the sea monsters, as the gold he got from the island's ruins, he donate them to the elderly villagers of Freshfish Island. I will hold on to your gold for now. Don't worry, I won't steal your gold. I will give my word as a knight. Issei doesn't really mind if he stole the gold. After all, he can easily gather more by just killing more monsters, but you can tell she's not the kind of person just from her eyes alone. There's no impurity can be seen on her eyes. He somehow can still sense people's soul, and he could tell when somebody is bad news, or just by sensing it. He regains his skill during his exploration at Mother Eve's ruin on the island. He saw some lost souls over there and purifies them. Then if you manage to get 100 G, I'll vouch for you and have you given permission to enter the town. Sure, Issei says. Abel's right over there. I'll be waiting. She pointed towards the nearby city. After Ramius, the Lady Knight left with the mobs. Whew. And that is the end of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Then after they left, Issei went around to look for monsters, and he can find some in no time. It's just like handy slimes, so they're basically like total scrubs. After killing some slimes, Issei got the 100 G he needs. Then he heads towards Able City. Along the way, he saw a water fountain. The water looks really clear, and he could feel some sort of blessing on the water, so he tried to drink some. Delicious, and I could feel my fatigue recovering. Oh, is it your first time drinking from a recovery fountain? When you drink from the water in these fountains, you get fully healed. It's something to do with Mother Eve's blessing, apparently. Worth remembering, right? But this water can't be stored in an empty bottle or any container. It will become normal water for a few seconds past the moment you take them out of their source. I love this water so much that I become an adventurer just to drink it more often. Issei hastily leaves the man alone. At Abel's city, he saw Ramius waiting at the city entrance. Halt! Did you get the gold already? Ramius said, yeah. Here you go, Issei said. Then Issei tossed her the gold bag. Let me see. Cling. Then she proceeded to split the content around the bag. Issei is confused of why she does that. Then he finds the answer sure enough. 1, 2, 3. She started counting it one by one. You didn't have to take it all out. Shut up. Now I have to start over. 1, 2, 3. Issei was totally speechless after hearing that. Then he tried something. What time is it again now? Around 11, I think. That's what my internal clock says. 12, 13, 14. Ramen says. Issei almost face on because that actually works. Seriously? Well, I don't want to mess her up again, so I'll just wait it out. Then she just spends his time looking around for him to just look at the city hall. The housing pretty much looks like in Konosuba, which is the European Middle Age built with stone bricks, but there's magical property that can be seen everywhere, and it's slightly more advanced. Basically, it's quite beautiful for a small city. 45, 46, 40, 40, next is 47, Issei says. Oh, that's right, thanks. 47 in particular always gives me trouble. I don't know, I'm not working with numbers, you see. This seems more severe than that. 48, 49, 50. Issei can only sigh once more and wait for her to finish. He has to admit, her dedication in serious looks cute though. So she spent while looking at her counting all that and just in case and he got stuck at her point once again. He really does enjoy watching her dedication that is unconsciously faced when he had a small smile on his face. He never was one to judge people with their incapabilities. Everyone has their own weak points and strong points. He looks like seeing a dedicated, hardworking person such as Ramia's here. Thankfully, there is no girls around to see his face currently, so they would be totally smitten and fell in love right away. After a while, she finally finished counting. Yosh, there's indeed 100 G's here. As a knight, I can vouch for your strength. You're free to enter the town as you wish. Also, here, you can have your gold back. Thanks, Issei said. If you're tired, you can stay in the inn overnight. Your fatigue should recover in no time and get some rest. Got it? Issei says. Also, Issei Hyoto, was it? Ramya said. Just Issei is fine. And should I call you Lady Ramius or something? You can drop the title. I don't care much for formalities. Same here. Nice to meet you again. Nice to meet you too, Issei. But if you're not one of the outlaws, where can they be hiding? Issei just sits there in silence. Issei didn't say anything because he knows even though outlaws are not a threat for him, but for normal people they are pretty dangerous because outlaws are the ones who have lost everything, so they are not afraid of anything. They will steal, kidnap, R-word, kill, etc. Outlaws, just as well known, black ring on their finger. Those with the black ring lose their ability to grow or raise anything. Even if they grow plants, raise animals, mine some ores, kill monsters, they won't receive anything. The plants won't grow, the animals won't produce any dairy products such as eggs or milk, and they die straight away after a few days. The ores they touch will become common rock. The monsters won't drop gold. That's why they resort to all that killing and stealing, because if they cannot survive on their own without the blessing, even if they chop the finger that has the black ring, it will just once more on one of their other fingers, and if they cut all their fingers, it will appear on their neck and become a black choker rather than a ring. So outlaws band together in groups and assault towns, traveling merchants. So if there are any sighting of outlaws nearby, you can expect their hideout somewhere nearby and they are preparing to attack the nearby town. Well, no matter what happens, I will protect everyone in this city, even you, so don't worry. Thank you for the concern, but I don't need your protection. And besides, it will leave a bad taste to have a cute girl such as yourself protecting me. Huh? What's wrong? Cute? Who are you calling a cute girl? Ramia said. Then you are a boy? Of course not! Well then there you go. There's no one else with us here, so I'm pretty obviously a man. And you're a girl here, so what's so weird with calling you a cute girl anywhere? But there's no man has ever called me a cute girl before. There's one right now, Issei said. Issei looks calmly at her. After all, he does see her beautiful, cute, and beautiful face, girl. So nothing wrong with that. Thank you, Ramya said. Don't mind it. I'm just saying the truth. To me, you are indeed a beautiful, cute girl. Ramius went red after hearing that and thinking, couldn't be. No man has ever found me attractive besides a particular kind of eccentric. But after hearing his latter words, she becomes even more red-faced. Then she turns around and tries to avert the topic. Now, I'm sure you're tired, so come into the town and go take a rest. Sure, Issei says. Abletown is a small town with a population of a few hundred, but compared to Fisher's Island, it's quite big. Issei saw middle-aged women were chatting and laughing at the restaurant. A couple of old people were playing board games. The town was peaceful and carried a gentle aura. Issei spends some time exploring the town, but along the way, the town girls kept staring at him. He feels a bit uncomfortable being looked at as he covers his head with his hoodie. Then he saw a level-up shop. He's still at level 1 after all this time. There's no level-up shop at Fisher's Island, and the twins told him to visit if he ever saw one before the island. So he went inside the shop. Issei was asked to write his name in the front desk before he led into the back room. Inside the shop, there's lots of weird things such as voodoo dolls, some lit candles, gypsies, stuff like that. Issei doesn't see anyone at the back room. So this is a level up shop. Looks like nobody's here though. Welcome, the mysterious person says. Issei heard a girl's voice from the table. Oh, did I scare you? My voice is coming through the magic receivers in front of you. Issei looked at the table and saw round rings being supported by stands. Everyone's supposed to have a specific level up person, but then you'd have to go all the way back to the town with that specific level up shop all the time. But by using magic receivers, I can level you up in the town. I see, Issei says. Anyway, I'm your level, Sora. Let's see. Issei Hyodo, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. You can just call me Issei. Got it. Seems like your first time at the level up shot, so let me go over a few things. If you somehow feel uncomfortable talking with me without seeing my face, you can open up that file there. After all, you'll be surprised about how many people have trouble talking without seeing my face. Issei doesn't really mind though, but since she went over the trouble informing him, he thought he might as well see the file. This file, Issei says? Issei opened the file. It contained a lot of portrait photos. Page 14 has my face. Hope that helps. Then Issei proceeded to open page 14 to see her picture. It shows a beautiful fuzzy girl with short length pink hair with pink eyes. She wears an appearance to be in a magician robe with black, red, and purple colors, and she also wears a purple habit on her head. She has big tits. Beautiful, Issei says. Issei just calmly says that. Right? I get that a lot. That's why everyone asks for me. You're one lucky guy, Issei, and I'll explain how this works. Listen closely. Sure, Issei says. Basically, he/defeats kills enemies, whether it's outlaws or monsters, he will get XP points. Then the god who governs the level up system will measure his XP to level him up. If you're from a party, your party members fall under my supervision too. So I get tons of more convenient for all of you. Got it, Issei says. Issei knows she slips up her true objective, not that he minds it though. After all, it is indeed a business for her. Anyway, let us proceed with the ritual. Yeah, a bunch of crap. Issei face twitched hearing that stupid chant. Then, with a light descent on Issei, his level went from level 1 to level 67 right away. Issei's body feels to get stronger, and the mark of the Naruto started manifesting itself into the destruction element throughout his body. It's just the start of something, but he doesn't realize it's happening and will take before he realizes it. Congrats, you level she saw his level from level 1 to level 61 in one go. She scratches her eye to see if anything's missing at this moment. Huh? Sora says, what's wrong? But you were just level 1 right now. So? But you just leveled up to 67 in one go. And? Sora just becomes totally speechless seeing his lack of concern. Like what just happened is nothing weird. It needs to be known that the maximum level of this world is level 100. So for Issei to reach level 67 in one go from level 1 and predestined, never heard of it. Then we're done here, right? Well, thank you for your service. Just when Issei was about to walk out, Sora calls him once more. Wait, if you tell a person at the front desk it's your first name, you can get a free level shop summon ticket. You can use it to level it up from anywhere. Oh, okay, got it. Then he walked out to the ticket. Sora was inside the store, still speechless after what just happened. He doesn't respond much towards my picture. Even though he's handsome, I wonder if I will meet him again later or not. Should I give him the special picture of me to motivate him and more? And his level incident is just too amazing. At this rate, I can ascend goddess of level faster. I shall give him a special picture next time, and who knows, maybe he will get attracted to me later. But Sora just actually put behind the curtains. She doesn't help people prepare her for a real reason. Issei can feel her presence behind the curtains, but he never bothered to point it out. If she doesn't want people to see her, then that's not his business, not him. But that's a story for another time. After Issei checked the item shop, he could see if he could find anything useful for him. Well, he doesn't want to trade his current sword because it is a gift from the twins, and the rest of them items are just weird, so he decided not to do anything potion just in case. And the store owner creeps the fuck out of him, and he's an Okma, and he keeps trying to flirt with him, so hastily just buy a potion and get the fuck out of there ASAP. After that, he visited the church. He lowered his hood to pay respect. After all, it's quite rude getting inside the church with a hood of the hat on. He's greeted the saint of church. Her name is Lauren. She's quite a beautiful woman with short red hair, red eyes, and she wears glasses. She wears what to appear the white sleeves in that outfit that elongated her beauty very well. She's holding on to a golden staff. When Laurent first saw Issei, she felt a heart thump loudly, but then she told herself she's a saint mother of each church, and she's not allowed to marry anyone unless it's a special case. So she took her head calmly and asked if he's here to pray. Issei said he's just here to look around. Then she introduced herself by her name, her occupation as one of the saints of the church. Saints are determined to have inherited a particular vast amount of Mother Eve's power, although she personally doesn't know what makes her so special to be chosen as a saint in the first place. Laurent seemed to be shy to talk about herself. Her smile had plenty of firepower behind it, and that has somehow stimulated Issei's memories. He felt as he remembered some old memories of a certain golden-haired girl, but it's still unclear. But he knows every time he tried to remember that golden-haired girl, his heart ached a bit, so he stopped thinking about it. So Issei introduced himself, then they will get to know each other with Laurent. She will forever be upset or pray, but you'll feel better. Then saw somebody praying while his body emitted a rainbow-colored light, and Issei feels pretty refreshed after doing that. Then the person walked out of the church with a refreshed smile. So that's how it works, Issei said. See, it's remarkably effective, Laurent says. Issei replies. So Issei asked her if she's working on something. She said no, there aren't many very saints. There are given entire regions to manage. That sounds tough, and there are monsters around, so it must be pretty dangerous. Issei is pretty relaxed around her, probably because of her pure aura, so he couldn't help but feel concerned about her. Laurent feels happy to that concern. He feels concerned for her. I appreciate your concern, but as long as I'm designated as a saint, I'd like to carry out my duty, Laurent says. Issei is very impressed with her dedication, so he gave her a small smile. I see, Issei says. Her heart thumped once more, seeing his smile. Her cheeks reddened a bit, but she kept her composure this time. Hiya, Laurent says. After chatting a bit more with Issei, left the church to look for an inn because the day is getting dark. She sees him off. Lorena is still gazing at his back after leaving for now. She kept thinking how good it would feel if she's not a saint once in her life because she could have chased after him to get to know him better. She feels very comfortable around him. There's never a man that makes her feel that way before. But that's just how it is. So she stopped thinking about it and her headed back inside the church. Issei finds an inn and spends the night. The inn is quite big considering it's a cheap price for a night. And there are 5 beds inside the room. So if ever has any party, then they could spend night together in one room. Tomorrow morning, Issei just heads out near the green pasture of city, and he saw a cow in the middle of the road. Then a green-haired girl with glasses came looking for the cow. She's quite plain, but is still a bit cute. She has an average body as a girl, not too busy or anything, nor too skinny, too plain. She wears a green and white colored farmer outfit. When she saw Issei got taken aback by it, since she's engaged, she doesn't let her thought wander. Besides, she thought she's too plain for a handsome guy such as Issei, and she does love her fiancé. She thanks Issei for finding a cow, and she introduced herself as Colopus, a farmer that works in the Able. She told him to visit the farm because she wants to thank Issei for it. Issei agreed to it as his time. Colbus then bowed to Issei and took her cow back to the Able. After sightseeing a while, Issei decided to go back towards the Able. After entering the town, he met the man who was surrounding with them along the villagers along with Ramius before at the shore. His name is Yarase, currently employed here as a soldier. He introduced himself to Issei. He said he will soon take a knight test in the capital. His objective for becoming a knight is to get more girls as a spouse. In other words, he wants a harem. He told Issei to get close with Ramius because she's pretty weird and usually knights work in teams. But she's all alone. Then say it's because everyone she teams up with gets injured, so she's always alone. People call her the loner knight. Issei just ignores his warning because he doesn't believe on such things such as a bad luck bringer, and he kind of likes Ramius for dedication, and he's kind of irritated this year so he keeps talking bad things about her, but he just held it in. After all, everyone has a different opinion about something. He's not one to judge. Unless someone bad-mouthing his loved ones, then he won't really care what they think. Yarase just wishes the capital and send more knights, and maybe Sir Actival instead of Ramus. He wants Sir Achavel will notice his talent and let him join. Issei asks who this Achavel is, and Yaris becomes surprised he doesn't know Achavel. Achavel is one of the Kingdom of Eden's only 3 Zero Knights. Archavel Disrin was a Zero Knight of Eden, born to tank Disrin, and a Zero Knight mother. Archavel was raised in the town of Stalon, along with his sister, Ramius. He was promoted to Zero Knight following his performance during the Arthur tragedy, and they continued to defend Eden from monsters in the years that followed. So he's Ramius' big brother, huh? Then Yarase wanted to show Issei around the town. He just accepts it, because he just arrived here yesterday, and he remembered Colopus' farm. So he asked him to show him the farm. Yarase knows Colopus well. Well, they greet each other a lot. Yarase, he bought a newcomer to show around the city. Then Colopus noticed Issei. Colopus greeted Issei. Yarase got a little surprised seeing that Issei and Colopus know each other, and he told him that he has a good taste because Colopus is a cute girl to him. Issei just ignored him, but Colopus got taken aback by being praised like that. But then Yarase told him it's too bad she's already engaged, though, to a guy named Ginyu who runs this farm. Then they chat a bit more. Then Colopus offered a drink to both. It's a freshly milked cow selectively bred. It's so sweet that it can't be drunk on its own. It's distilled in water. Her dreams are to let the world to taste her special milk. Issei just encouraged it to be delicious. Then Colopus face fought into a big smile because delight, and she says thank you. Issei leaves and soon, but Yarase decided to stay and flirt with her, and Issei is fine because he decided to kill some monsters instead. After Issei left, a few minutes later, Culpus' fiance Ginyu comes and told some bad news about their cow got a disease, and they needed to find some special grass to cure it. Culpus wanted to go by herself while her fiance and Yarase forbids her. When they asked Yarase to go, he says soldiers aren't allowed to leave the town, and Lady Knight and Remus aren't allowed too, he said. Her fiance is also the same feeling and afraid of that, so Culpus decided to go on her own, ignoring the warning. After a while, when Issei got back from killing some monsters outside the town, he got back seeing some villagers distressed over something. When he asked them what's wrong, they said Culpus went outside the town a while ago. Someone saw her and kidnapped her by the outlaws. Issei got surprised by that. Then he saw Remus, Yarase, and some young man slumped on the ground at the center of the crowd. When he got near them, he heard the young man saying, "Oh, Culpus, please be safe." So Issei assumes it's the guy Culpus' fiance. Remus notices Issei. Issei, we're talking right now. Wait until later, Remus says. Issei just calmly nodded and waited for them to discuss it. Yarase said the reason why she went outside the town, but without telling what he just said, the soldier isn't allowed. Remus also isn't allowed to leave the town. He said she left town on her own after they forbid her to look for some special grass. Then Ginyu pleaded to Remus to save Culpus, while Yarase said, "Don't be ridiculous, we don't even know where the outliers are hiding." And Remus concluded the direction they were last sighted and the footprints they left behind there likely indicate to the west. Yarase got surprised because the cave has strong monsters inside, and there's no way a human can use it in the outside as a hideout, but Remus can't think of anywhere else they'd be. Ginyu once more screamed, "Then go get Culpus back before it's too late." Remus asked Yarase to come with her to rescue Culpus, since he's a soldier, so he can kill outlaws without losing Mother Eve's blessing, but he said it was too dangerous and it's basically suicide. Remus said that they could only agree it's too dangerous to go there without a plan. They need reinforcement for that. Sadly, it might take 3 days for them to arrive. If it was Sir Achevel who came, he could save her, Ginyu screamed once more. This enraged shout makes Mervis shudder. Why did it have to be his useless sister? And the loner knight at that, Ginyu said. Issei finally speaks. Hey. Everyone nearby him got taken aback because his aura emanating and eyes glowing a bit. Ginyu is the most affected because he's the one who receives Issei's aura directly. He shuddered fiercely. If you think Remus is useless, then why are you not the one who went to find the grass instead of Culpus herself? If you're the one who went, maybe the outlaws won't try to attack you because you're a man. Some man you are for letting your fiancé go out alone like that. Issei knows he's weak, so he can't do much against the outlaws, but that still doesn't give him the right to badmouth Remus like that. Ginyu trembled so hard that he got nothing to say back because he's indeed too afraid to go on his own or to go with Culpus in the first place. And when he saw her, he got taken aback. The outlaws just stand there watching her being kidnapped. The one who saw her gotten taken by the outlaw is himself. He's just too afraid to admit it. Remus finally cuts in. It's fine, I don't mind. I'll take personal responsibility for this. The rest you can calm down and return to your regular business. Remus said that to the citizens and left the farm. Issei, who saw this, took the pressure and said, "Trash," to Ginyu. Ginyu finally pissed himself. Because of the sheer pressure, even Yarase felt a bit shaken because of Issei's pressure alone. Then Issei followed after Remus because they arrived at the entrance of the town. Issei followed Remus all the way for a while. Finally, Remus asked him, "Issei, what do you want? You're planning to save Culpus on your own, don't you?" Remus is surprised because he knows her objective. What? How did you know I was going by myself? Issei becomes speechless, like it's hard to guess. Well, it was obvious, Issei says. Was it? Remus says. You seem your wits end back, and then you head towards the town entrance right away after that. So I become worried you do something stupid and follow right after you. It seems like I was right, Issei says. Well, thank you for your concern. That's plenty enough. Remus says, so, shall we go together? But you aren't even a soldier yet. I can't have you assist with killing. It'll be fine as long as I don't kill them, right? Don't be ridiculous. They're accustomed to murder. You can't go easy on them. Don't you know my strength well, Issei says. Indeed, but still what I'm about to do is clearly full-heartedly. Why? If you're going to save a single girl by entering the enemy territory with no prior preparations or investigation isn't full-heartedly, then what is? Being compared to my superior brother probably has me flustered. Well, if you can realize that much, I think it's not affecting you too much. No, Remus said, you can't just help Culpus? That's on your mind, right? Correct. However, how rash it is. I want to rescue her. I'd rather nonsensical behavior not affect a citizen like yourself. Please understand. I refuse, Issei says. What? Are you pretending to die, Ramius says. How the hell do you come to that conclusion? It's common sense to help the weak. So if you're doing it to save Colpus, regardless of the danger you invite by going yourself, you're making the right choice. Stupid? Maybe, but it's the correct one as the knight as yourself, Issei says. You approve of my actions? Ramius replies. Indeed. Oh, I see. She felt happy that Issei approved of her idea, though it's quite stupid. And like I said before, letting a cute girl alone in danger will leave a bad taste in my mouth afterward. Ramius, who heard this word, saw his smile and got flustered, went red-faced. You're still calling me cute, Ramius says. My view won't change, Ramius. To me, you're a dedicated, hardworking, cute girl. Ramius went totally beet red after hearing Issei's words. There's smoke coming out of her head. Please don't tease me. No woman monstrous enough to be able to say Beast is cute. I'm not teasing you. I'm totally serious. If you're supposed to be monstrous, regular girls are worse than that. Issei seriously told her. You saw they reacted to me. Lack of experience as a knight, and even have strange rumors spread about me. They find me frightening just because they come with that doesn't mean you should lie. I even have harm other knights. Issei calmly exceeds his arms to Ramius' shoulders to make her face look straight in her eyes. Ramius got a little taken aback at Issei's sudden action. Look into my eyes. Do you see any sign of me lying? I really think you're a cute girl. Ramius Dresserin. Ramius, who got a gaze, looked towards his enchanting wine-red eyes, become totally lost in her eyes, even spinning while her face totally red. Though she asked, Really? Is that true? She stutters. Issei just nodded at that. You're the first person who said so. Thank you. She smiles while keeping that. Issei, who saw her face go with a smile for her first time smitten because of how beautiful she is. This isn't you said I'm that cute, but I grant you permission to come along. Issei snapped back out of it and calmly says, Yeah, thanks. I'm going to appoint you as a soldier, so no going easy on the enemy. Got it, Issei says. But remember this, to be able to kill without repercussions is too great power for most to wield. If you consumed by that power and use it for evil, I'll take responsibility and kill you in turn. So please, don't make me have to do it. I promise you I won't. Issei says, In that case, I'll appoint you now. Ramius led her lance over his head in focus, generating a dull light from her body. The light eventually gathered in a lance. She placed the shining weapon on Issei's shoulder. In the name of Lady of Rasmus Dressin, may Issei Hyodo become granted the title of Soldier. Then, Issei felt a numbing sensation, but before it became painful, it stopped. Yush, it went all smoothly. Now when you go to the capital, you can take the test as a knight test too. Issei said, and for the first step of Issei to becoming the strongest knight in history, and even beyond that. That is the end of Chapter 30. Chapter 31. There's also a few subdivided classes of knights I'll go over. So Magic Knight, then there's the Defender, Sorcerer, Ranger, and Tactician. And then we'll just go back right into the chapter. Let's get it. When Issei and Ramius are conversing with each other, there was someone hiding in the bush nearby. I never saw Ramius' face that red. Become so flustered like that, especially to a guy. Well, not that I can blame her, when the one who said that is so handsome and manly. Even I would become like her and switch places. So envious. Wish she told me all that too. So Ramius make him a soldier, huh? But they all sure take their time talking with each other. Well, she always notices the lustful looks over the outlaws, or some man gave on her any beautiful girls for that matter. But she doesn't see any of those eyes from Issei's gaze. His gaze only has appreciation towards her, or Ramius even now. There wasn't any lustful greed feeling at all. And that's very rare in this mode for a man to have that kind of gaze. Her big sister fiance, Prince Felton, is giving some odd feelings because even though he doesn't have lustful looks toward her sister, but his eyes are always have nothing inside of it. He might be smiling, but inside his eyes, all she can do is see boredom or something else altogether. Then she saw that Issei is looking straight at her. Did he notice I'm here? No, that can't be. But Issei keeps looking straight at her, and just when she started getting nervous, he looked away. That was close. What's wrong, Issei? Ramius said. It's nothing, just a cute squirrel in the bushes over there. Issei says, is that so? Then shall we go? Sure, Issei said. He totally noticed me, the mysterious person said. Then she saw Ramius and Issei is gone, and she finally came out of the bush. He totally noticed me there. She was walking, and she noticed Ramius and Issei coming to her place just now, so she hides the nearby bushes to not be noticed by them. Well, she doesn't want Ramius to see her at this moment. She's fine with Issei, though. Cute squirrel, he said? Geez, guess I'll take a detour towards the West Cape before they arrive because I need to check something there. The outlaws might have some leads on the Snake Crest organization. Then she went through the detours. Along the way to the west cave, Ramius kept peeking towards Issei time to time. He just ignores her looks, though. After a while, they finally arrived at the supposed outlaw's hideout. At the entrance, there's no one guarding it, but Issei can smell some human scent inside the cave, and with his haki, he knows they hit jackpot because he can feel the human presence inside the cave. Here we are, let's go in cautiously, Ramius said. Issei replied. They went inside the cave. Ramius is high on tension all the time with her weapon and shield prepared for any coming ambush, while Issei just calmly strolled inside without giving into a combat stance at all. When Ramius warned him, then suddenly out of the corner there was outlaws ambushing them. Outlaws 1 and 2 say at the same time, "Die! Watch out, Ramius!" Bam! Bam! Then both outlaws become meat paste on the wall. Ramius, who just saw them, totally slack-jawed. Issei just calmly walked forward like he did all this in the first place, and it's very common to him. "Ramius, are you coming?" Issei said. Ramius just stuttered. Along the way, every time monsters or outlaws coming towards them, they all died with just one hit from Issei. Whether it was his punch, kick, or just a casual sword slash, they all died without knowing that they died in the first place. Ramius got totally numb seeing all this, and she decided to follow Issei from behind. She felt stupid worrying about him in the first place, and she's supposed to be the knight here, but she doesn't have a chance to do anything. What could she do? Even if somehow there's a sudden attacker from his left, right, top, bottom, behind, they all died just from a casual attack. It's like he can see 360 degrees around him. There's no blind spot at all. He doesn't turn around to kill the one that comes his way. Just a backslap, backslash, etc. They arrived at the crossroad. When she's deciding where to go, she heard Issei said, "Ramius, wait here for a minute. I need to check something." Sure, Ramius said. She doesn't need to be worried about his safety at all. She even wonders if these can be called a rescue operation anymore. They just basically waltz in on their own place with no tension feeling at all, just like taking a stroll in their home backyard. Issei saw someone sneak in towards the left path, so he chooses to check on it alone. Then he arrived at the room where the intruder snuck in. Just like I thought. Snake Crest must be behind this, the questionable person says. Issei saw her looking through the boxes that seem to be filled with something dangerous before because it has danger sign on it. Then Issei comes up to behind her and says, "What's just like you thought?" Issei says. "Ah!" The mysterious person says. The intruder reflexively swings her staff behind her and forceful as she got ambushed by the outlaws. Issei calmly stops her attack with one hand. Then, "What are you doing here, Richie? You also have been peeking on me and Ramius back at the town entrance," Issei said. "That's right. The squirrel and the intruder is Richie herself. He can see some outlaws knocked out of the place. Seems like they got taken by surprise." "Issei? Jeez, you scared me. I thought you were an outlaw. Good thing I'm a mage or you will get hurt by my sudden attack." "Sorry for scaring you, but you still didn't answer my question," Issei says. "Even if one who attacks him a dragon, he barely gets scratched. That is if he lets the attacks land on him or he doesn't cover his body with haki in the first place. But he won't tell her that he might hurt her feelings." Go on? "Well, I thought you noticed me back then at the town entrance, and I found here just proves my suspicion that the Snake Crest is indeed involved with all this. These boxes were once filled with sparkle bombs. They are made from the mini hinds. They are tiny, but they self-destruct, then hurt, and deal a ton of damage." "Yeah, I know about them. I've read some books about them in the encyclopedia before," Issei says. Not only do they create an explosion several times as strong as any fire magic, but anyone can set one off. But handling them is difficult. If you're not careful, you and everything around you will go kaboom. That's why every country has sparkle bombs strictly regulated. You need permission to even produce them. And the symbols on the plate of the boxes around here say, "Contains sparkle bombs. Be careful." So it couldn't be more obvious. But that's not only it. "Did you notice the outlaws here seems coexisting with monsters?" Richie said. Indeed, it's weird," Issei replied. Issei never really thought about it because he has no interest in them. But now he thought about it. It does seem weird that every monster's an outlaw who just attacked him and Ramius before seems working together. Monsters are usually attacking people indiscriminately, even if someone is an outlaw. Something's going on here. I have a really bad feeling about this. I'll look around a bit more. Maybe I can figure out where the sparkle bombs went." "Sure, you're coming with me," Issei said. "I promise I'll stay low so I don't get caught, okay?" Richie said. "No," Issei replied. "Please?" Maybe I should call Ramius here," Issei said. Wait. Please don't let her found me." "Why?" Issei says. Issei already feels suspicious about how she was hiding them back at town. He knew she's not hiding from him, so that leaves Ramius. Fine, I'll tell you. Richie wanted to dodge the question, but after seeing his gaze, she spills the beans. Then, she told him that actually Remius is sent here by the capital to look for her and bring her back. She snuck out from her home to look for clues on the snake crest. I see. So you're the second princess of the Eden Kingdom. Well, your name already says it all with that last name, actually. That's why you don't let Ramius find me out for now. Please, Richie said. Issei just sat there in silence. Just when Issei was thinking about it, he heard Ramius' voice calling him. Issei, are you done yet? Ramius says. Richie was surprised. Richie, who heard that, sends a pleading gaze towards Issei once more. Issei, who's seeing that, finally relented. Fine, but don't you dare find out about the outlaws or you will pay. Got it? Issei says. Richie nodded hastily towards the shedding tears of joy, so she could still continue her adventure and find clues about the snake crest. Issei then outside the room, but then Richie called him back. Wait, Issei. Issei calmly looks at her. What do you think about Ramius? Richie said. I think she's dedicated hard worker and a cute girl. Why? I see. Good for you, Ramius. Maybe you really have a chance with Issei. Issei just sat there confused. Issei is confused why she suddenly laughed like that, but she said she doesn't mind. So he goes out of the room. When Issei got out of the room, she forgot to give her a paper that says 50-50. Well, she assumes it's nothing important and throws it away. Then Issei groups up with Ramius once more. Ramius asks if he finds anything there. He just said no. So they continue their operation. After a while, they arrive in front of the metal door. It's locked, Ramius says. Then there's a voice coming out from the door. Begging Draken, booby hero. Pick one. Issei's speechless hearing this question, while Ramius seems to think about it seriously. They both have their good points. Begging Dragon is, well, booby hero is... This is really tough. Issei becomes even more speechless seeing her really think about it. What in the hell are those anyways? The name alone seems stupid. The Ramius suddenly said, I got it. Both are equal, so we can't just choose one. The answer is 50-50. The door... Just when the silence ensues for a while... Correct, the door says, and it clicks open, and the door opens on its own. Yosh, I got it right. Issei just blankly looks at her. Ramius finally realizes his gaze. What? They both are indeed equal, you know. I've read about them before, and they are really good. Issei just thought about just the fact you know them in the first place is already amazing enough to be correctly answer that stupid quiz is even more amazing. He sighed and went on ahead. Issei? Then she remembered that the two books is actually a porn magazine, and she basically just said that she reads porn. Wait, Issei, I met my friend told me that. So don't think I read them on my own, okay? Hey, are you listening to me? Ramius says. Issei just ignored her. Along the corridor, there's outlaws again, but they all died instantly by Issei's punch. And after a while, they finally reach the end of the room. At the center of the room, they can see Culpus is being abused by the outlaws. She has light bruises around her body, and her face and her clothes are almost gone because it's mostly ripped apart from her body. The outlaws surrounding her are laughing out loud, seeing her like that. She seems to have a blank look after all the abuse she's received. She seems to have given up on hope. Her fiancé doesn't even try to help her. Yase is the name. She got nothing left behind. She just wants it all to be over. The outlaws are starting to take off their pants and wanting to inject something in her before they start raping her. It's fine. It's a syringe filled with dark green colored liquid. Now, let's move on. After you inject it with this, we'll start the main course, Outlaw 1 said. Do it, the Outlaw 2 said. Then when the guy was trying to eject the syringe towards Culpus, there's a blur moving towards them, and after a few seconds, they drop down and their heads separated from their necks. They don't even have time to scream. The last outlaw, who's at the corner of the room, screeched at seeing this. When he wanted to run away, there's a sword flying towards him and it pinned him on the wall. He instantly died while dangling on the wall, and the sword embedded through his chest. Ramius was at her breaking point, seeing how they treated Culpus. Just when she was about to act, she saw a blur and they all died instantly. She saw Issei calmly stand before the headless corpse without any emotion could be seen on his face, and his eyes are glowing. I despise scum like this the most, Issei says. Then Culpus suddenly started screaming. No, Culpus said. What? There's blood everywhere. Oh, I know. This is a dream, Culpus said. Culpus, Issei says. Oh, man, oh no. I'm gonna get... Then she scrambled backward and kept knocking stuff down along the way. Ramius, please handle her. I don't think I should be near her right now. I don't think she should be near any men right now. I'll stop her, Ramius says. I'll leave it to you then, Issei replies. Ramius slowly approached the hysterical girl and spoke in a calm tone. There it is. Calm down, Ramius said. Ramius tried to calm her down by holding her gently. Hi, Culpus said, but she collided with the box and knocked everything out of it. She kept struggling to escape Ramius. No, no! Look out, Issei says. Issei tried to stop Culpus, but it was too late. Prick! Ugh, Ramius said. In her hysteria, Culpus picked up a syringe sitting on the floor and stabbed it into Ramius' arm. Thankfully, she doesn't own the content of the syringe and just stabbed Ramius with it. But even that is going to be a fatal if not treated right away. Ramius, are you okay? Issei says. I'm fine. Stay put. Issei, look, nobody is left to hurt you. You don't need to be afraid. Ramius still gently talked towards her. Culpus saw Ramius remain calm despite the harm she was inflicted and finally stopped running. All right, good girl, Ramius said. Then Culpus fainted by the chop on the neck by Ramius. I put her to sleep using Q. It's not painful now that she would calm down. I see, Issei says. Ramius tries to stand up, but she stumbled. Quickly catch her from falling. Careful, are you hurt anywhere? Issei says. No, I'm fine. Are you sure? Anyway, I'll take Culpus back. I'd like the chance to thank you again, so when you're back in town, come to the inn. Why not go back together? It's dangerous to leave you all alone off this. I won't allow cute girls such as yourself to walk alone without protection. Who knows what's inside that syringe? Again with the cute girl thing. Issei's hand is hot. Issei says that she saw his Ramius, Issei says. Issei peered at Ramius' face to see what she was thinking. Her eyes were moist and her cheeks appeared slightly flushed. Ramius said. What's wrong? Are you really okay? You're kind of squirming around. I am not. I'll go on ahead, Ramius said. I'll go with. Don't follow me, Ramius said. Issei got taken aback by surprise at her sudden yell. Oh, sorry, but I'm fine on my own. In fact, I prefer it, Ramius said. With Culpus in her arms, Ramius ran to the exit. That idiot. Then Issei hurriedly follows her closely, just in case something happens. Then they head back towards Abletown. And that's the end of chapter 31. Chapter 32. When they arrived at the town, there was a bunch of knights that can be found. Apparently, they arrived earlier than expected. Ramius gives them a brief report on the situation, and she leaves Culpus to them. Ginyu are also there, but he's too afraid to confront Culpus at this moment. Yaris is also there, but he's just acting like an observer. Ramius went to the inn right away, and Issei was following behind her until she enters the room. When Issei asked if she really was okay, she told him to leave her alone for now and come meet her at night. Issei can only relent after hearing that, so he leaves her alone for now. He decided he will check on her again later that night, just like she requested. Issei decided to spend some time walking outside of the town. After a while, he reached the shore when he first came here. He's blankly looking towards the ocean, thinking how he arrived and how he met Richie and Ramius. He really has to admit it feels really concerned towards Ramius. He enjoys spending time with her. Maybe Kyo and Kinyo already expected this. Now he will meet newer girls and more. Ramius' personality to brave dangers without caring about the danger she put herself kind of reminded of him in some of his memories. Her foolhardy attitude, he remembers he used to be like that too long time ago, but he still cannot recall it perfectly, or who he was, or what he was protecting. By bit, his memory was returning, but not all at once. He recalls some of the skills that he has at some point as he spends at the Fresh Fish Island. He can see some dark silhouettes inside of his memory, and it's getting clear as the day passed by, but he still can't recall them perfectly just yet. He needs a bit more stimulation in his mind. Then he heard some sound coming from behind him. He could tell who it was. What's wrong, Issei? Richie says. Nothing. I'm just thinking about something, Issei says. I see. So why did Ramius save the girl? Richie said. But she has some trauma, you see. The good news is she's still not by the outlaws when we arrived there. That's a little unfortunate, but you have already done the best you could. If she got our word and then she became an outlaw too, and her life could be worse than it is now. She could have been killed after that. They have been filled with her, you know. After all, they can have an extra mouth to feed since they only can steal so much time. I know, Issei says. Then there's silence once more. They watch the sunset together. Reggie keeps looking at Issei's face rather than the sunset because Issei's face right now is certainly irresistible charm of a man relatively feeling to it. And how the sunlight shone on his face and his hair makes his handsome face even more memorizing. His bellowing, silly, dark brown hair and her combined with the face is so memorizing that Richie can felt the heart thump loudly, threatening to break free out of her chest. Her face is lost in revere just by looking at Issei right now. She wishes time would stop after this moment so she could enjoy looking at his face forever. The silence continues until the sunset is finally over. Well, I guess I'm gonna head back now to the town. I need to check on Ramius after what happened to her. Richie snapped out of her revere as she catches on to Issei's words quickly. What happened to Ramius? this. She felt weird for her childhood friend. I don't really know, but she accidentally got stabbed by Colpus with a syringe that contains some dark green liquid by the Outlaw's hideout, and she's not in her right condition after that. Syringe? With dark green liquid? Was it like this one? Richie said. Then Richie got to extract the syringe around his stomach got stabbed with. Yes, that's the one. What's wrong with it? Issei felt a bad premonition after seeing Richie's reaction like this. Oh no, why? Richie said. Then Richie dropped the syringe in shock. Aden's blood. It's a drug that outlaws bring with them. Using it gives you the sense of intoxication and security. It also sharpens the senses. It can be used as an ephravicac. Depending on how it's synthesized, Aden's blood can contain a bunch of different effects. What they had was probably made from the emphasis of an autosophic aspect. Aden's blood, Issei says? Aden's is the name of the archefiend who brought the monsters into the world, and the drug was given the name Aden's blood because the drugs can draw out the desires that are impossible to hold in, such as people went on frenzies to kill, those who went into hallucination can no longer see reality, and those who pleasure is drawn out or will discriminately desire the opposite sex. I can't just tie remedies up until the effects disappear. You can't. If you try to stop the symptoms, most people go mad. She'll lose half self-control, and at the same time she's filled with lust, so she'll assault the guy. And if that happens to be married already, Richie continues, she will become an outlaw. Issei says, yes, but knowing Ramia, she wouldn't let that happen. She'd kill herself first, Richie says. Indeed, knowing her personality, she really will kill herself before letting herself become an outlaw, Issei said. Issei felt angry at himself for letting Ramius get stabbed with that syringe. If he just realized it fast enough, but he even felt more anger towards the Snake Crest. His anger boils toward them, and on this day, the Snake Crests have attracted anger from a being that shouldn't have been messed with in the first place. They are not afraid of QD because she wanted to interfere with their plans because she wasn't allowed to. The last time QD act was on that time when the stupid Human King declares war towards the Dragon King. But after that, she never shows herself to the world anymore. Even during Arthur tragedy, she still doesn't show up. That's why the Snake Crests become brave and compliant without fearing her judgment on them. But Issei is not like QD. He won't abide by the rules. He won't be changed by some measly rule. And at the end of the Snake Crest, countdown starts from now. All their preparations after this time will go to ruins just by a single person. The one they will call the strongest knight in history. The Tyrant Overlord. What do I do? If I haven't come to Abel, then this all won't happen in the first place, Richie said. Don't blame yourself. It's all the outlaws and Snake Crest. None of this would have happened if they weren't around. And I will help Ramius however I can, no matter the cost. Issei's eyes glowed brightly with conviction, but weirdly enough, Richie, who saw that, doesn't feel afraid, but feels secure instead. Like no matter what happens, he would be there for her. Issei, is there any antidote for the drug, Richie? Sadly, no, but there's a way. There's one way to save Ramius. Tell me. Issei looks straight into Richie's eyes and makes her heart thump loudly once more. Then, no. Issei Hyodo suddenly changes her attitude and becomes more serious. Issei silently looks towards her. Please have with Ramius. What? Issei is taken aback by her words. From what you said, Ramius only got stabbed by the syringe. That means there's only a small amount of the drug that got into her system. Then if she spends about a night feeling good so she can't think, the system should be under control by tomorrow morning. Are you sure about this? Issei said. Issei couldn't help but ask to confirm her theory about it. Yes, I'm sure. I knew you already have two brides in mind, but I beg you, please, suppress Ramius's lust by having sex with her. Then Richie suddenly kneeled to Issei. I know I'm asking a lot, but please, save Ramius by her yours. You realize that she has feelings towards you, right? Now she keeps looking at you, so I beg you, Issei, Richie says. Issei just stays silent by Richie's sudden outburst. He's contemplating seriously about it. He knows that Ramius has feelings towards him, but if someone asks him if he loves her, he's still not sure. He still enjoys spending time with her, and she reminds him a lot. Then he reminiscent in the time they've spent together and her memorizing smile back then. Their first meeting can be called unique, but the time they have spent together, both short, is very eventful. He loves her dedication and hard work the most. The way she keeps trying her best no matter what happens. Heck, she couldn't even be counted by 100G. One by one, make sure he collected the requested amount. That's how dedicated she is, even though she has a problem at counting. Then Issei finally decides what he will do. The decision that will make him feel glad and happy every time he recalls this moment in the future. I'll do it. So get up. No need to kneel before me. You're the princess here, aren't you? Issei says. Issei makes Richie stand up while saying that. Really? You'll do it? Besides, I do like her personality. Then how about her appearance? What about it? She's very beautiful and a cute girl as well. Really? You do? Richie says. What's so weird? She's indeed a cute and beautiful girl. And just to make sure, does Ramius have a fiance or so? No, she doesn't. That was a quick response. Issei says. Well-world friend, so I know. Not only is Ramius not into anyone but you before this, there's also no man interested in her so far. star. People call her the loner knight. Even other knights keep their distance. Seriously? Even though she's that beautiful? Issei is speechless hearing Richie says that. He knows Richie isn't bad-mouthing Rias like Yarase or the others, but she's just telling the facts. Yeah, well, sure, her appearance isn't the problem. I see, Issei says. I'm sorry for asking you to do this. I mean, asking you to marry Rias like this, telling to give up on girls you already have one. It's fine. Then even told me more wives rather not just them, you know. Really, Richie said? Yeah, I know it's weird, but it's the truth. Besides, it's not like I won't make them my brides later. I just need to climb to the top of the knight's rank, don't I? Issei said that like it's no big deal to become the highest knight rank. That's true, and judging from your strength you have shown me so far, you can indeed easily reach the top rank. Then I'll stop feeling bad. Please take care of Rias for me. You care? You can think of it as of what I want you to do like you promised when we first met. Richie said, no, this doesn't count. I will do this either way so your request is still invalid. You can keep the request for later if you want. Issei seriously told her, and Richie, who saw that, blushed as she's still happy she has the promise. Then, see you later, Issei. Richie said, see you later, Richie. Issei went to Richie as he head towards the Abletown. They're going to be married soon. How nice, huh? What's with me? I'm the one who asked him to do it, but now I'm sad for some reason. Richie thought about it for a while, but couldn't figure out the cause. She still hasn't realized that she already felt for Issei. Funny how she could tell Rias, but she doesn't realize her own feelings. Now, back at Abletown, it's night already when Issei arrived back at town. He heads straight towards Rias' room at the inn. The owner of the room knows Issei and Rias' acquaintance, so she let him head towards the room right away. Issei stood in front of Rias' room. He took a deep breath just when he was about to knock on her door. He heard some voice coming from inside. Issei. Issei felt awkward standing in front of the door. He knows that he's doing inside of a room right now, but the seductive moans couldn't be more obvious. So now there's a lot of, here we go. If only I were a little cuter, they could have been another way. Urchari's ears up solemnly smiled. Issei finally snapped. Don't fuck with me, Issei said. Then he throws his lance away along with the dagger in his hands. Rias, who saw that, got surprised. You think I would help you commit suicide? Did you ever think that I would actually feel after I do that? Rias got nothing to say but his words. Didn't I tell you that you are cute and a beautiful girl, Rias Leixein? You'd think that I would be okay killing you. I will feel hurt and sad, so please, don't kill yourself. I love you, Rias, and if you're okay taking me as your husband, then let me be yours. Then Issei hugged Rias tightly. She cried in his warm embrace. She felt afraid but also happy at the same time. She's afraid to die and afraid that she just kept his wildest dream. She's happy that the man she loves feels the same way towards her. Issei just tightly hugged her, and her crying just came out. So will you be my wife, Rias? Are you really okay with a woman such as myself? I don't want you to force your self-love on me. A woman who can't complete with the monsters is called a loner knight, a failure of a woman. All for good is fighting, and you still have me? I'm sure of it. I vow to you that I will always love you regardless till death. And ask once again, Rias Leixein, will you become my wife? Rias went silent a bit after that. She shed one last tear of joy and whispered, then please make me your bride. Then after a while, they stopped the kiss. Rias' eyes were moist after the kiss alone, and her face is red, memorizing in Issei's eyes. Then he finally let go of his restraint. And basically, they smash. So, yeah. That's the end of chapter 32. Chapter 33. Issei woke up feeling something soft weighing on him, down his chest. He looks down at his chest and found Rias was scoring softly with a look of peace on her face, implying he was afraid of Aiden's blood effects. His is not inside Rias anymore, probably it slips off during his sleep. Issei saw her like this, feels really happy. He gazes his whole infinite care and gentleness towards her. He remembered they went really wild last night. The bed is still full of odor and bodily fluid, so he can just cast clean spells towards it, and the bed is as clean as new. He remembered most of his skills already, but there's still something with the Dindo paper holding him back to remember it all. But Issei put that aside and focused on the sleeping beauty on his chest. He's really fond seeing her sleeping on his face. He gently pokes her cheek, and she sees her squirm around making cute faces. Then she's sleep-talking in her sleep. Issei, I love you. Issei, who heard this, smiled gently and stroked her hair softly. Rias' face won't smile when he does that. Then he saw a golden ring on his ring finger. There's a Romanian number on it. So, this is the ring of marriage. Mother Eve's blessing, huh? Issei says. Then he suddenly heard Ramius talk. Mother Eve's blessing, Ramius says. You're up? Good morning, sleepyhead. Well, it's afternoon already from the looks of it. Then Issei gives her a gentle smile and a peck on the head softly. Then he wraps his arm around Ramius' soft body to hold her closer. Ramius, who felt this, Issei almost die from happiness she felt right now. Her face blushed and she averted her face down Issei's chest once more. She whispered, afternoon, Ramius said. Issei chuckled, looking at her cute antics, then he stroked her head once more. So, we're truly married right now, huh? Issei said. Ramius remembered of that blissful smile on her face, and she looked towards her own golden ring. Yeah, I have one too. Look, she outstretched her left hand, an identical ring, but Issei has no Roman number on it. Issei took her left hand on his own and entangled their hands together. Then he kissed her left and softly. Indeed, you're my wife now, Issei said. Ramius blenched deeply once more, with a blissful smile on her face still. To think that one day I'll be granted a ring. Until yesterday I never even dreamed of it. I hope this isn't a dream. It isn't. You're truly my wife, Ramius said. I love you. Then Issei hugs her tightly, while her hands still entangled together. Really? Do you feel that way? Ramius said. She still feels a bit insecure. Issei chuckled with the evil grin and said, Of course, silly. I couldn't be happier to have you as my wife. Or do you want me to prove it to you once more? Then he gives Ramius a bit of a squish. Ugh, I'd love you too, but my body can't handle it anymore after all the we had last night. Ramius gave a little yelp by Issei's sudden action, and she blushed deeply once more. Is that so? Too bad. Then he finally let go of Ramius' butt, and Ramius' relief. Ramius felt a bit wet after this action. She can't really do it anymore for now. She's still feeling a bit sore down there. Damn, bro. She can't believe they've been going at it for 7 rounds straight last night. Damn! And she already forced herself to the max back then. Damn! But it seems that they're still nowhere near enough for Issei. Sorry, I wasn't under the impression that once men take care of their arousal, they have a shocking shift towards the rational thought. Do you not regret it now? Was I really worth marrying? Issei responded and just spanked towards Ramius' butt. Just when Ramius thought she was going to spank her once more, Issei suddenly rubbed her butt gently. To be honest, she was hoping he would spank her once more. That spank is not for believing me, and the gentle stroke is my apologies for the 2 spanks, Ramius. I've told you that I'm happy to have you as my wife. If you keep denying it, that means you don't believe me. Ramius hastily shouted towards the sentence. No, I believe you, but... No buts. I love you, Ramius Dressian. Do you think that I had sex with an Indian woman? No one can force me to do what I don't want to, not even the gods themselves. Even I have become an outlaw. I won't submit to anyone. Ramius, who heard that, became speechless, but she felt really touched by his words. I swear on my life, I really do love you, Ramius. Now vow back that is not a lie. I will love you with all my heart no matter what happens. So do you still doubt me? Issei looked straight on Ramius' eyes while saying that, and Ramius can only see infinite love and gentleness in his eyes. She had shed tears of joy, then proceeded to hug Issei tightly. I'm sorry for my foolish questions, but don't become an outlaw because I don't want you. If you truly become one, then disappear from my life, Ramius said. Issei gently hugs Ramius back and says, I promise I won't ever leave you behind. Oh, Issei, Ramius. And soon after the sunlight, they gazed at each other and brought their faces together. Slam! Good afternoon, Richie! Ramius says, Issei just sighed because he could feel the presence of Richard behind the door all this time, but he just ignored her. How's it going? Eyes adjusted to the sunlight yet? Richie said. So, Richie, what are you doing waiting behind the door all this time? You even followed me here yesterday, Issei said. I don't know what you're talking about. I just got here, Richie said. Richie's eyes started to swim down, and the gaze Issei's giving her. Issei said she forgot that Issei has strong detection capabilities, so he clearly knows she was hiding behind the door after all this time. Fine, I was worried about whether he'd actually sleep with you or not, so I followed him up until he went into your room. So didn't you enjoy the show? What are you asking me to say? Richie said. After a bit of awkward silence, so you were worried Issei will not do it with me? Does that mean you're the one who told Issei about the Aden's blood, Ramius said? Ding, ding, ding. Correct. I am the one who told Issei to do it was me, Richie said. What? But it's not really a request from me since you really do like you before I asked you to have sex with you, apparently. Huh? Is that true, Issei? What? Don't believe me again? And Issei raised his hands. No, I believe you. Issei then chuckled, seeing her acting all nervous like that. So he pulls her into another hug. You silly girl. She felt so happy right now. She could literally die. Go on. Now that you two can leave the flirting for later, please. Now, I'd like to discover what to do next. If you wouldn't mind getting dressed, I don't know where to look at you two right now. Oh, right, Ramius said. Her hands first gathered close, but she felt a bit sore down there, so she slowed down a bit. Ugh, fine, Issei said. Issei calmly stands up from the bed to look for his clothes. Richie, who saw that, blushed deeply because he saw his perfect body, especially his dragon rod down there. Then Issei looks towards Richie and noticed her gaze on him. What? Perfect princess, Issei says. I am not a pervert, Richie said. Then she huffed and turned around saying that. Issei chuckled, seeing her reaction. Then he and Ramius started wearing their clothes. But Richie keeps stealing glances towards Issei's body, though, and her face is still flushed a little. Issei noticed her gaze, but let her be. Besides, it feels good having a beautiful girl admiring his body. He helped Ramius wear his clothes because she was a bit of trouble wearing. She's still sore down there, but that's why. Richie, who saw Issei gently help Ramius wear her clothes, felt a bit jealous because of his caring act towards him. She wished she switched Ramius right now, but she feels even more happy than Ramius finally found someone that truly loves her. Good for you, Ramius, Richie said. She kept a gentle smile while looking at them both. After they finished wearing their clothes, I never realized my target was hiding so close. What a blunder, Ramius said. Well, I'm used to being chased to you at this point, Richie said. In contrast to Ramius' frustration, Richie grinned like a child who had pulled off some mischief. But if you're showing yourself now, I will take it you're willing to return to the castle or your home, Ramius said. It's fine. Issei already knows about my true identity. Is that so? Ramius said. Now that I discovered the sparkle bombs from the outlaw hideout, based on the evidence that was left, are numerous enough to blow up the whole entire city. This has to be reported to the knights so they can come up with a countermeasurement, Richie said. You'd think after they were brought into this country, they were carried off somewhere else, Issei said. Right. Some outlaws are wandering around the country with tons of destructive weapons. Issei just sits there in silence. Then, let's hurry to the capital. I'll see you there, Ramius says. I can get back myself. More importantly, I think you have to get home, Richie said. That's true, but taking you back is my duty, Ramius said. Indeed. I need to introduce myself to my in-laws, don't I? Issei said. Ramius, who heard that, became bashful. In-laws? By the way, Issei, where are your parents? Well, I lost my memory some time ago, so I don't know if I had one or not, Issei said. What? You lost your memory? Ramius and Richie said. But I'm starting to regain my memory bit by bit, though, so it's fine. They both say at the same time, I see. Forget about that. So where's Ramius' home again? In Stalon. Ramius' father runs the town. I see. Well, Ramius, do you have a surname? So I already guess she's the daughter of nobility somewhere. You're right, Richie said. But we're not really a rich family, though. The Dresden lineage had many knights, so we've been given land based on the achievements of our ancestors. We have little interest in etiquette or formalities, so you're free to act casually. Got it. I don't really care about formalities myself anyway. But won't your dad? Will he become mad at me for taking your virginity without his permission first? Issei said, I think he was worried whether anyone would Ramius take at all, so we might actually enjoy the cry tears of joys, Richie said. Seriously? Issei said. That's not true. Yeah, probably, I think, Ramius said. Issei started wondering what Ramius' family is like. Still, if you waited too long to introduce yourself, you would lose their trust, no? Yeah, makes sense, Issei said. I'll take the public cow carriage home. You two head to the stallion. Wait, but, Ramius said, oh yeah, and when I confirm you two were married, I mailed the retrieval to inform him, so he might be waiting in Stalon too. What, my brother? Ramius said. Oh, one of the 3 Zero Knights of the Eden Kingdom. Archibald Dressian, the Zero Knight, Richie said. I know he is. If there's a chance to team me, he'd even abandon his duty for it. Let's hurry, Issei. If we finish before he gets there, then we can get there without seeing him. Issei is speechless, seeing her so desperate to avoid her brother. Well, Ramius has issues with Archibald, you see. He always says how I'm not fit to be a knight, or that I'm not ladylike enough, or that I'm like a ham barbarian, Ramius says. Better get going. Archibald's getting closer as we speak. Oh, Richie, you'll pay for this. After Richie left with a smile and a wave, Ramius yelled and dashed out of the room. Issei only nods his head to the forehead, seeing her like that. Well, that makes her cute, though, he thought. Unknowingly, Issei's habit of spoiling his wives started manifesting right at this moment. No wonder they'll do often think of it as cute. Pass through the Fort Baron to the north. You'll be right next to the Stalon in no time. Try to not get lost. Got it, Issei said. Then Issei follows right after Ramius. Issei and Ramius parted ways with Richie and headed towards Stallion. And that is the end of chapter 33. Chapter 34, where we left off. During the way towards Stalin, they found out Kolpus decided to went with the knights and headed off somewhere else. She broke the engagement between her and Ginyu. Yarise headed to the capital to take the night test. Along the way to Stalin, Ramius kept gazing at her hand, or her ring, more specifically. Issei, who's seeing her become intrigued, "What's wrong?" Issei said. "Nothing. Well, we are married now, but it was also sudden that it doesn't feel real. I can't believe I finally get married after all this time, and I married the man I truly love at that." "Well, you better start believing it now, because I won't let you go on no matter what." Issei pulled Ramius towards him and gave a soft kiss on the lips. Here we go with this again. Issei then let go of her waist and took her hand with his own. What are you? I'm holding your hand, of course. You mean you want to do thumb wrestling? Ramius said, no, silly. I mean, I'm holding your hand just like a couple would do. Oh, sorry. It's just I've never held hands with the opposite gender before, so I'm kind of nervous. Issei chuckled and said, it seems I'm going to be your first for everything, huh? Ramius, who heard that, became really bashful and her face went red. Well, let's go. Ramius just stuttered. But along the way, she's being very nervous having Issei holding her hand. She kept thinking all this stuff, like I'm holding hands with Issei, blah, 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 this, his hands are sweaty, my palms are sweaty, his hands are masculine, they're bigger than mine, well, I'm nervous. I'm a bit embarrassed, or maybe, tense, Ramius said. Well, we've done more embarrassing things together, so holding hands should be nothing too, right, Issei said. You're right. This should be nothing compared to what we did yesterday. Even though she already said that, but she's still very nervous inside. Then, they walked together while holding hands. Every monster or outlaws who tried to ambush them along the way got killed with Issei's just aura. They all just died because of a heart attack even before they showed themselves in front of Issei and Ramius. So Ramius never realized there was a bunch of monster or outlaws trying to ambush them along the way. Issei won't let his sweet time together with his wife be ruined by some trash who can't read the mood. At some point, Ramius started thinking if she could call to Issei something different, such as honey, darling, etc. I can't be too ashamed to even fight. It needs to be something not too embarrassing yet strong enough to express our relationship, she said. Issei saw that she's thinking about something so seriously, while being red-faced, is just silently watching her because she thinks she's acting very cute right now. Ramius finally realized his gaze and asked, what's wrong? Nothing, it's just that you're really adorable, he said with a smile. Huh? Thank you, dear. Issei, who heard and froze Ramius, was confused. He suddenly stopped, then she tried looking at his face. Dear, Ramius said. Issei hurriedly averted his face because he doesn't want Ramius to see his face right now because he blushed because of the way she called him. Then he told Ramius don't call him that because he's too embarrassed being called that by her. Ramius, confused by the first word why he's embarrassed in the first place. Then Issei said that what she feels if he calls her with the same nickname too, then she realizes it's indeed embarrassing. For some time after, Ramius hardly said a word. The same goes with Issei. They keep sightseeing along the way. Issei saw a giant crab taking on destroyed by a city along the way. Ramius said that's a mega monster called Giant Daraku, and that town is destroyed by it in the past. The reason that citizen of the town keeps eating crab all the time, hence, it is retaliated by destroying the city, but no casualties because they evacuated the town in time. Issei and Ramius, if allowed to kill it, and she says mega monsters are very strong, so it's not wise to challenge it alone. Besides, they're not aggressive unless provoked, so the knights never bother them either. They already have their handful on handling normal monsters and outlaws, so they don't have time to take care of it for the moment. Even for a zero knight, they are a bother to take down. There's no bounty for killing them either way, so Issei just ignored the giant Arakadu for now. After a while, they arrived at the fortress Burion. So this is the fortress, Issei says. In order to challenge powerful monsters in this territory, Marquis Burion risked his life to construct this fortress. Thanks to his efforts, the strong monsters were driven away, letting people here relatively peaceful. Or the stories say. It's a pretty old building. It has some history here and there, so there have been many tourists as of late. There are some tourists who turned his back to the river and threw a coin behind him. What is he doing? Issei said, making a wish. Huh? The whole river's a wishing fountain or something? Issei's confused now. I'm sorry, I just wanted to look smart. I don't actually know anything. Ramius looked horribly depressed after that. Issei, who saw the stroke, stroked her head gently while saying, it's fine, I'm grateful for your effort alone, Ramius, and she instantly cheered up after hearing that. Then they went past the fortress after that. After a while, they finally see Stalin town. Stalin is up ahead, and the villa is over the lake. There is my family's second house. My brother owns it at the moment, but I've never seen him use it. Ramius says, would it be destroyed by monsters if they built it there? Issei says, don't worry about that much. Much like adventure campsites, the house has a complete monster-repelling barrier. I see, Issei says. Then they enter Stalin's town. Issei's impression as he entered Stalin was that the horses were even more packed together than in Abeltown. The streets clearly had more people, and by judging by appearance, they are ranged from farmers and merchants to Australians and adventurers. Issei and Rias head towards the Dresden residence right after the arriving at the city. Along the way, Rias is confused about why Issei is wearing his hood all the time, and when he told her the reason why she is a bit confused at first, that she realized that is indeed true. If the handsome face of Issei out in the open, then they would keep being stared at by people, especially the girls. Ramius approves of it. Then they reached Ramius's home. Look, that's the house where I was born and raised, Ramius said. It's particularly large residence that stood out from the others. It's pretty normal considering that this is a major's residence, though. At this hour, father should still be home. Let's get introductions out of the way. We better hurry when Trevo arrive. Then Ramius dragged Issei by the arm into the house. Father, where are you? Ramius said. Dad ran out to church or something, so he ran out to do some shopping. An errand like that could be left to a maid. Father's obsession with cleanliness can be troubling sometimes. What do you expect? His job's more than less honorary one, so he's got a lot of time on his hands. Wait, Ani? Ani equals big brother, by the way. In front of them stands Archibald dressing. Ramius' big brother. He's a very tall guy with a macho build. He has a scar on his left eye. His face is quite average, but very manly. He has a short white hair and his skin is quite tan, unlike Ramius, who wears all black outfit. Archibald wears almost all white and a red cape on his back and his left shoulder pad, as he carries two giant white greatswords on his back. He wears metal white boots. So this is Ramius' brother, one of the Zero Knight. Well, he's indeed quite strong. There's something wrong with him, though. I can't quite tell what it is, but there's something off about him, Issei says. Issei can feel something off with Archibald, but he can't tell exactly what he will only know why later in the future. While Issei is inspecting Archibald, Archibald is doing the same. Archibald thoughts after seeing Issei. Seriously, I can't feel this guy's strength at all. It's like he's just a harmless bystander. But that's not it. I could tell if someone was weak or just from a glance, usually, but I can't tell his strength at all. Damn. Either he's hiding his power with some technique or he's just that strong. I never felt anything like this before. Archibald back, unknowingly drenched with sweat a little. So he tried to make a conversation. Oi, what's on your hand? Archibald said. He looked towards the interlocked hands, or more specifically the ring. Ramius gasped at his sudden bloodlust. Well, Issei doesn't look like he feels anything. Even that isn't enough to make him flinch, huh? He admits his bloodlust towards them, especially Issei. I'm asking you what that ring is, hey. Did you do it? Did you already do the nasty? Archibald says. Huh? Ramius replies. It's too late. There's a criminal in our family. How am I supposed to face mom in heaven now? Ramius' brother fell to his knees where his seeping bloodlust dissipated. Issei, this dolt is my elder brother Archibald, holder of the title Zero Knight. Issei's at a loss for words after seeing him like that. I don't have a clue why he's acting like this either, but we ran into him, so we'll have to put up with it. Ani, could you please get up and start introducing yourself? Archibald ignored his words and took a look towards Issei. How can I apologize for what she did? I'll pay reparations, of course, so please forgive us, Archibald said. Wait, what kind of introduction is that? It's not. It's an apology. This is a heartfelt groveling, you moron. Who are you calling a moron? No way anyone would marry you, meaning you must have assaulted him. Can't lead to real love. That's delusional, Archibald says. Don't treat me like a deviant. This is why I didn't want to see you anyway. Issei and I wanted each other. What? Hey man, is she serious? Yeah, Issei said. This is a woman who can wrestle a monster. You're telling me you wanted her? She's incredibly cute. So yeah, Issei replied. Cute? Who would have thought you'd ever find a man who'd call you that? Archibald said. He looks towards Ramius while saying that. Ramius is feeling bashful hearing Issei's words, but she responds to Archibald's words anyway. Ani, Issei's actually a very strong fighter. He's not a normal man. Archibald thought, no shit, he might even be stronger than me. But he acts clueless. You can fight? Ah, Issei says. I can vouch for his strength. Issei says he wants to become a knight. A prospective knight, huh? You picked a bad time for that, Archibald. Something's wrong, Issei said. Oh, well, the thing is we're cutting down the number of knights, Archibald said. Why? Issei replied. Shit happened, Archibald said. There's a small opening, but I'm sure Issei can do it. Pretty easily, too. Well, just perfect then. Ramius, quit being a knight. Archibald says, what? You're not cut out for it. Just let him do the knight stuff and work on being a wife instead, Archibald said. But helping the weak is my... You just charge in alone and mess up so that they call you the Loner Knight. And you think you can argue with me? Archibald says. Well, Issei just calmly looks toward them, but he knows Archibald is saying all of that to protect Rias. There's no ill intention towards her from Archibald, but he still won't let anyone badmouth his wife, no matter who it was. I think Rias is a perfect knight, Issei says. Issei? Sure, she could be short-sighted sometimes, but boldly running off and to help someone in need is pretty knightly to me, and besides, as her husband, I will always be there for her to prevent anything bad happening to her, Issei says. Oh, Archibald replies, and of course she's really cute, so she makes a good wife too. Issei glazed at Rias with a smile, and he said everything with conviction. Archibald is happy, to be honest, that his beloved sister finally found someone who truly loves her. He was just testing Issei now. Love is blind, as they say. She got those tough muscles. Let her quit and she'll become a get more feminine. Archibald says. She's already perfect the way she is, Issei says. Unless she trains for being a wife, she won't be able to clean anything. Dad still cleans the room to this day, Archibald says. We're good at different things. We're all good at different things, Issei says. She's secretly a huge perv, already know it, and I've been there too at some point. This is a girl whose dad found her hidden porn stash while cleaning the left on her desk. Are you really honestly okay with that? Rias, who was over the cloud hearing Issei's words, suddenly snap out of it. What? Rias says. The mention of the porn set Rias running like the wind out of the storm, upon which the sound of someone frantically tidying up came from somewhere in the house. In the room, there's only Issei and Archibald left. They just stare at each other. And Archibald broke the silence. Your name's Issei. Seems you're serious. I am. Issei says, well, knew this day would come eventually. Suddenly, Archibald's attitude softened as he scratched his head and sighed. I say some harsh stuff, but, I'm still her brother. I know she still tries hard, and she's got talent, but, well, it's just, you're worried about her fighting monsters and outlaws, so you wanted her to quit, right? Archibald looked away, affirming that what Issei said was correct. Damn it. You're right. I want her to be a normal girl, so I never give her advice for being a knight. I just say things to try to push her away from it since I'm a siscon. Oh my god, he's a weirdo. Issei just likes Archibald remind him of a certain red-haired girl, but he just ignores it for now. But because of you, all my teasing and belittling for nothing now, Archibald says. You should think about what you say. Or, I think she'll just hate you, Issei says. You don't get it. When she's in a murderous rage, her face is ultra cute, Archer says. Well, for me, no matter what, she's always cute, so I can relate with you with that in a little bit. Ha! I know you'll get it, but as her brother, I've got to see if you're good enough for Rias. If you're the kind of guy to make her cry, I don't care if she hates me for life. I'll end you, Archibald says. Same here. I don't know if you're just worried about her as a brother just now, or you heard you bad-mouthing about her like that earlier. I would have killed you already, Issei says. Then Issei admits a little bloodlust of his own. Archibald, who received his bloodlust, sweating buckets, and internally, he's screaming, what a monster! Even his bloodlust alone is that strong. But he just keeps up a brave front. Thankfully, Issei took back his bloodlust soon after that. Right. Then I'm giving you a test. Wait a minute, Anya. What's this test about? Rias came back and breathed in deep breath for some reason. She's covered in dust. Quiet, you. This is between me and Issei. Isn't this about becoming his wife, though? So, with that said, Issei, fight me. Now, if you want to be my brother, overcome this trial. Sure, Issei says. Huh? Why would Issei fight you? Isn't this about accepting our marriage, Rias said? He will automatically accept our marriage after fighting him. Rias, isn't that right, brother-in-law? Indeed, Archibald says. That test isn't even necessary. Let's introduce you to Father and Lee, Rias said. Oh, right. Dad found your hiding place above the ceiling, so no use hiding point up there. What? Rias said. Rias ran out of the room once more, but to come back being even more dust-covered soon after. Then they all head outside the city to open field to start fight between Issei and Archibald. Did you really two want to do this? Of course. It's man stuff. Isn't that right, Issei? Issei replied. Got it, but try not to hurt each other. Don't worry about it. Then Issei and Archibald stare at each other. You ready, Issei? Anytime, Issei replies. Then here I go. Archibald throws his two great swords and dashes towards Issei with quick speed, given the weight of his weapons, but in Issei's eyes it's still slow. When Archibald arrived in front of Issei, he feints an attack, but Issei doesn't fall for it, and his slash just went past in front of Issei. Archibald thought, he's not going to fall for it, Then how about this? Then he slashed downwards with both great swords towards Issei. Be careful, Rias said. Rias is worried about Issei because she knows how strong Archibald is. Even though she knows that Issei is also strong, she still couldn't help but become worried. Then Issei draws his sword and calmly blocked Archibald's attack. Clang! Archibald and Rias surprised that Issei blocked his attack so easily. But Archibald then repeatedly attacked Issei from any direction with all of his strength for at least 10 minutes. Ah! Archibald says, cling, cling, cling. The sound of their sword clashes keep resounding in the open field. Ramius, who's watching, then becomes amazed. She's amazed by Issei's power once more. For the last 10 minutes of Archibald's full attack, he doesn't still move a single inch from his spot. Just how strong are you, Issei? She feels proud that her husband is even stronger than her brother, who known to be one of the strongest knights in the Eden Kingdom. But she also felt a little sad that she might become a burden for Issei, so she promised herself not to let it come to that. She will become even stronger. She could stand by her side, by her husband, proudly, and her wish shall become true even in the future, even though she won't be as strong as Issei, but she will not be his burden. Archibald is also amazed by Issei's power. He couldn't believe their difference is this big, but he's happy that finally someone can satisfy his craving desire for a great battle, so he's still going for another 20 minutes. After a while, Archibald dropped to his knees. He's wheezing for air because he's so tired from all the attack he launched towards Issei. Issei's still calmly standing there without any sign of fatigue on his face. He doesn't even break a single sweat after all this time. If Issei really attacked Archibald, then this battle would have ended a long time ago. So, did I pass the test, brother-in-law? Archibald heard that can only give a bitter smile and says, you passed with flying colors. Glad to have you as Ramius' husband, Issei. Then Issei smiled after hearing that. Then thank you for your approval. Archibald ni. Ramius becomes happy hearing that, and she jumps straight into Issei's embrace with a joyful smile. Issei calmly caught her and embraced her back. Archibald, who's seeing this, is smiling from the bottom of his heart. There's always someone better than you out there, huh? Then he lay down on the ground because he's literally tired right now. Something inside him feels peaceful after all of this time. And that is it, chapter 34. Chapter 35. After a while, Archibald gets up and called Issei head towards back towards the Justin residence. Then they head back towards Stalin together. Along the way, Archibald asks why he wears his hood all the time. Issei told him the reason, but Archibald doubts it at first. Then Issei shows him his face. Wear your hood back, bro. If not, then Ramius here will get tons of competition. And then she will lose you for sure, Archibald says. What are you saying? Ramius says, well, can you blame me? Look at Issei's face. Even as a guy, I have to admit he's very handsome. Even more handsome than Baron. I know, but still, Ramius says. Then Issei took Ramius' hand. Ramius, who felt the stipends a little, and she looked towards Issei. Issei, don't worry. No matter what happens, I won't leave you. I told you, didn't I? Issei says. Issei gives Ramius a calm smile to soothe their feelings. Ramius then cheered up right after. After a while, they reached Dressen's residence. Oi, little bro, catch! Archibald tossed something towards Issei. When Issei caught it, found it was a key. A key, Issei says? Yeah. The house outside Stalin, the one near the lake, it's Dressen family's second estate. Didn't you inherit that? Ramius says. I've got a house in the capital, so it's no good to me. You two use it. Issei got a little taken aback, but he regains his composure right away and says, I will pay for it. Issei says, no need. We're family after all. Alright, we'll cherish it. Our deceased mother received it from the king. It's going unused now. We might as well. Ramius says, fine. Thank you, Archibald. Don't sweat it. Oh, right. Dad must be home already. Probably humming to himself while cleaning the bath right now. I swear, what lord does his chores? I'll go get him, Issei. Just wait here. Anyway, I'm busy, so I need to go back to the capital for now. Oh, got it. Take care, and thank you for the house once more. No problem. Let me just say one thing, Archibald says. As if they were close buddy, Archibald put a hand on Issei's shoulder. Ramius is in your hands. You better not toss her aside. I won't toss her aside even if I die, Issei says. Archibald grinned widely at this. I'll leave it to you, little bro. Issei says. Then Archibald left Stalin right after that. After a while, Ramius comes back with a middle-aged man, presumably her dad. He's a peaceful-looking man in early and advanced age. He's unlike Ramius or Archibald at all, meaning he doesn't look like a fighter. He probably has a short bob-cut white hair, average face, and he wears what appears to be an apron for a man, like a cleaner outfit. He doesn't look like a lord of the town at all. He introduced himself. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Lord of Stalin, Tank Dressen. Issei who... Dressian, my bad. Issei, who saw him, looked a bit surprised because Ramius' dad is way different from what he imagined. Ha! You look surprised that I don't look like a sterner man, Tank said. My apologies, Issei said. It's fine. I married from another family, so the Dressen family temperament was inherited by my late wife, Tank said. But father, you need to be a bit more assertive and Dressens will be looked down upon, Ramius said. Ha! You're harsh, Ramius. Now, Issei was it. I believe you wanted to talk to me. Oh, right. Please let me have your daughter's hand in marriage. Issei bowed his head a bit, and then he prepared to pay respect to Ramius' father. After all, he's going to be his dad, too. Raise your head, Issei-kun. Then Issei lifted his head towards Tank. I believe you know, but Ramius is a knight. She clearly unlike what you might call a normal person and lives in a different world from most. Do you accept that? Tank says. I accept. Besides, I'll be a knight soon enough. She's so unrefined that she can't even clean her room. Is that really okay? Yes, Issei says. I feel like I've heard this before. Issei couldn't help but feeling in a deja vu after hearing Tank's question. She's a woman, yet she has porn. Tank says. Ramius put her father in a full Nelson, preventing him from speaking. Father, say no more, please. Issei is speechless like that. No wonder he felt deja vu from before. It's the same one thing Archibald said to him a few hours ago. After Ramius released, her father determined Issei's intentions, then immediately approved of their relationship. Archibald told me about the second house. I've already done all the paperwork, so you're free to have one you look at a wish. Ah, thank you, Issei says. Issei couldn't help but become flabbergasted at this. Issei thought, I can't believe Richie was actually right. He actually cried and thanked me. The house is already furnished, but if you need anything more, feel free to tell me, Tank said. Thank you, but it will be more than enough as it is. I can add more to my own in case I need one, Issei says. Ha, what a good man. Don't be a shy child. After all, we're family now, Tank said. Then, thank you, father. Tank, who called Issei, called him father, couldn't help but tear up once more, and he started thanking Issei once more for marrying Ramius. Issei can only twitch his face and give a forced smile at that. Well, we'll go check on the house right now. Then, come. This is no time to sit around and sip tea, Ramius said. Ramius became more embarrassed seeing their interaction, so she dragged Issei by the hand and head outside of the residence. At the entrance, Tank smiled while having his handkerchief towards them like a mom seeing their children off. He even still has some tears in his eyes. It's located right to the south of Stalin, so it's a convenient location for shopping as well, Ramius said. Issei couldn't help but smile wearily at Ramius' action. Ramius hurried to Issei in their new home. No need to rush. The house isn't going anywhere, Issei said, but she just ignores Issei because she wants to get out of here quickly out of embarrassment, she felt. After a while, Ramius brought Issei at the outskirts of Stalin and pointed to a large house near the lake before they saw. This is the Dressian's second house. Starting today, it's our new home. So this is going to be our new house, Issei said. Yes, you could call it our love nest. Issei, who heard that, went wide-eyed for a little as he smirked towards Ramius. Ramius, who saw that, became a little bashful. What? Nothing, Issei said. Ramius, a bit fidgety, seeing his smirk, looked like she accidentally awakened a sleeping dragon out of its slumber. Then head in the house should be the first to unlock it. Go on, Issei. Ah, got it. But Issei couldn't fit the key because he never used this kind of key before. This key doesn't seem to work. It's a magic key. You just put it in and it will open the door. Click, the door opened. Issei said. Magic keys only work for the owner of the house, their family and royalty they've pledged loyalty to. Royalty? Ah, so that's what it means. It's a statement towards royalty, such as a king, as is welcome at any time. Correct. I'm a knight and you're still a soldier, so we can't defy the king. But it seems like it defeats the purpose of a key, don't you think? Issei doesn't really care if it's the king or not. As long as it doesn't bother him, he wouldn't care. But if the king somehow pisses him off, though, I wouldn't be worried. It's purely out of the idea. No royalty could actually enter our house. I feel like someone who could just do that soon, Issei said. For the most part, at least. Anyway, enough about royalty. The door already opened, so let's go inside. Sure. When they opened the door, they found an old-fashioned but artful entrance awaiting them. Ramius' main house was more fancy and Easter influenced, but this house seems more moderate. But it's still very comfortable. To be honest, Issei prefers this kind of house rather than the fancy ones. While Issei went inside to check the house, Ramius uneasily stayed put at the door. Issei saw her like that and asked, Ramius, what's wrong? Not coming in? I've heard when newlyweds first enter the house, the husband carries the wife in. I won't make you do it if you don't want to. Issei just smiled and went towards her and picked her up bridal style. Satisfied? Issei asked with a gentle smile. Then he brings Ramius inside the house while still carrying her. Then they saw furnitures in the house. It's very expensive looking and also very beautiful. It seems Ramius' father really gave it his all, decorating the house. It's quite big, Issei said. Ramius, who still is inside, responds with it, Is it? I think it's relatively normal. For you, maybe it'd be normal, but for common people, this is a very big house. I do think it's average for the houses in this era, though. How's your house look like? The Freshfish Island. I live in a twin girl house. Their house is a common wooden house, nothing too fancy about it, but I find it comfortable. I see. So you live with twin girls, Ramius said. Yeah, they are my fiancés too. They treat me when I was injured, you see. I don't remember how I got here myself. Oh, right. You said you lost your memory. You said. They are your fiancés. Yeah, I fell in love with them after the time we spent together. They keep taking care of me until I'm fully healed. Well, their names are Kyo and Kinyo. I see, so the reason you want to become a knight is to marry them both. Well, yeah. They must be quite amazing girls, aren't they? Ramius went south because of Issei's words. She's afraid he will abandon her and get married to that twin. But he remembered his promise to her, so he shakes her off the uneasiest right away. Indeed, they are quite weird, you see. They told me to become the highest rank of knights and find new wives along the way, you see. At first, I was skeptical, thinking I might not find new girls that I could ever love, but then I was proved wrong. Issei looked towards Ramius with a smile, and Ramius' heart thumped loudly because of his gaze. His gaze was always filled with gentleness and love towards her and always melted with happiness inside. There was painting a woman of a splendorous armor who looked identical to Ramius. Issei knows that Ramius, because they have different bearings and most of all of her chest is a bit smaller than Ramius's. The painting is of my mother. I didn't realize it left here. I'll have to send it to my father later. You look very like your mother, Issei says. The similarities end there. As a person and a knight, she was by far the greater woman. Don't belittle yourself, Ramius. You're perfect just the way you are. I'm sure you can become even greater than your mom someday. Trust me, I will make it happen. I believe you, Ramius says. Issei smiled and asked once more. So your mom is also a knight, huh? You do mention she gets a house as a reward for her service, right? Yes, and albeit a woman, mother was their heir to the Leixein family and carried out her role as a knight, working her way up to the position of Zero Knight. I see. She can become Zero Knight, huh? And you could say I wanted to be a knight because of my mother, too. Her defense of the weak and tireless fighting on the front lines gave me the deepest respect for her, so you followed in her footsteps, Issei said. Yes, I wanted to help the weak and make a peaceful world, much like my mother did, but compared to my brother, I'm easily worked up and frequently short-sighted. I believe, thinking about it now, the people of Abel's desire to keep their distance from me is understandable. They are just idiots. And did your duty as a knight is just fine. But I realized when I met you that's not enough. I want to protect the weak, but that's objective. The ultimate ideal, so to speak. Then, first, I have to get stronger. To do that, I needed someone who'd support me at my side. The first person I should protect is you, the one who stands with me, even though you're stronger than me and doesn't need my protection, but I still want to help fight with you, even a little, Ramius. I will leave my back to you. I will count on you for that, and I'm glad I can fight with you too. Ramius is overjoyed to have Issei's trust in her. Her face smiled joyfully, then Issei his head. Ramius and gave her lips a kiss. Ramius went wide-eyed, blah, blah, whatever. Issei, come day you work up the ranks. I, don't object to having more wives, but, well, Issei knows what she wants, says her hugs her tightly and embrace. Don't worry, even if I have more wives, I will never forget nor leave you behind. I promise, didn't I? In any case, until you do move up the ranks and have more wives, may I have you to myself? Issei, who thought that it was cute, damn it, Ramius, you just had to do that. Well, and then, you know, they banged in their new house. So, yeah, that's the end of Chapter 35. Chapter 36. No, it's not. You were supposed to return to the capital, so why are you here? Ramius said. Oh, well, I did, but after I told the knights what I knew, I had nothing to do, so I came over here to visit, Richie said. Is that true, Ramius said? Yep, all true. The knights are already scrambling all over the place, Richie replied. Ramius said. Whatever the reason is, Least came to congratulate us, Issei said. You're too nice, Issei. So what are you really after, Richie? Ramius said. Oh, wow, you saw straight through me. I've known you from a long time at this point. Ramius shrugged, to which Richie shamelessly smiled. Issei has a tick on his mark after hearing that. Richie realized Issei's irritation, so she knows better not to tease them anymore and tell them the reason why she came here. Go on. So actually, I came to give Issei an offer, Richie said. What? So, the thing is, you know I'm a princess because of what I got the authority to personally appoint a knight. So I want to offer you since you want to become a knight, right? Richie says. If you have a high enough status, like a marquise or greater, you're allowed to appoint them, you see, Ramius said. So want to give it a try, Richie replied. What's the catch? Issei said. Nothing. I've known your strength and your personality, so I can see you easily pass the test. If I would have already promoted you myself, but there's rules, so I can't, Richie says. Appointments by individuals are special cases, but not exempt from the rules. But indeed with Issei's talent, he can easily become a Zero Knight, much less a normal knight. He already defeated my brother, you see, even without breaking a sweat to it that. Huh? You can defeat Achevel? Richie says. Richie becomes more wide-eyed knowing Issei is able to defeat one of the strongest Zero Knights of Eden Kingdom. She knows Issei is strong, but to this extent. Yeah, I fought him because it's a test from him. He said if I wanted his approval on marrying Ramis, I need to fight him, so I did. Well, it wasn't really a fight since Issei never launched an attack of his turns to Ani. Issei only blocks Ani's attacks, you see. Richie becomes totally lost for words. A guy she just met a few days ago already has the strength, strong enough to easily defeat the Zero Knight without breaking a sweat. At that too, if she might add. Knight is a prestigious position, so just becoming one wonder for your personal record. But if nobles could just appoint unqualified family members, it'd be harm the prestige of knights as a whole. Like it or not, Issei need to take a test that only soldiers can take to become a knight. Now, she's really jealous. Ramius to have such a perfect husband, strong, handsome, caring, and kind. I see, Richie said. She can only worriedly smile once more. But I'm under the impression the test is over, though. Ani told us the stuff happened, Ramius said. Yeah, about that. Nobody passed the test. Did you know that? Really? I remember cutting down on knights, but that test was that difficult, Ramius said. So Issei just needs to pass it. Then nobody can complain he's not qualified at least. And I'm sure Archibald would vouch for his strength, too, if it comes to it. No, the test should be very easy for Issei anyway. It is true, Ramius said. Anyway, here's a letter of recommendation for you. Take this to the big shot from the knights in the capital. Let's see. Borrow should be good. Hand it to him. Then he should oversee your test. Borrow? Is that Borrow Roan? The one Archibald said? Like my brother, he's one of the Zero Knights. I see. Another Zero Knight, huh? Issei said. He's certainly skilled, and he's highly popular. Your test could be managed by no better person than I could think of, Ramius said. Well, probably, I guess, Richie replied. There's only why Richie feels unsure about Borrow, you see, but that shall be revealed in the future. He's not a bad person. If anything, he's indeed a good person. But that's just... Fine, now let's go, Ramius. What? Already? It's so sudden. Oh, Issei, to yourself that much. What? That's not true. I'm just surprised by the abruptness of it all. Then get going. I'm tired, so I'll read the rest of this in the house for a bit, if that's okay. Just remember to lock the door, okay? Richie said. Richie, what are you planning? Just think of this as a rich girl entertaining herself for now. Oh, get to the capital by going around the mountains and heading straight west. I know that, Ramius said. Well, just in case you forgot. My memory is not that bad, you know, but fine, let's go, Issei. Issei replied. Thank you, Richie. No problem, Richie replied. I know you're at your limit, so go ahead and take plenty of rest. You can use the bed if you want, Issei said. So you can tell. Who do you think I am? I can tell miles away that you're exhausted right now, so go ahead and take a rest, you idiot. Issei says, thank you for the offer. Then excuse me, I'm just going to use the sofa. Then she plopped on the sofa right away. What a reckless princess. Then I'm going to take care of yourself. Got it, Issei said. See you later, Richie replied. Then with that, Issei walked out to meet up with Ramius. I guess I can do this myself. Issei, hope you make it in time. She's happy that Issei is concerned for her. The conversation Richie overheard between Issei and Ramius ran through her head. Someone by your side, huh, Issei? Richie whispered before she finally began to lightly snore. During the way to the capital, Issei and Ramius came across a flower field. That's some weird big eyeball plant like in the middle of the field. But they both ignored it and just enjoyed the scenery. By a cliff, they saw a particularly white shining flower. It's very beautiful. It said if you're sent one of these flowers, you'll find happiness. It's also known for being Eden's national flower. I see, Issei said. Issei felt like he has seen a flower like this before. If he's not wrong, it looks just like a flower on Richie's hair. Then Issei proceeds to pick it up and put it in Ramius's hair. And then they have some weird intimate thing and nobody cares. Alright. They met an adventurer along the way. Oh, are you two newlyweds? There's a lot of monsters around here, so be careful, the man said. Newlyweds? Huh? Am I wrong? No, sorry, I was just a bit touched, so even crude women like me can appear that way. Crude? I think anyone would say you're cute, Ramius, especially me. I've told you that, didn't I? Issei said. Thank you. I know you feel that way about me, but I'm sure nobody else does. They are just blinds, Issei said. Make no mistake, it's not much concern to me. I'd be lying to say if it ever bothered me before, but it's fine now, because even if it's just one person, I have to tell me that I'm cute, don't I? Ramius, Issei says. Issei. Their hearts raced as they looked at each other's moist eyes. The man is happy seeing their interactions. They reminded him of his late wife. After that, Issei and Ramius were wandering the field, when without warning, their vision was clouded with white. Is this fog? Ramius said. It was just sunny a second ago. This fog is unnatural, Issei said. Oh, the fog labyrinth, possibly, Ramius said. Fog labyrinth? A mysterious phenomenon that occurs around the kingdom of Eden. So nobody knows what it causes it? Right. Many randomly find themselves lost and pass out looking for the exit, I heard. Issei looked back to where they came from, but the path was already covered in fog, too. His dragon's eye can't really help that much because this is not normal fog. All we can do is proceed carefully and search for the way out, I guess, Issei says. Issei isn't too concerned because he could feel something at the center of the fog, and he easily finds it. Yes, it would be a hurry. Also, just to make sure we don't get separated, I think we should hold hands. You can come closer if you're afraid, Rias said. I'm not afraid, it's just her eyes teared up because she found out that she felt Issei's hand on hers. It's fine, I'll protect you. Rias, who found this finally, relented. Then she comes closer to Issei's side and holds his arm with both hands. Mind you, Issei felt something soft in his arm. I forgot about this. Issei took a deep breath to calm himself, and then he started walking towards the center. There's a bunch of ghost monsters along the way, and all they died from Issei's aura alone when they tried to get close. Remia still felt a bit scared along the way, but not that much anymore. She flinches every time there's a suddenly ghastly voice in the distance, because she keeps holding Issei's arm even tighter every time it happens. Issei tries to calm himself down because he could feel Remia's breast pressing against his arm whenever this happened. After a while, they finally reach the center of the labyrinth, and at the center of it, there's a ghost there. Ooh. Issei, I hear your crying voice. It's from a ghost. Ghost where? There. Ramius is a bit pale hearing the ghost. She looked towards where Issei pointed out, and she could see a bit of a shadowy figure. It's a ghost girl. She has a short brown hair that reaches her neck with a ribbon on her head, and she wears what appears to be a white shirt. The ghost says. What should we do? She's likely creating a labyrinth. Should we attack? I don't feel any ill intent coming from her, so let's wait a bit. Where is it? Is she looking for something? I can't find it, the ghost says. Are you searching for something? Hey, don't just talk to her, Ramia said. It's fine, she's harmless, but still. A flower. I'm searching for a flower, she responded. A flower? What kind? I want to give it to it for making people happy. Where is it? Issei and Ramius know what the flower she's searching for. They noticed the flower on Ramius's head. Yes, that's it. I want that flower, the ghost says. Ramius is a bit hesitant because this flower is given by Issei, and Issei won't force her to hand it over to the flower to the ghost if she doesn't want to. He would rather destroy the ghost's soul rather than forcing Ramius to give the ghost against her wish. Sorry, but that flower is... Just when Issei wanted to deny the ghost's request, Ramius cut his words. No, it's fine, Issei. It's just a flower anyway. If by giving her this she's able to pass on, I don't see why we shouldn't give it to her. After all, this is a flower that makes people happy. I'm already happy just by having you by my side. Ramius smiled at Issei lovingly as she takes the flower from her hair. Issei at first becomes surprised she'd give it away because she likes that flower very much, but after hearing the rest of her words, he also smiled stars at Ramius' loving in return. I see. If that's what you want, then go ahead. I will find another flower for you later. Ramius says. Ramius looks towards the ghost and said, okay, you can have it. Then she offers the flower to the ghost even though she's still a bit afraid. Are you sure? The ghost says. Ramius suddenly nodded. Thank you. Now I can be happy too, the ghost said. The ghost girl vanished like a mirage. That ghost seemed happy. Thanks to you, Issei replied. There's a bunch of caravan of people who are waiting for the fog to clear up on the other side. When they saw the fog cleared up, they saw Issei and Ramius. They thanked Issei and Ramius for clearing the fog so they are able to pass safely. Issei told them that it's all thanks to Ramius, so they thanked her profusely, and Ramius is a bit flustered because there are so many people thanking her at once. Issei just smiled looking at her and being all flustered like that, it's the sidelines. After they are done making Ramius and Issei, they rode off into their carriages and won't be their journey. I've never been thanked by so many people before, so I'm pretty embarrassed about it. I see, but it feels nice, right? Issei says. They then walk down the fogless road to the capital, and that's the end of chapter 36. Chapter 37. The final chapter, by the way, of this story. The Kingdom of Eden, the capital. Issei and Ramius finally reached the capital. The capital is expected the biggest city in the kingdom. The roads were packed with people, but whenever the occasional carriage passed, the crowd would split it and let it through. There's a water canal in the city, and there's a lot of people riding a canoe. The buildings are arranged nicely. They are standing strong and tall along the roads of pedestrians. There's a lot of business shops, such as blacksmithy, supply shop, delivery guild, adventurers guild, etc. But the building that stands out the most is obviously the castle in the royal district, where the kings and royalty lives. They are built on top of the beautiful mountain. Even Issei is impressed because the city looks very beautiful indeed. Because the day is getting dark, they decided to spend the night in. They don't have any that night because they need to wake up early to meet with Baro, and both Issei and Ramius know if they really have then they won't be able to wake up in the morning. So they only sleep in the same bed and hug each other each that all night. In the morning, Ramius asked Issei that she wants to visit her mother's grave. Of course not. I hate to ask when we just got here, but do you mind if I go visit my mother's grave? Of course not. Should I come along? No, I'm telling her that I got married, but I'm embarrassed to say if you were there too, so let me go alone, if you allow me, of course. Issei can only relent at a request. Fine. Be but careful, okay? And send my regards to your mother as well, or should I say our mother, Issei says. Issei couldn't help but wanted to tease Ramius. Ramius' face went red. You will send our regards to your mother. Her voice was small at the end. Issei chuckled, seeing his wife's antics, so stop teasing her. Fine, take care. But before that, come here. Then he took Ramius into his embrace and gave her lips a soft. Ramius went wide-eyed by the sudden kiss. People on the road started staring at them. Ramius felt embarrassed by all the people staring at them, so she just closed her eyes, but she's squirming around Issei's embrace. Issei finally stopped the kiss. Go ahead now, he said, be bashful to Ramius. I'm going, Ramius said. Then she left Issei, while still fidgeting a bit because she still remembered their kiss just now. They decided to meet up at the castle entrance. Issei parted with Ramius and walked around the town. He visited the church here. He saw Lauren again at the church. They had conversations with each other about what they've been doing and stuff like that. Lauren realized that Issei has a golden ring on his finger. She becomes surprised finding out that Issei is already married, but she congratulates him right after that. She becomes a little jealous after seeing him already married deep inside, but there's nothing she could do either way because she's saint and she's not allowed to marry common people. After chatting a bit more, they separated with each other and Lauren is seeing Issei off again into Abeltown. After walking down the street, Issei heard a familiar voice along with the pretty girl's voice coming from all the way. I really don't need an offer. Stop following me or I'll scream. I'm telling you I ain't sketchy. Traveling alone's dangerous, so I'm just offering to guard for cheap. That voice. Issei was curious about the familiar voice and walked toward the alleyway. At the corner, Issei saw a shadow overcoming the alleyway. He knows there's someone just around the corner, but he never thought she was going to turn this way, and because of that, they bumped into each other. Bump. Issei receptively caught the girl from falling. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. The girl tried to apologize, but because of the colliding with each other, Issei's hood got uncovered, and then she saw his handsome face at close range. Her eyes went wide-eyed after seeing his face. She becomes dazed just by seeing his face. Issei was already very handsome before she lost his virginity, but after losing it, his face becomes even more manly. He has a certain mature aura around him that makes the woman couldn't help but become drawn to him. Even after he wears his hood, the girls who saw him automatically attracted to his aura alone. Forget seeing his face, even his aura alone might be able to attract the opposite sex, like a moth to a flame. The girl in Issei's arm felt the body melt at his embrace because of his aura is affecting him at point-blank range, and Issei still doesn't exist that. His eyes motioned that her face went red. She felt her heart beating so fast. Issei, who saw her current face, becomes confused with them and is asked, "Are you okay?" Then after hearing his question, the girl finally snaps out of it and she hastily apologizes once more. "I'm very sorry," she said, that while bowing her head. Then a man's voice coming from behind the alley. "Hey, let me finish talking." The man saw his target, but he also saw a man he's never expected to see here. "What, Issei?" "Oh, Yarase, huh?" Yarase, to be honest, is afraid of Issei after he felt his aura after Abeltown, which he admits towards Ginyu, and he's surprised seeing his handsome face. He felt very jealous, but deep inside he had to hide it. Issei could flash of envy on his eyes, though, but he doesn't know what he's envying about. And Issei doesn't really care about Yarase that much anyway. Issei asked what he's doing here. Is it to take the knight test? Yarase told him he decided to become an adventurer instead of a knight. He said being a knight doesn't fit him because he doesn't like taking orders from people, but Issei knows he's lying. From the info he gathered so far, there's a high chance that Yarase failed the test because Richie already said there's no one that passed this time, and the way Yarase averted his eyes and started sweating confirmed his guess. So he said he was waiting for a request in the Adventurers Guild, but with a chance he saw the girl, he wanted to offer his services to this girl. She's traveling alone, and he wanted to offer some protection. Then suddenly the girl cut in. Then you're out of luck. Yes, I've asked her to be my guard already." Issei becomes more confused at first, but then saw her pleading eyes towards him. He knows that this is Yarase is not a good person, so leaving her alone with him might be dangerous. Issei won't call himself a hero or anything like that, but he won't. The girl whispered towards Issei, "I'm sorry." "Please help," she pleaded once more. After Issei had her pleading once more, she finally relented to decide to play along. "She's with me. You can leave her to me." But Yarase, "I said she's with me." Issei put a bit of pressure on Yarase. "Oh, I see. Well, see you around," Yarase said. Then Yarase leaves just like a bitch. Because he doesn't want to mess with Issei, but he feels a bit of resentment towards Issei after this. Thank you so much. She was terribly persistent. Once she confirmed Issei was gone, the girl began to repeatedly thank Issei. Just be more careful from now on, Issei says. When Issei just wanted to leave, the girl called him. But wait, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Toa. Toa wears an attire that seems like a sailor uniform, one piece at Japan, but with a bit of modification here. There, along with blue shoe and black socks, she also wears blue beret and black ribbon on her head, and she has short light brown hair that reaches her neck and green eyes. She also carries brown backpack on her back. Issei Hyodo, Issei says. Huh? Are you a noble, perhaps? No, I'm not. I see. Would you mind walking with me for a while? I would hate to run into him again, you see. If that's a bother, I'm kind of busy at the moment. I need to head inside the castle to meet up with my wife, Issei says. That's perfect, because I'm also heading towards the castle library, Toa said. Very well, Issei says. Thank you, Toa replies. Toa becomes happy she could walk together with Issei to the castle. When she heard he's already married, she felt a bit disappointed, but doesn't show it in her face. So they head towards the castle. Along the way, Toa keeps informing him about the city, how to use the castle as a landmark in case he ever got lost. All the capital's important facilities are set up around the castle, and all the rods are connected to the facilities. She also told him the history of the kingdom, etc. Issei is pretty surprised. She seems very knowledgeable. She said she's a tourist who likes collecting stories to read. That's also why she headed towards the library. Toa is a professional storytelling howling from the city of Halmit, more specifically the hospital town of Huardo, which is operated by her father, Senator Latos. Toa is sponsored by the Big Books Company that traveled around the world telling stories, so basically advertising for them. As a professional storyteller of de facto healthcare provider, Toa is very good with people and especially with children, who love her illustrations and storytelling style. She often attacks large crowds to her readings with her playful and engaging style, is able to help children though their long-term medical care, and maintains a professional besides manner with adult medical patients. After a while, they finally reach the castle. Oh, we're at the castle. I can stop bothering you now then. Thank you once again, Toa said. She felt a bit sad she was going to separate with Issei. You're welcome, Issei replied. Then Toa waved with a smile and entered the castle. Issei just looked towards her with a smile. Ramius was waiting for Issei. You're late. I was getting worried. Now let's go meet Boro. Sorry, I was helping someone. Oh, it can't be helped, shall we? Ramius said, sure. Then Issei and Rias entered the castle. They headed towards Boro's office right away. They were led to the commander room in castle's night sector. It's been a while, Ramius, Boro said. It has, Boro. You seem as standoffish as ever. Archibald can get along with anyone, but you honestly like his total opposite, Boro said. I'm not my brother, Issei. This is one of our Zero Knights, Boro Roan. Nice to meet you, Issei says. Boro is quite a handsome man. He has long blonde hair, a tiny long ponytail. He has light green eyes. He wears some kind of white suit with a red cape on his back, suit like Archibald, and white jeans. He also carries a twin sword on his waist. Baron Roan is a Zero Knight of Eden, a descendant of the Baronin, who cleared much of the southern Eden of monsters, leading the creation of the Fort Baron. Baro himself ascended to the rank of Zero during the Arthur trilogy and has gone since to manage Eden's Knights on day-to-day basis with the help of his assistant, Safai. So you're Ramius' husband, huh? Issei Hyodo, was it? But I believe I haven't introduced myself, unless Archibald told you about me. Ha! Indeed, I saw Archibald earlier. He was overjoyed that he finally got to have a little brother. Maybe Ani could learn to keep his mouth shut, Ramius said. Ha! But you do seem less cold than the last time I saw you, Ramius. It's all thanks to Issei. Ha! Good going, pal. Issei just flashes a small smile. With a former Zero Knight mother and a current Zero Knight brother, Ramius has always seemed desperate to accomplish something herself. Eventually, she started trying to rush by taking constant reckless actions, getting her the nickname of the Loner Knight, Baro says. Baro, that's all in the past now. True enough, you found someone to stand by your side. Ramius blushed hearing this as he responded with yes. And I heard that you're able to defeat Archibald, huh, Issei-kan? Baro said. Then Baro redirected his attention towards Issei once more. If I don't know what type of guy Archibald is, I might have thought he's lying, but he's not the type who would lie about something like this, you see. Issei just said calmly, it's nothing. He went easy on me. Ha! Quite the humble attitude you have there, but Archibald already told me the full story, you see. He fought you with all his strength, and you calmly block his attacks, so I've heard. Issei just stays silent at that, but Ramius confirmed it indeed. Ani's attacked Issei with all his strength, but he blocked it by Issei. Oh, I see. I would like to fight you myself, but I'm kind of busy at the moment. Archibald is out at the moment. But if you want, you can leave a message to him, and I will tell him later. No, we're here to see you. See, we were given this. Ramius gives a letter of recommendation, Richie to borrow. Oh, a letter of recommendation. I see. Even our young lady Richie has her problems. I would have just appointed you to become a knight myself. If I could, you see, your strength is already confirmed by Archibald himself anyway, but the rules are rules, so no shortcuts allowed. Very well. I can oversee your knight test. However, this test isn't official, so whether you pass it or not, I cannot appoint you as a knight. Understood? Got it, Issei replied. Then I'll tell you the conditions of our recruitment test from the other day. An abnormal phenomenon called the fog labyrinth occurs around the capital. Determine and stop the cause of this anomaly. The fog labyrinth? That's the thing, huh? Oh, sounds like you're already familiar with it. Well, you see, we already determined the cause and stopped it. Huh? Bro said, yeah, on our way we encountered the fog labyrinth and we finished the problem. Tell me the details. Then Ramius proceeded to tell Bravo what happened in the fog labyrinth. I see. You're far more oppressive than I imagined. I think you're perfectly fit to be a knight. What a lucky coincidence, huh? To think you already passed the test even before knowing the content. Stuff happens, Issei says. Fine, you pass. Whatever the reason why you want to be a knight, I'll vouch for your talent. But it's too bad, though. If this were an official test, I had recruited you as soon as possible, Baro said. And why is that? Issei said. Well, this isn't public knowledge. But when the soldiers we sent on a mission saw the ghosts, they fell into disarray and even began to attack each other. I think I can understand that. I can say facing an unknown foe shook me up, at least, Ramius said. But the same thing didn't happen to you. Why is that? Well, because Issei was with me. Wait, don't ask me that. Ha! Sorry, but you'd surprise how few people stay calm when they feel threatened. In fact, everyone who failed the test even tried to make excuses by spreading rumors that the fog labyrinth was dangerous. Actually, the fog labyrinth is harmless. Beyond getting people lost, the monsters are one thing, but the ghost itself never attacked anyone. In other words, you knew about the labyrinth and the ghost already. Do you know anything about the ghost girl was? Yes, a few years back, I think. On one foggy day, a girl lost her life. Ever since then, there's been sightings in the fog labyrinth of a ghost girl wandering in search of a flower. Giving her the flower she wants to drop for her for a while, but we've had our hands full, so the monsters that we haven't been able to do as of late. Then why didn't you say to give her that flower as part of the test? Ramius said. That wouldn't be much of a test now, would it? Listen, knights have to combat more than vicious monsters. If you determine that another human is harmful to humanity, you'll have to fight them as well. That's why a knight must always keep thinking. You have to find out who the true enemies are on your own. So you wanted to see what participants do if they see the ghost, huh? Exactly. Well, if they just reported that she has no ill intent, that would have been fine on its own. But I'm surprised you even gave her the flower as well. It's Ramius who did it. What? But it was you who got the flower. He said, that just means you both are nice people. Well, that seems even more unfortunate. We're forced to let a big fish go, it seems. Bro shrugged, looked down at the desk, and wrote up a document. Here's proof of your strength. I doubt anyone would want to get on Leixein family, and a man who can beat a Zero Knight by himself on his bad side. But if anyone does doubt you, show them this. Thanks a lot, Issei says. No problem. I know you're busy combating outlaws, so I thank you for taking the time to do this. Ramius says, There have been several outlaw sightings, but not one to this degree that we need to take action just yet. Issei says. Issei and Ramius feel something wrong because Richie said the knights were on the move because of the sparkle bombs. Didn't you hear what happened in Abel? Ramius said. I did. A young girl left town and got kidnapped. I feel deeply sorry for her, but has been rescued, no? Ramius felt even more worried after hearing that. Issei also felt the same thing. I'm sorry, I just remembered something urgent. We'll be leaving now. Thank you once more, Issei said. What a nice couple. Be careful on the way home. Ramius. It sounds like Richie played us for fools, Ramius said. Indeed. She said she told the knights about the sparkle bombs, but that doesn't seem to appear to be the case. Sparkle bombs are very dangerous. If they were used in the city, we would have countless casualties. They should be mobilizing everyone available. That idiot princess, Issei says. Outlaws are just a pack of bandits. They wouldn't be able to produce sparkle bombs on their own, so they must be mastermind behind it. Richie didn't inform the knights because if they entered the state of high alert, then the mastermind would have noticed something wrong, and all be for naught. I'll come too. I still have business with that idiot. Anyway, thank you, Issei. With you, it should be pretty easy to help her. Then let's head towards the old outlaw's den we found last time. Let's go. Then they headed towards the outlaw den. And that is as far as the story goes. That is the end of chapter 37 and the absolute finale to What If Issei Went Rogue.